sorry. I guess that's gonna be a bit too loud.
Hello everyone and welcome to our September Ashes of Creation development update. We hope everyone has had an amazing month and has been staying safe, especially with hurricanes and madness coming. My
Hurricane has been crazy.
nuts outside. Pray that our internet stays up. But I think we should be fine. It's just a little
Okay,
rain.
how do I
We'll
hide
be
this?
okay. Obviously.
Oh yeah, I heard something that there's some sort of like hurricane or some tornado or whatever. Like something serious is going on in the US. Nature showing some attitude, right? If I recall correctly. But, I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes it happens. All right, let's keep moving.
I am here with Steven Sharif.
I'll probably make it 125 because it's gonna be
Our creative director, and I am Margaret Crone, the director of communications here at Intrepid Studios. But we have a new phase that everybody has been waiting for a really long time. I know the community has asked, when is Bill going to join us? And here he is. So before we get into everything, we're going to do like a little intro for Bill, give him a little spotlight. He's
Bill, people have been asking where you've been, and here you're finally here.
Yeah, I'm not that interesting.
Oh man. Okay, this guy is apparently director of design, whatever that means. I'm not an expert on their roles and positions, but apparently he's someone who is responsible for the, visual stuff and all that. And I remember watching him like yesterday. I mean, I can't say anything about his expertise. How good is he? But he seems to be a nice dude, right? Not as good as Steven when it comes to jumping on the stairs. I mean, we'll get to that part later, but still pretty chill dude.
Well, we'll find out. I have some questions for you. We'll see. But first, one of them is can you talk a little bit about what a director of design does here at Intrepid Studios?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay, they will explain.
My main job here, besides I lead the design team, so I hire designers, I mentor designers, I try to guide their career as best I can, within Intrepid here. But really, my main job is, and this took a while for me to fully comprehend because Steven's vision is so vast, and I'm supposed to be the ultimate, champion for that vision and making sure that we're.
Oh, hang on, boys. You know what? Maybe we should watch not the live on YouTube, right? Maybe we should watch it on Twitch. Why? Because we will be able to see the comments, like what people write about it. Because that's the most interesting thing. Like, hang on, let me open that. Let me find that on Twitch quickly. Okay, we watched like 2 minutes, not a lot, obviously, right? And here we go. Let's okay, video. Hang on, I gotta find it. Their main channel. Okay, there we go. All right. Recent stream. Okay. We're almost there. Just give me one small, quick, fast second. Hang on, this one, right?
Things that everybody can have in their pocket so that they know.
Okay, there we go. We're gonna watch it here, and we're gonna keep an eye.
Decisions that Steven would make.
And let me tell you, Bill, boy.
And we're gonna watch the chat.
Oh boy.
Okay.
It is a night and day difference from what it was prior to you joining the team to what it is today. I would be dead if not for you right now.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah. I know that feeling because when I first started too, I was like, okay, I have to really I put on my Steven cap is always what I say is like, okay, but because my job is like similar to yours, but mine is like on the other side of things. It's the communication, the branding, the marketing side, which is no easy feat. Steven has dreams.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever worked in a position where you have to manage people, it's so exhausting. Even if you just have a few people or like more than a few, because I have that kind of experience. I used to manage a team of 40 like sales managers, right? And it was so stressing because like literally if something theoretically can go wrong, it will go wrong. Because everything, like if you want to fuck something up, let or ask other people to do it, and that's inevitable. Not because like those people are bad, but because it just happens. Because there's always, stuff that you can't predict, and it just happens naturally. But I can imagine like they have about 200 people or even more than that at the moment in the studio, which is a lot, and managing all that is no easy task, let's put it that way.
Big ones. But I think like we're all very passionate and care a lot about it too, because Bill and I both.
Penumbra, hello. Once again, sorry, my apologies to those who watch this on YouTube, because I'm not smart enough, at least at this point, to combine both chats. Maybe I'll do that in future. Maybe I won't. I don't know. But I'm mostly looking at the Twitch chat, and like from time to time I switch to the YouTube chat. So I might miss it or reply with a delay. Please forgive me for that. I'll try to do something about that in future. At least that's the plan, right? Okay, let's keep watching.
Both come from like huge MMO backgrounds, which we're going to find a little bit about. I know lots of folks have been excited for you to join us, and they would love to know a little bit more about the history of your work, because you do have quite a little MMO background there.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, everyone who's watching on YouTube, first of all, thank you very much for coming. It's the first stream on Twitch and on YouTube as well. I can see that you left a couple of likes. I appreciate that as well, because that should help with with spreading the word about this wonderful stream, right? So I appreciate that. If you haven't done it yet, it's not a big deal, because you can still do it if you want to. If you don't want to, no pressure, right? Okay, let's keep watching.
Most of my professional background is in MMOs. I've been making games for as long as I can remember. I'm an old school
double drastic
pen and paper DM.
Hello, welcome to the chat.
Hell yeah.
As a kid,
all of us here are.
I know.
in sixth grade. So, and professionally though, I got started in '96. I was a co-creator of the original EverQuest. Most of my work there was on the world building and level design and lore side. I basically, a lot of Norat, the world of EverQuest, is comes from that sixth grade D&D campaign.
Has any of you guys played EverQuest? Because if I recall correctly, that was some kind of popular game, like an MMO as well, right? But I don't know much about it. So, like, was it like? Give me a TLDR if that's possible. Was it a good game? Like, was it somehow like similar or relevant to Ashes of Creation in any way, shape, or form, or it's a completely different thing? Just curious, because I never played it. Like, out of all MMOs, I basically Silk Road. I know the name. Like, I heard the name, but I don't even know what's that all about. But Silk Road, maybe it's something related to China, let's put it that way. Just a guess, right? So I basically played Lineage that was my basically first MMO for like probably more than 12 years. Like over time it was more than 12 years, but if we remove all the breaks, right? Because there were periods that I was playing some other games and stuff, but in general it was mostly Lineage. And of course New World. So I started playing New World. I played it on beta. It was like a week or so, maybe like either a week or 10 days. And then I played on launch, and I played till February 2022. And I stopped playing for obvious reasons that you probably know about, right? I only played EverQuest next, which was standalone building simulator within alpha. Okay. Archetypes is a more relatable game to Ashes, I think. That's what I heard. Never touched Archetypes as well. But if I recall correctly, Ashes took some, like, Archetypes was one of the games that Ashes took inspiration from. So, yeah, that's an interesting one. But I also heard that Archetypes had a lot of, pay to win, and pay to win is like a huge no thank you from my side. A request next. First MMO. The card system is in essence one. A card system, you mean like the caravan system? Is that it? Probably. Okay, let's see.
And I'm working with some folks who actually played in that campaign and also worked with me on EverQuest now. Tony Garcia is,
Some of the EverQuest
was one of my
expansions-
players in that campaign.
Some of the EverQuest expansions
Gotcha.
were like campaigns that you guys ran too, right?
Yeah,
And some of
definitely.
those characters that are in the world. It's pretty cool.
And so, I had a long career there at Sony, about a decade there at Sony.
Arcade wasn't pay to win at the start, but it was its downfall. Yeah, so someone, that's why Steven making Ashes AA added pay to win. Yeah, so someone recently sent me a trailer like about Arcade 2 or like something like that. I don't remember. And I just scrolled down to the comments. Top 3 comments were like, it doesn't matter how good your game is, the pay to win will kill it. And I'm like, okay, that's pretty much a good summary of what like could I expect from this game if I like had nothing else to do in life and actually decided to play Arcade. But that's not happening.
When he's doing EverQuest and expansions and EverQuest 2 and some other smaller games and some MMOs that unfortunately never saw the light of day, which at least 1 or 2 of them I still
Bill had to take down some art that was behind
still
him.
painful to think about. Oh yeah, but so most of my career has been in MMOs. I
play Arcade Classic and it's not pay to win and it's fun. I'm happy for you. Just make sure you go back to Ashes when it starts. I think okay, we'll talk about Alpha 2 later when we come to that, right? Let's listen. Let's show some respect to this guy because apparently he is doing a lot to help Ashes actually, hopefully, get released at some point.
So let's
listen to what he has to say.
Mobile development, that was interesting and had some success there too with a little startup that I had and did an app called Koi Pond, which was a big seller early
Nice.
days of the iPhone.
How many cats scratched iPhone screens with that app?
Yeah, exactly, right. Then I worked on
pay to win will kill any game eventually. That statement is correct. I mean, it won't necessarily kill, but it will like ruin a lot, if not everything. That's true. Because I'll explain how my brain works when it comes to a pay to win game. Like, let's imagine, right? I make, for example, right? I don't know, $20 per hour, and then I have to grind something in game. So, and I grind like, I don't know, 1,000 coins per hour in game, right? And I can buy those 1,000 coins for like $1, right? So I'm looking at it and my hopefully logical brain, rational brain, tells me like, bro, why would you farm it if you can literally work for 1 hour and save 20 hours like in game? So you can just buy the gold instead of farming. And I can't do anything without it because that's how my brain basically checkmates me. And I can't play it. Like, I can't take it. And I'm not even talking about the fact that it's not like, it becomes unfair because some people can spend more, some people can't spend more. But it's just like, I was like, okay, I don't want to deal with that, mental fight inside my head. I'll just find something else to play, right? Or I won't play anything at all because like I won't play something solely because of my desperation because there's nothing else to play. So I'd rather not play anything at all because it is what it is.
An MMO called Defiance, which was a big challenging project that was multi-platform. And we also were the other thing that's I've been very fortunate in my career is like I've always worked on
I hope you've been very fortunate and hope you are fortunate to be a part of Ashes, because if everything actually works out and the game sees the light of the day at some point in future, that may be huge. That may be a huge step in his career. Like, at least I hope so. Ashes has the best monetization I ever seen, and region country-based price is a work of a genius. Can't say it's really a work of a genius, but that's a very smart approach. That's true, because I recall Pirate Software said the same thing when he was talking about this topic, and he says like he used Brazil as an example because I believe like the average salary in Brazil is not very high, and people just can't afford buying games like for $50 or something like that because it's a lot. Like hell, it's even a lot in my country. Like I don't know what's the average salary here, like maybe $500 or something, right? Or like maybe six, something around that. And that's kind of like that's 10% of your monthly budget. That's a lot, right? So the regional pricing is a good thing, and I do agree that Ashes has the best monetization. We'll talk about that probably later, but just I'll quickly explain why I think that way. Not because like I'm some white knight, a fanboy of Ashes. No, that's not the case. So the reason why I like it more compared to the box cost, right? For example, take a look at New World. You have to buy New World, right? It was like $40 or something. Then you play it for some time and you leave. So the developers don't care whether you play for like 10 hours or you play for like 10 months, right? Why? Because they basically, unless they've used via VPN, that's true, yeah. Because basically they already got their money. Yes, there is a chance that maybe at some point in future you will buy some skins, right, in the game shop, but it's like whatever, not that big of a deal. They already got the money, so if you leave, whatever. If you still play the game, okay, good. Maybe you'll buy the skins. So as a result, they are not really like forced to keep you in the game. As a result, they can just like say, oh, okay, that guy left. Fuck him. We didn't like him anyway, right? We'll find 10 more people. When it comes to games with subscription, the developers are actually interested in increasing their player retention, because if there is not enough content, people will just leave. And if people leave, they start getting like less money basically. And if that happens for for a certain period of time, as a result, there will be less people, like less funds that they can spend like on marketing or on the salaries or on like literally anything else. And as a result, they will be like like kicking people out, reducing the number, like the staff, and it's gonna be like a death spiral. So obviously nobody wants to do that. So they will kind of prioritize player retention a lot, which is good for us because they will want to keep us in the game, and which means that they will hopefully deliver some content, updates, patches, fixes, and stuff like that. And when it comes to the cosmetics, it's not an issue, like for me personally, because they clearly emphasize that it's not going to be, a cosmetics that looks better than the actual armor that you can achieve in game, right? So, well, okay, built to it. Well, I used to think that a lot, but a lot of currencies, and you can pay for convenience, but getting an undeniable advantage. Yeah, correct. I agree with you, because but at the same time, pay for convenience is still pay to win. Because usually that convenience helps you to spend less time on something, or and saving time. Time is a currency itself. It's a currency as well. So if it helps you to save time, it means that you can spend that time on something else, like farming or something like that. So I would still consider it pay to win. So yeah.
Original IPs, which is something that I really enjoy, and so that was an opportunity to dive into a sci-fi IP that we created, and had a tie-in television show.
With it.
So,
which is crazy.
Yeah, so it was really cool, and the show ran for a couple seasons, and so it was fun. That was an interesting experience. And most recently, I came into Intrepid from working at Amazon for 6 years. I was part of a group that started the studio in San Diego for Amazon, and I contributed to New World.
Oh my god! Please don't say that. No, New World. I don't want to hear about it. Hear me out. I'm not talking bad about the game itself, because I enjoyed a few months. I was playing it for a couple of months and I enjoyed it. but like they literally had everything to make a good game, but they fucked everything, like literally everything that can go wrong went wrong. And it was not just an unfortunate set of circumstances, it was their fault. It was their decisions, their like whatever. So it's just terrible. And like it's New World is like, what is dead may never die.
And and then I got the opportunity to come and join the folks at Intrepid here.
Yeah, kind of like that's
smart
a good
decision.
segue to kind of my next question, which is like, why did you decide that Ashes of Creation is where you wanted to go as your next adventure?
Yeah, well, I've known Steven for a while. We actually met through Kevin McPherson, who's another kind of OG.
BDO had a huge pay to convenience model. I think, if anything, I think personal account achievements should give account bonuses. I mean, if you want to get something in game, you have to put either time or effort or both, and that's it. Like, there shouldn't be, like, in ideal world, in an ideal MMO, that just shouldn't exist. I know it may sound kind of weird, taking into account the realities of the modern day and modern MMOs, but that's just whatever. Just make a fucking good game and use subscription, because that's fair. The moment when people stop liking or approving your decisions when it comes to content, when it comes to vision, when it comes to, the path that the game itself follows, like as a project, they just stop playing it and you stop getting money. So that's a huge sign for you that you are doing something wrong and you have to reconsider. I guess that's the best possible outcome, and I'm glad that Ashes chose this path, and I hope they succeed, because that's a good thing to do.
That's how I'm
friend of mine.
I know. Both of
we played board games together. I think it was actually X-Wing, the miniature game, and so we knew each other through that way, and I've been keeping tabs on. I was a Kickstarter for Ashes, and just been keeping tabs on it. And so when the opportunity arose, like I had seen how far Steven and the team had come, the team he had built, and if you guys can feel it through the screen every time he speaks, Steven's passion for this game is super infectious.
Yeah, kind of. That's true. Wait, I wanted to say something. Oh, yeah. Boys, once again, this is the first stream. If you're watching me on Twitch, I would really appreciate if you give a follow, because that's the first step. I need like a 50 or 100 followers to progress and unlock some, next features or some status or whatever. I don't remember that. And if you're watching this on YouTube, I appreciate your likes and follows as well. Games are 50x more expensive to make than 15 years ago, so just subscriptions is not enough to make money in this reality. Absolutely. Totally agree. And that's the reason why you have a game shop. And, honestly, that may be a controversial point, right? Because, technically we can qualify, purchasing skins and cosmetics as, microtransactions, right? I think so. It kind of counts. But that's one thing. I don't mind Ashes, personally, I don't mind Ashes having, something really expensive. If there is a skin that costs, $1,000 or, $5,000, right? I don't care. I just want them to have enough money to actually fund the development and to pay the salaries to their devs and eventually make money as well. Because I don't care what they sell if that doesn't affect the economy or the balance or gives and some sort of advantage. So that may be controversial, but especially when your company is based in California. I mean, yeah, probably. I don't know. They could have more luck. It's probably going to be much cheaper if they move to some, I don't know, Asia or Eastern Europe and hire all those people, or just hire people on the spot, or just relocate the whole office there, because it's going to be 5 times cheaper, right? So I think my buddy and on YouTube chat who works for, let's put let's put it that way. For a company that makes games, I'm not gonna say which one, he knows that exactly because he first was in Romania and then he moved to Canada. So I assume he can confirm that the prices in Romania were a little bit lower compared to Canada. No pay to win or convenience, ban both gold seller and gold buyers, ban borders, ban multi-boxers. I agree with everything. I'm not sure about multi-boxers. I mean, according to Steven, he said that, like, I don't mind that if you launch a second character, if that's a separate PC. Because technically you can't track it, you can't, you know, start banning people left and right because there may be people like, you know, a guy and his girlfriend who are both playing Ashes, right? For example, you can't just ban them right away. And it's not that easy to figure out whether those are two different people or it's the same person. And I don't really see any problem with that because if you have two characters, you still put time into, you know, progressing when it comes to both of those characters. So I wouldn't call it like pay to win at all. And I wouldn't really be mad about it. Right? It would be a problem if you can only use one character, like play one character on one PC, but you somehow find a way to use like, you know, 2 or 3 characters in one PC. That would be a violation, and I agree. But other than that, I don't think it's a big deal. I'm on Guild Wars 2. Hang on. 1 second, boys. I'm gonna check whether my notifications on Twitch are actually like working. Because I'm not sure. Okay, just 1 second. Give me a moment. Okay, apparently they are not working. What the fuck is wrong with them? Hang on. Sorry. Trying to figure out what's happening. Okay, maybe I should watch that here. How do I find you on YouTube? Yeah, thank you for sharing the link. You can just scroll down. There, like, you know, buttons under, like, Twitch panels. Yeah, that's the correct word for it. Like YouTube channel, Discord server. You can follow me on YouTube. That's right. And you can also join me on Discord. So we can just, you know, we have a small community there where we just hang out together and discuss certain stuff. So you're welcome to join. Especially sounds like a great guy. Yeah, hopefully. Separate PC should be okay, but they should block people from running more than one session per PC. Yeah, that is correct. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Relocation would be a costly adventure because you're talking about buying the building and the cost of relocation and employees and their family. True. That's true. But it depends. Like, if you're relocating for a month, that's one thing. But if you're relocating for the next, like, 5 years, that may be a different story. And maybe you don't even have to relocate everyone. Maybe you just go to another country and hire people there. I don't know, but that's pure, like, that's my pure speculation. Don't take it seriously. If they have funds, if they've chosen, you know, if they made the absolute like decision, then I hope it was the right one, and I wish them luck. Obviously, multi-boxing I never saw as an issue because you're paying that many subs, and this game would have a hard time. Yep, I agree. I don't mind multi-boxing if there are no violations of the rules. And yep, let's get back to stream. I'm already in the Discord. Okay, cool, awesome.
So it was just a awesome opportunity. I still think, a lot of the things that we're trying to do are 100% crazy. But that's also what, that's also what attracted me to it, because that's the fun part for me. Like, trying to creatively solve crazy problems is what game design is all about.
Like open development.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you aim to the stars and you may not hit the stars, but you may hit the moon, right? And it's gonna be it. It's still gonna be a decent result. Like, taking into account the number of systems and in-game mechanics that have been promised by Intrepid. I mean, if they manage to actually deliver that all, that would be impressive. If they manage to deliver like even 80% of them, and like 20% of that will not work and it's not going to be like something super serious, I'll be like, okay, like not a big deal. Thank you for those 80%. I think I'll be satisfied. Or you crash back down to earth. True. That's possible as well.
Yeah,
It is
exactly.
definitely a crazy experience for those of us like
Yep.
Bill and I who have like mostly done where we're developing and then we don't promote the product until like it's pretty much ready to go, right?
Flanker UA fan. Oh, bro. Okay, thank you for having that name. Yeah, so it's not always about relocation. You can create new office in Poland or Romania because you can find a lot of cheap developers, and there's true, actually true. There are many developers who work for foreign companies like in US and Europe, in Ukraine, and a lot of them left Ukraine because of all the situation, right? That's true. Like the salaries here are maybe like 2-3 times lower than in like if you compare them to US. Cause yeah, but even though they are lower, those people are still pretty decent in terms of expertise, skills, and like expertise, skills, and other stuff. So that could be an option, but once again, we're just speculating.
It's
Yep.
such a different experience for an alpha and beta for those products than it is for like what we're trying to do here at Intrepid. So obviously we're going to drive that home today because today's main topic is more about Alpha 2 that's coming up. But before we wrap up the introduction, I have one more question for you, which is more of like curiosity for the community and a little bit more fun. But like, what is your favorite MMO memory? Or maybe you don't have one. You have it's hard.
Yeah,
to
I mean, I have a ton, both as a player and as a developer. Truth be told, I'm a filthy casual MMO player though. And
Ew, brother. Ew. But okay, I'm just kidding. Casual players are people.
whenever I hear this question, I've gotten this question
I'm the complete
before.
opposite.
Are you watching this? I watched it yesterday, but I was also doing other stuff, so it was more of a, second monitor stuff. So I don't remember all the details and stuff like that.
I'm like,
I was gonna say I'm total opposite.
Yeah.
Steven and I are like, let's battle.
I know, but that's good. We fill each other's gaps, right?
Exactly.
The first memory that comes in my head whenever I hear this question is back early days of EQ, and funny.
Okay, I should make that joke. Okay, let's just keep watching.
It was me and him, and we were playing, and we were testing some early population in EQ, and it was just a simple encounter, and we're playing our dwarves. We always played as these stupid dwarves, and
You take that back.
got in.
Dwarves are not stupid.
Yeah,
Well,
dwarves aren't stupid.
You didn't know our dwarves.
Okay.
Our dwarves were definitely stupid. Because we pulled too many bears from this encounter and ran around like idiots for a while and thought we had lost them, and back then, like, our pathfinding was questionable, let's just say. So we thought for sure we were safe, and EverQuest, you could go into first person camera view too. So I was sitting in first person looking like right at his character, and then in the fog I see the bears come and it start to they're coming right at us from behind, and he's looking at me, and I'm trying to. This is before everybody before.
Yeah. Everyone who followed. Sorry, there is something wrong with notifications. I see that some people actually followed. Appreciate that very much. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. I can check it here, right? So it's Throne Drop. Thank you, Dragnon, Exo Bad AX97, Blue Tier Games, Flanker UA Fan, Double Drastic, Vlad, and the Toncologist. Thank you very much for following me. I'll make sure to do something about it because apparently OBS is smarter than me, and I need to actually figure out how that all works. But I guess that's not impossible because other people manage to do that, which means that it's possible. And if it's possible, then there's a chance that I can do that as well.
Or you used voice chat, right? It was all using text, and so I'm frantically trying to type out a warning to him, and and we just got wiped out by these bears, and I just thought this was early on. It it was so hysterical, and like the range of emotions that I went through in those like 45 seconds, I'd never really felt in a game before, and I just like I immediately like got up from my desk and ran to his office, and we sat there and we talked about it for for a good 10 minutes, and I was just like, at the end of that I was like, oh man, yeah, I think this is gonna be something like I've
We
never
found the magic.
yeah. Yeah, it was definitely because again, even as I think about it now, like I was there. Like it's not a memory of me playing a game. Like it's a memory in my head of me being there and looking at Kevin and this happening to us.
Yes.
And so it's like it was just something switched, and I was like, holy crap.
It's almost
we're building something different here.
It's that suspension
That's
of
true.
reality, really, which is, when you have those types of, and I've had those moments, Margaret's had some, we all had those moments who's probably watching, right? Where we're in a game and we just get so immersed.
The guy started working. Yeah, he said it was like 96 or something. Yo, buddy, when this all ends, you need to come back to Ukraine and we will go fishing again. I'll teach you how to fish. And we're gonna catch some, some stuff.
We get so into what's happening there, you forget actually that it's not, that it's a game almost, right? That it's like, and those are the moments. Those are definitely the moments that we want to recreate.
I feel like the big ones for me too are the trials and tribulations, right? Like where you have like the biggest feats that you're trying to overcome, like wiping on a boss multiple times until you finally figure it out. Like that.
Oh yeah.
Those like, because once you do it, you're like, yeah, we finished it and we figured it out, and like then you start mastering it and you just like clean it up every week. I think like those are like the cool moments with like the interaction between the.
Wait, cool moments? Like that's something that I genuinely hated in New World, like the need to do the same dungeons over and over again just to get that one specific drop, because it's just terrible. And the worst part about it is that it was kind of gate capped, because it was necessary to have a key, or just anyone in your group was supposed to have a key to enter the dungeon. So it was not something that you can just do non-stop till that happens. No, there was like a lot of obstacles on your way. And like I remember doing Lazarus Expedition probably like 60 times or something, but then I was like, this is just terrible. Like I can't take it. I can grind mobs for 16 hours a day for like a month. That's not a problem for me. But this, I can't tolerate that. It's just
the other players that you're creating.
And those are some of the things that I always harp on, especially with junior designers. I'm like, hey, we're building things, and it's cool. We're getting to express ourselves and build things, but leave room for the player to, because it's those stories that they can tell afterwards.
Absolutely.
That are where the real magic is. So it's like we can design the player completely out of experiences if we wanted to, and that's so. And for junior designers, sometimes that's the, that's what they think the job is.
Right.
and so yeah, it's always making sure that both in our game systems and in our lore, that we're leaving room for players to contribute and to be part of it. And that's another thing that attracted me to Steven's whole philosophy with how we're running Ashes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, with that, we're going to kind of transition. We could probably sit here and chat with Bill all day about games, but we do have to do this show before I have a baby. I'm like, just so everyone gets their bingo card.
And my goodness. Oh my God, Margaret.
I am massive
That
now.
baby is ready to go.
Impeccable timing. Right before Alpha 2, she's like, okay, boys, sorry, I'm busy. I'm gonna be busy for a month or two. You deal with that while I'm away. I mean, I'm joking, obviously. It is what it is.
I am definitely hoarding a watermelon at this moment. You probably can't tell when I'm just like this, but my stomach is huge. I'm due
smokes
anytime, so we'll see. Hopefully we make it through. I think I saw some people in the chat who were like, I'm worried she's gonna have her baby on stream. We're were joking around about it when we were recording,
Yesterday,
but
yeah.
I think we'll be okay.
20 weeks leave and call.
So for those of you who can't see below, we usually have our run of show down below so you can kind of know what's coming up. But we have our guide to Alpha 2, which will incorporate a bunch of stuff. We just want to make sure that everyone has an understanding of what is coming, especially like what is going to be the features that will be at launch, as well as we will have an article that will go out with that as well later in the week. We will do a studio update, a little art update, and then we'll answer some of your questions. This will be the last.
Oh, actually, hang on. Did they actually publish the article or not yet? News, let's take a look quickly. Oh yeah, they did. Okay. Ah, no, it's just whatever.
Last pre-grabbed Q&A. In the future, we're going to kind of transfer those into live Q&A. So we'll be pulling questions live. We always pull questions live, but we're going to try to just like do more of those versus like the pre-generated ones.
I can imagine the amount of spam. People will be just spamming their questions over and over again before they actually get a reply. So yeah, good luck with that. But it's a good idea because you actually have an opportunity to communicate, like, directly. Maybe your question will not be answered, but someone's will.
So you're just going to see the live streams change quite a bit as we move into Alpha 2, and we'll be doing more gameplay with our players and things like that. So you're just going to see big changes with the format of the live streams, and this is the start.
It's going to be a significant transition, but we feel that this is an appropriate transition given the stage that the product will be moving into with Alpha 2. And what we want our focuses to be with these community updates, right? With how we're engaging with our audience. And it'll complement that road, that path that we've set forth with regards to how we're going to be updating Alpha 2, how we're going to be iterating on Alpha 2, bug fixing, all of the things that go into increasing the quality of the product, expanding the quality of the product. The live stream will be now serviced to continue that, and in a different paradigm.
Yeah, it'll kind of be like, you'll see little patch, like maybe some pre-formatted videos that are more like patch note style. You're going to kind of see something like that here with the guide to Alpha 2. And then we'll still do some gameplay oriented things as well. It just kind of depends on what features are coming up, especially for our big updates versus the smaller ones. The bigger updates, you'll probably see those as more of kind of like the previews that we've done in the past. But yeah, you're just going to be seeing some changes, keep that in your minds as expectations as we move forward. But let's go on to our quick reminders. Of course, we do have our YouTube subscriber comment spotlight. This one's a little long, so I'm probably going to ask they asked multiple questions, Steven, so I'll just do it in sections instead of reading it all at once because it's a lot. Right. But if you
just 1 second, boys. I'm gonna deal with the settings here. Just 1 quick second and I'll be back. Sorry for that. And hang on. Okay, there we go. Yoink. And okay, should be fine now, right? Okay, there we go.
Who would like to be spotlighted in the future, just make sure that you're subscribed to us over on our YouTube channel. You have to make sure that you're...
When are you gonna play some games on stream? That's gonna happen on October 25th. I'm gonna be logging into Alpha 2. Elden Ring DLC. No, I'm not a fan of single player games. I'm sorry. Sorry to disappoint you.
Subscribe publicly, because otherwise we can't tell that you're subscribed. It's very strange. And then leave your comment on the development update video, not the preview video. But I will transfer over to this. So the first thing here is they're curious.
Oh my God, this thing is huge.
This is from we pick randomly. Visar31 wants to know, I'm curious to know if the intended mechanics of design for relics have changed during development. When Steven picked up the relic, was it automatically put into the node's reliquary? Or is this something
Oh, that's the question about the previous live stream with the Firebrand reveal, if I recall correctly. Yeah, they took the relic before the dragon appeared. And first of all, we didn't even, like, that's one of the things that I mentioned in my video about that. So first of all, we don't know what that relic does. Like, what's the purpose of having it? What kind of effect does it have? And so that's basically the question about that, which is good, but we still don't know, like, what's the point of having that act? Does it give some buff to the node? Because it kind of should be like that way, if I recall correctly. And just 1 second, sorry. Yeah, and I mean, no info. And so I'm like, Steven, come on, you showed us the relic for the first time. Can you like tell us more about it? Because we would like to know that actually, you know? Yeah, sorry, I'm still dealing with the settings here. Like, meanwhile, sorry if for a few seconds, I look away. Hope it's not a big deal.
Does when they return to the node. We'll start there.
Okay, they're talking about, we picked up the relic. They're talking about the firebrand egg.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what they're
Yeah,
referencing?
exactly.
So, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so so the relic system is still having some outstanding feature work that's necessary. And there are different types
Yeah.
of relics that can be acquired. Generally, the way that relics will be serviced is through our cargo system, which means that you will be required to either have a mule or a caravan, or later down the road, depending on the size of the relic, perhaps a merchant ship that can facilitate the dimensions of the relic, and it does conform to the spatial grid confinements of the cargo space in the caravan or any other cargo hold, that you will then have to bring back to the node. You can be interrupted through PvP with that transition if you want to.
Oh, that's interesting. So it's like a cargo, which means it's gonna be like, I don't know what's the correct word for it, but if you play a game like Rust or similar, it's like counter raiding. So basically, you may not be the one who actually gets the relic, but you may be the one who is waiting for someone to get that relic so that you can intercept them later, like, and rob them basically and raid their caravan. What is huge? What is huge? I would tell you what is huge, but not on this stream. You know, but he only likes Resident Evil 5 and MMOs. Only 50% of that statement is actually true. I like Resident Evil 4 and 6, not 5. You streamer now, she's gonna have to play something else sooner or later. We'll see.
There might also be some relics upon completion of the quest or completion of the task that just automatically get granted to the node.
Polarin and Polarina. Thank you so much for following. Appreciate you. Thank you for support.
It kind of depends on what the purpose of the relic is, right? There's a lot of common relics out there, and there's a lot of exclusive relics that need to be fought over or potentially stolen or, you know, pursued if a node acquires it.
Okay. Now moving to the next.
I am now, sir. Now, no. Oh, hello, my future guild. What's the right word for it in English? Say again. Like, guildmate, right? Is there a word like that in English? At least I hope so, but you get the point. Welcome to the stream.
It would be interesting if another raid arrived, kind of like what you were basically saying, Steven, from a different node and was able to steal the relic if they killed the player carrying it,
right?
Whether they knew that there was one there or not. While most of the majority of the relics will benefit all citizens of a node and their vassal nodes, will there be relics that only benefit patron guilds of a node and its vassal nodes?
I can understand now why Margaret stops after each question, because when you read this whole paragraph, Steven will be like, what? Like, he would already forget what was on the beginning of this by the time she actually reads
now that excuse me, that just focus on benefiting those groups. However, there is flexibility in the relic system where you can assign different types of benefits to different types of groups. That is functionality that we want to preserve for relics, right? The types of buffs that they grant, whether it be zone of influence wide or down to just individual groups, I think is pretty expansive. And again, just to talk a little bit about like that concept of another group coming and trying to take the relic as you're bringing it back. Those are the types of like player experiences that we want to provide tools for. We don't exactly want to curate what that's going to end up looking like, but we provide the environment in which, should other players want to do those things, whether it be through subterfuge, espionage, the spies that they might have, like that's the type of player dynamicism that we want to see in the sand park, that they have an opportunity to create those then player driven experiences.
Exactly. So that was one of the topics that was heavily debated on the forums, and I participated in that forum PvP a lot. Spent a lot of time there, but yeah, there's just one thing that people do not really understand, in my opinion, that the fact that it is possible, like the opportunity to rate someone is possible, it doesn't necessarily mean that the game encourages you to do that. Because when it comes to caravans, for example, yeah, it's possible to raid someone's caravan, but whether, like, would that actually be financially beneficial, or like, would it make sense from the time management perspective? Because you could, I don't know, spend 2 hours for looking for a caravan, then 30 minutes to win the fight, and you actually have to win that fight first, then summon your caravan, then deliver it somewhere. You still lose a portion of cargo when you open the crates or when you deliver it, like if you open the crates, right? And maybe you would just simply make more money with no issues and no luck involved, and without 10 extra what's the word for it, the variables, with 10 extra variables that may be good for you or bad for you. So without all those emotional oscillations that you will have to go through. So maybe that's going to be an option, right? And maybe just farming would make more sense than trying to raid someone. But there's a category of people that are not used to this kind of game with like open world PvP with risk versus reward, and of course their brain immediately creates a scenario, like the worst case scenario, that the moment they leave the safe area, there's going to be 20 max level players whose only purpose in the game is just to kill them. No, it's not going to be like that. Like, you're not the center of the universe. Like, yeah, that is not impossible, and maybe that's going to happen, like, sometime, but you would, like, that may be just 1% of your playtime. So would you get so mad or get extremely upset or have a mental breakdown because of the 1% of the game time that you had? Or you would appreciate the 99% that were actually good instead? Because, like, I just don't get that mentality, like, personally. But I mean, we're all people, we're all different.
Right, and the last part here. Lastly, if a found relic is not automatically sent to the reliquary, are there any benefits provided to the carrier while it is in their possession, possibly tempting them to keep it?
Not right now. Not that that's planned. No, the relic isn't meant to be kept or hoarded by an individual, right? It is.
That's not the
It
design of
is. It's a hot potato, right? You want to get that thing back to a safe space, and until you do that, you're in jeopardy.
If you are interested in something like that, maybe the artifact system is more something that you.
Sure.
That would
Absolutely.
entice you. Yeah. So there is a system that is kind of like that for those, and that is like one individual gets that item for a period of time, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, but that's not. Just to be clear, that's not relics.
No,
that's
separate.
Those are artifact level rarity items that can drop within the world.
Yep. And then the last reminder here is that we do have our next dev discussion is up. We are going to be wrapping it up here shortly. It is in regards to AoE form and function. So we would love to know. We have a bunch of different prompts there for you, so definitely go check it out. There's quite a few, so I'm not going to list out all the questions that the development has, but go over there, tell us your thoughts, make sure that you pop those over there. Our next one is going to be about crowd control. So I know y'all have opinions about that. So definitely keep an eye out for that. We post those things on social. We make sure that we plastered it everywhere. So definitely tell us your thoughts and feedback on that front. And with that, we are going to swap over to our next
Now, people always focus on the 1% bad, it's normal. Go to any game Reddit. That's true. That's called negativity bias in cognitive psychology. And that's the reason why when you open the news, like any news in any part of the world, it's going to be negative views. Like someone died, someone got killed, something got stolen, yada, 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 right? The reason for that, because nobody gives a fuck if there was if you saw in the news, like, hello, today we are in Texas, the weather is great, everyone is happy, absolutely nothing is going on, people would be just like, the fuck am I supposed to do with this information, right? So, but that, like, everything negative draws our McGonagall died. Yeah, rip. I would, like, my magic wand is not with me, but I would raise it as a sign of solidarity, right? So what I'm trying to say is, it also goes deep into evolutionary psychology, because that is actually a reason why we survived all those, tigers and mammoths and other animals, because we were we learned to pay attention and prioritize everything that is dangerous to us. Because if you're like walking by a bush with berries and you miss it, I mean, probably you won't die. But if you walk past a bush and there is a tiger in that bush and you don't pay attention to it, rip, right? So this is the reason why humans, as a biological species, are kind of hardwired to pay more attention to anything that can be like remotely negative, dangerous, or risky, or anything like that.
Topic here, which is our Alpha 2 guide. The first thing that we have on our list is actually we have a little hype video to get people excited.
Oh, do we? Nice. Okay.
Obviously, again, the launch date.
Sorry, whoever is watching the stream on TikTok, feel free to come join on Twitch, right? Because you're gonna have a better picture, better quality, better everything. You'll be able to interact with me in chat, ask questions. If you're new to Ashes, I'll be glad to answer your questions. And yeah, we get back. Actually, I'm gonna move hang on. I'm gonna make it look a little bit better, right? Yeah, there we go. Should be fine now, right?
Okay. Is October 25th, 2024. We're almost there. We have 1 month on our end. We're prepping for it. I don't know if you two want to talk a little bit about how we're prepping for that before we kind of show this.
And China won't track you as fast. I kind of missed what is this reference about, but I mean, China can track anyone.
This video.
Prepping for, yeah, just right now, I mean, we are starting a 3-day NDA test this weekend with over 9,000. I know, no, it's
still under NDA.
Yeah. Over 9,000 Alpha 1 testers have been invited for this weekend's test. We have a test every weekend moving forward that we have planned. Obviously the team is working around the clock. It is a very, very tense, exciting, passionate, scary, and exciting time. All of the above, all the emotions you can think of here at the studio. But yeah, I don't know, Bill, if you want to talk a little bit about prep and experience on the team right now for Alpha 2.
It's just, we're trying to get as much in as we can and see how it goes and react and be as nimble as we can to both, continue to put in new content and new features, but react as well and fine tune things so that we're, trying to make the game better every day.
Yeah, and just to give you guys like context, we completed our milestone 10. I believe it was on Monday. Was it on Monday? Was this Monday? No. It was it was Monday or Tuesday. Tuesday. Sorry. And we began our milestone 11
Wednesday.
Right, we began our milestone 11, which our focus from a project management perspective now has been moved the teams to Kanban as we kind of test and react, right? And every week, we're getting in, every day we're getting in, we're testing Alpha 2, we're finding the bugs that are most.
Is there anyone who can explain me like I'm 5? What's the difference between Kanban and Agile? Is like because I don't know. Like I remember hearing something like about this yesterday, but I'm like I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's problematic. We're prioritizing them. We're triaging them. We have the teams that begin to work on them. We have, our cutoffs and deadlines for build processes as we take those builds to external testers. And we have our QA teams in Europe, and we have our QA teams here internally in the States. A lot of things are starting to move and transition. And then obviously from a team perspective, as we now move from more of this kind of DevOps to kind of split between live ops and DevOps at the same time, that transition can always be difficult, but it's one that the team is undergoing.
My team for sure is going to be changing up their schedule quite a bit because we want to be able to support those weekends and have 24/7 coverage from a community perspective. But there are people who, because obviously we're speaking dev speak, I know there are some people who have used these processes before.
Those words are just for project managers to feel like they're doing something important. Gotcha. That's
in other
fair enough, I guess.
industries. But there are people who are wondering, what is Kanban versus, you didn't say what we were using before, but we were doing Agile before. I don't know if you can kind of talk a little bit about
Yeah, just to give you guys a little bit of a understanding on the difference there is like, obviously you have these backlog boards, you have these Kanban boards where, based on priority, things will shift and move on that board at any given moment.
These
and
are tasks or bugs,
particular
things like that.
A particular developer is going to go to that board and find the highest prioed task and grab that next, as opposed to when you have these more agile methodologies such as sprint planning. You have these velocities that the team can accomplish within any given sprint time frame, and then you pre-plan out all of the intended ship
just blah blah. And what do you mean?
Completed items within that sprint for that sprint. So it's just kind of.
Oh, you mean what they're talking about, probably. Yeah, that's kind of not really important. So, I mean, nobody would complain about the fact that they missed it and they didn't hear like it on the stream, whether they use Kanban, Agile, or Scrum, or I don't know, whichever other fancy word they use to describe just the process of developing a game, right? I guess that's not really important. I don't know why they talk about it, but maybe that tells something to other people, like explains more about the development process, because maybe someone is curious about it. Well, that's definitely not me, because I'm not familiar with the subject, but
like
I mean,
it's
whatever.
a more test and react happy, friendly space to be with Kanban, and it kind of services our needs that we have for the studio and the product right now over the course of the next month.
So hopefully that gives you a little bit. But before we get into things, we'll just play this little video and kind of take a look back at some of the content that we've been working on in the past, and building us up to this Alpha 2, and some of the amazing content creators who have been watching the content that we've been creating.
Oh, I remember they fucked up the first one, so I'm wondering whether it's gonna be bad this time as well. Well, that's a recording, so probably it's gonna be fucked up.
Every single month since September, I've said the exact same thing, and that is, this is the best live stream of the year. This is the best live stream of the year.
Yep. It's fucked up. We're gonna skip it. Hang on. Okay.
I don't know why. It's not a laggy video, I promise you. I think something's going on with not dropping frames, but maybe I'm making sure.
Yeah, I wonder what it is.
We'll try to play it one more time. Sorry.
Nope, shit happens. It's okay.
Every single.
Oh, hang on, let me make it center it first, so that people on TikTok actually see the trailer.
Since September, I've said the exact same thing, and that is, this is the best live stream of the year. This is the best live stream of the year. I'm gonna come out and I'm just gonna say it was a 10 for me.
Because it's like, dang, like Intrepid is
short trailer. Could be better, honestly, but not,
So
but
pretty
not that bad in
exciting.
general,
Sorry
I would
about the
say.
initial, I don't know what happened.
Oh.
Really, all I did was like re-put it.
Nice. I was talking to people on TikTok, and I didn't even see that my mic is muted there. So whoever joined on TikTok, sorry. You couldn't hear me before that, but you can now. My
In the
apologies.
scene, so I really don't know, and I don't have any drop frames, so.
I dig that hype video. That was cool. I like that we grabbed a lot of the content creators in the community and included them in that. That was awesome. Who did that?
Kyle Grossman put that together, and Mike made like the little graphic
Nice.
part at the end.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Who are all those young-looking developers?
I know, right? I think that's from our previous like December little thing that we did when we did kind of a bunch of Q&A with a bunch of developers, which was really fun.
That's cool.
But yeah, trying to get people excited. So to kick things off, obviously the first things first is dates. You saw there that Alpha 2 starts October 25th, and this is for players who attained Alpha 2 access.
Oh yeah, I
a
remember
giveaway, so if you
people
got any of the
people in chat were asking about Narc. Like there are so many people, like why Narc is not mentioned. Yeah, there's like, because basically Narc is the biggest right now, like when it comes to content creators who focus exclusively on Ashes. I mean, if I recall correctly, he might have a few videos about other games, but in general, like the vast majority of his videos are about
giveaways.
Ashes.
Notice we did do a little giveaway a day or two, maybe yesterday. We will be doing more of those, so stay tuned for those type of things. They will come in little patches here and there. So if you got it through a giveaway, if you purchased a Kickstarter pack that has Alpha 2, or a Kickstarter add-on that has Alpha 2, or a pre-order pack or pre-order pack add-on that has Alpha 2, that will give you access on October 25th. If you purchased the first wave bundle, you will start on November 8th, 2024. And if you purchased a second wave bundle, that will be December 20th. And then if you purchased a third wave bundle, you'll be joining us in May 1st, 2025. So just kind of keeping in mind those dates. We will have an article that goes over kind of basically everything that we're going to go over today. And that will be coming out probably next week with some more details. But yeah, that is the first bit, just to make sure everyone gets the dates right, knows when those are. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask us. We are always willing to answer those as we move forward. The next thing is kind of just talking a little bit about Alpha 2 and
Okay, we get to
what
the
people can
interesting part
expect.
finally.
And I think before we do that, we're going to play a little Guide to Alpha 2 video, and hopefully
Yeah, let me
this
open
one
the door.
doesn't lag when I play. So we will play through that, and then we'll come back and we'll be talking a little bit more about the features, showing off the map, as well as some of the archetype abilities and things of that sort. So we'll see you all in a short bit.
Okay, wait, are they actually begin the Lionhold preview? Oh no, it's the guide. Okay.
Hello, adventurer. Welcome to Ashes of Creation Alpha 2, where the world of Verra is yours to explore and shape. Ashes of Creation Alpha 2 is an important early testing phase, which will be continually updating. As a participant, your journey will help shape the game's future.
Actually, I remember watching this trailer. I liked it because it was like kind of, short, informative, and it really, what's the right word for it? Like new player friendly. So if a person has never heard anything about Ashes and they watch it, they'll just, after 5 minutes, they'll get some basic understanding of what the game is about in general,
Through providing feedback and hunting down bugs to help us refine the world of Verra. When you first step through the portal, you'll begin your journey across various regions. One of these is the city of Lionhold, a Kalar military outpost. It's the launch point for their efforts to reclaim their ancestral home.
You can just, loop this video, make a 10-hour long version of it, upload to YouTube, and just enjoy,
Here, you'll meet the locals and embark on countless quests and adventures. As you continue your journey through Verra, you'll discover the Citadel of the Steel Bloom. Once the proud headquarters of the Order of the Steel Bloom, now it's abandoned and overrun by mercenary bandits. treasures, dangers, and untold stories await. You may be wondering, how will I travel to all of these places? Don't worry, adventurer. There are so many ways to explore Verra, including a variety of mounts to carry you across vast landscapes, through the dense forest, and over rugged mountains to reach your destinations. Nodes are a major part of our journey, offering you choices that will shape the world. Will you join the node of Winstead or ally with the city of Miralith? Each decision shapes the world, and the node you choose will grow, thrive, and evolve based on your...
I actually like the previous part because, like, I enjoy seeing the parts of the stream when you, like, look at the node and you see NPCs, like, actually doing something. So one of them is, I don't know, cleaning the street, another one is, you know, carrying some boxes or just, you know, chilling or doing whatever. That's one of the factors that really contribute to immersion, and I'm glad that they're actually doing that.
Contributions.
But at the same time, I remember people, like, there was a comment in the chat that I noticed yesterday that someone was complaining, like, oh, not every single NPC is moving, so some of them are just standing still and not doing anything. And I'm like, bro, it doesn't need to be perfect, like, right now. It should be just good enough for Alpha 2. All those, you know, tiny details, polishing and stuff like that, all that can be added later. It's not a big deal. You know, making NPCs move or, you know, just do whatever, it's not gonna bring more people to the game. It's not gonna, like, greatly contribute to player retention. But you know what will? Combat, in-game systems like, you know, caravans, PvP, archetypes, that will bring people, and that's the priority, and that's what they should focus on right now, not on some tiny details that may be like number 247 on their priority list. So yeah.
What are those contributions, you ask? You can help expand your node by trading, crafting, and helping it grow into a prosperous city. You can fight creatures, complete quests, participate in events, commissions, and mayoral commissions, node wars, and of course, gathering. Throughout your journey, you'll find valuable resources in the wild, from ores to herbs to lumber. Each resource plays a vital role in the development of both your node and your character. Caravans are another way to aid your node. Transporting vital goods is essential for your new home's development. But be wary, other players may seek to claim your cargo for themselves. Caravans aren't the only place where you'll face off against other players. Don your equipment and prepare for node wars, where skill, strategy, powerful gear, and teamwork will determine victory or defeat. Travel to Oakenbane Keep to challenge the formidable beasts lurking within. Not all threats are ordinary. Deep in the wild, Tumok, the one-eyed Cyclops.
You can download audio track with your voice and upload it to AI service to dub any text you want. Yeah, that's called voice cloning. I actually played with it once, and surprisingly, if you have a good sample, like an original sample, you will like barely tell the difference, like notice the difference, right, between the real voice and the clone voice. So yeah, that's actually a good advice and recommendation.
Awaits. Beware, he doesn't take kindly to intruders.
Tumok.
The world of Verra is alive and ever-changing, shaped by your choices. So prepare yourself, adventurer. Alpha 2 is just the...
Yeah, this moment with Firebrand, it really feels like I had some Game of Thrones flashbacks. You remember, like, that was season 7, I believe, when Daenerys and her dragon, they attacked the Lannister army and kind of fucked them up a little bit using the dragon. So yeah, it kind of looked very similar to that. I'm like, oh, that's kind of epic.
Beginning. The journey awaits. Will you rise to the challenge?
Oh, sorry.
Well, it seems like people liked the video. Thanks for the
Yeah.
nice comments about my narration.
I was digging the narration. That was great.
Oh, you see, she's saying thank you.
Yeah, Kyle wrote the script and put the video together, and obviously we took some of our footage over the time frame as well. So thank you to
Top G's voice clone was funny. Yeah, but I got so much backlash for that. I don't know why, because like I expected everyone to understand that this was a joke, and it clearly was, but it was kind of funny. Like, just as I said, maybe I have a little bit like, weird sense of humor, but I thought that was funny, and I kind of laughed at it when I rewatched it, but yeah.
I believe, I
True.
think most of those were like our PI folks who joined us. So appreciate you guys helping us capture some of that footage.
I think I realized why this game will never be mainstream popular. There may be a lot of reasons for that, to be honest, because it's not a game for everyone. It doesn't really satisfy the needs of the average modern MMO player. That's like games in the market right now, they all have hot. Okay, yeah, true. So Ashes of Creation dead on arrival because like no hot anime girls. Gotcha.
But yeah, we've been working towards this. This is everything that you've been seeing is this content that you're going to be playing. So I think some people are like, hey, we've seen some of this stuff before. It's like, yeah, because that's what we've been building, and now you get to experience it. And obviously our NDA testers have been already experiencing a lot of that, helping us work out the bugs. A lot of what we're working out on that front is more this stability side of things. So it is the queuing system.
Somehow,
which is not the most fun stuff to test, the stress testing of the realms.
Not even joking, in Asian markets, it's a must-have ADM. Some games devs have even announced that they will not have any male characters at all. Somehow, I'm more interested in Asian market now, but let's keep this part.
Like that. And obviously, once we go into October 25th, the main key thing that we're trying to test then is going to be that content that we have.
It was not kind of funny. It was funny. Not mainstream popular. Will be like 3-4 mil at lunch. Girls come later. Well, 3-4. That should be good. I don't know. Like, if it will have like at least 1 million, that's gonna be good. I would consider it a success, obviously. But I've heard other people speculating about it. So if everything goes well and Intrepid actually delivers what they promised, like I would expect something between 1 and 2 millions or so. Because if New World managed to accumulate like 900k CCU on launch, oh wait, it was CCU, but the number of actual players was more than that. Whatever, but
there. And finding all those bugs. And we know it's buggy. That's the whole point of this. So we just want to make it clear that alpha is not a game. It is a testing phase, and there are going to be bugs. They're going to be...
I don't know why, but like I have a slight headache because the headset is kind of pushing on my ears and on my head. And the weird part about it is that I'm kind of like sitting like this for like, I don't know, 12 hours a day. And I've never had that before, but somehow I do. Is that analytics or personal preference? Something tells me that it's both.
Be a lot of bugs, and we would love for you to help us hunt those down. We're going to have a system in game
over
that
2
you
mils
can
at lunch.
Bug and bug those things for us. We will also have feedback forums. We'll have surveys that will be going out to users, and all kinds of ways that we can iterate on feedback. We've been doing focus groups as well, so you may see some of those things come up, and you may be personally invited to those based on your gameplay, because we will be looking at like specific people's accounts that make sense for the type of feedback we're looking for. So it's going to be a very interesting process, something that you maybe haven't experienced from other games before, where you're really like sitting with the developers and giving us your thoughts, and you're consuming that.
You know what? I'll leave just for 30 seconds. I gotta open the door because it's getting hot as fuck here. Be right back in a second. I'll let the stream on, like the video on, and I'll be right back.
We had some great focus groups actually that you're talking about, Margaret, with some of the NDA testers over the course of the last few weeks that the community team put together, which the developers obviously got to sit in and kind of hear directly from players as they were playing particular systems or classes or whatever. And we are planning to continue doing those as Alpha 2 progresses, as new systems come online, as new features and content gets introduced. Right, this is the type of rapport that we want to build with the community from a development perspective, so that we can most accurately articulate what players are looking for, the experiences that they enjoy, the experiences that they didn't enjoy. And I think a lot of times when you get into those types of conversations, you can start moving into the realm of like solution crafting from a player perspective. And I will say that when we talk about the types of feedback that are most beneficial for us as a development team, really what we're looking to hear from players is your experience, not so much the types of solutions that you or others might think can apply to the situation, but rather what was it about a particular system or piece of content that you enjoyed? Why did you enjoy it? Why did you not enjoy it? Right? Kind of elaborate on the player experience aspect. And then we take that puzzle and we start incorporating either the complexities and how it relates to many other systems and how we can address those experiences or expand upon them. Those are the best ways to kind of, elicit, I think, proper feedback from the community. And I think that the community's been doing.
Fair enough. That's actually a good point because I did when I saw something, I was like, okay, maybe they should change it because there's something I don't like, and I wrote a suggestion. So basically, suggestions are good, but that's not what they are primarily looking for. So they basically want to share, but at the same time, experience is something subjective. And if you take, I don't know, 10,000 subjective opinions and and analyze them in total as a whole sample, it's still 10,000 subjective opinions. So the conclusion may not always be objective. So there may be something that people don't like I don't know, 60% of people don't like and 40% like it, but at the same time, that decision or system or mechanic is good for it's a good design because if you change it, then some other systems will be affected or will not work, or they will just get completely fucked up or something like that. Sorry, it's a bit difficult for me to, put words in sentences at the moment because I'm just a little bit tired, and I don't know why, because I'm not supposed to be tired now, but it is what it is.
Doing a great job with that thus far, right? We have collected a lot of really actionable, good pieces of feedback.
So don't tell us how to fix our game. Tell us what you don't like. We'll decide how to Yeah, exactly.
Over the course of our normal monthly developer updates and how we kind of interact with the community, now that's going to get a little bit more up close and personal as we move into Alpha 2.
Yeah, and the community team actually has been working, I believe Vacnar has been working on a how-to guide for better feedback reports. We've obviously done bug reporting in the past and how to template for that, but we'll have a feedback template as well. And that will kind of help guide people's, when you make your own threads, please try to use that. That would be very helpful for us because then we'll be able to get more valuable feedback. Really, the goal for us is to figure out what those trouble points that you guys are having and let us figure out the solutions. I think that's the big thing. You can provide some, but that's really where things get better for us, is to make sure that we know where the trouble points are. And a lot of times we're like, oh yeah, we already knew that. We're already having a process for that. So we normally are on the same page as you guys, especially with the reporting that we've had so far. Nothing has come to us as a major surprise. I think that we get that question sometimes in our Q&A, which is has there been any surprises? And obviously there are surprises when it comes to development finds that we find where we have a trouble points in the engine or whatever it might be, or some kind of
yeah, that's a comment that kind of I don't see the original comment, but this one kind of describes the way some of the community members sometimes behave and the conclusions they make. So we want you to leave feedback in this template, basically in this format. So you don't want our feedback. That's Yeah,
system,
that's
but
kind
it
of
is usually not in regards to
unfortunate that people
the
think that
features
way.
that we're creating. We normally are like, yeah, we knew that was going to be a problem because we're not quite finished with that yet. And as we get further along in these phases, you'll see those things become more polished and completed. First things first is that obviously we've talked about this before, but Alpha 2, we're planning to, on October 25th, release the end.
Yeah, just a quick word. Whoever joined on Twitch, thank you for joining the first stream ever. This is the first stream on the channel. It's been a very long time since the last time I streamed, so you're welcome. I appreciate you coming here. Whoever is watching on YouTube, same applies to you. Thank you for coming. I see like we have already some likes. If you haven't left a like, I would appreciate if you do so. And you can also subscribe to the channel and follow on Twitch. That would help a lot because like both my channels are not big enough, but the only way I can change it is with your help. And also viewers on both Twitch and YouTube, you are very welcome to join my Discord server. There's links below the YouTube stream. There are links in the Twitch panels. You're welcome. Come hang out with me while the stream is not on. We can talk about stuff, both game related and IRL, and kind of grow the community of like-minded people who are patiently waiting for Alpha 2.
NDA. So we're hoping that we can release the NDA and allow people to stream, capture footage, make your articles, do whatever it is that you would like. But just keeping in mind that there are going to be a lot of bugs. Again, this is not a polished, finished game. This is a true alpha of our project. So it is more
like,
you know.
You know what the funny thing is? It doesn't matter how many times they will actually say like, guys, this is alpha. It's not early access. It's not a finished game. You should expect alpha experience. So there will be bugs. There will be, something not working properly. But that's the point of it. Like we have alpha just to, test stuff and to understand what the issues are and to fix that. And I'm like 100% sure that the moment when alpha starts, there's going to be a huge number of people complaining about that and saying like, oh, it's not a finished game. I found a bug. This doesn't work. Like, mark my words, like screenshot this, clip this. I don't care because like, I'm pretty sure that it's going to be the case. Like, there's going to be like more than like a 6-digit number of people who will participate in Alpha 2, right? At least we expect so. It's going to be happening. Like, it's going to be happening more times than it should, So, I kind of know that it will happen, and I'm kind of trying to prepare myself for it, because I'll be also seeing all this, and I'll be like shaking my head, but...
Prototype of, like, the world.
Yeah, and
everything's
I think
subject to change.
Active development.
Yeah.
Active development, yeah. And I think we're experiencing a lot of kind of the community.
Just a general feeling, games like Overwatch, Genshin, FF16, are beating out the competition live service, and they're hot girls. Yeah. We need bikini armor in Ashes. That's the only thing that can save this game.
The conversation that we saw back during Alpha 1, right?
Hey, Kale, hello. Yeah, eventually I launched the first stream. Nice to have you here. Glad that you came. Hello, brother. Hello.
Right, prior to Alpha
watching.
1 and even prior to Alpha 0, there are obviously, expectations that are set perhaps that are not in line with what Alpha 2 is intending to deliver.
I like this comment. Phase 1 should be NDA. While I don't think it should, because it's simply not gonna be possible. Because why they had a chance to make Alpha 1 NDA in these spot tests? Because first of all, people invested money, like a decent amount of money. So I believe Alpha 1 packs were like $500 and above, right? So if you spend $500, there's a significantly lower chance that someone will actually break the NDA and share something, right? But and there's only like a few thousand of people, and they like not all of them are actually invited to the spot tests, I believe. So they said that they will now invite 9,000 people, and I believe there was in total like around 11,000 Alpha 1 testers or so, or like 11 or 14, something like that, right? But when you have like 150,000 people on Alpha 2, you can't tell everyone. I mean, you can theoretically tell everyone, like, hey guys, it's under NDA to not share anything. And people will be like, yeah, good luck with that. Because they will just leak everyone, leak everything, right? Because it's just too many people and you can't control that. So even though it could theoretically make sense to make phase 1 like NDA, practically it's either impossible or pointless or all of the above combined.
And what the purpose of Alpha 2 is, right? Which is to refine these core gameplay loops, which is to implement the additional
No NDA for Alpha 2. No, there won't be any NDA for Alpha 2.
Content loops that we're looking for to stabilize the product, the game client, as well as our backend infrastructures. This is especially in phase 1 and 2. As we move into phase 3, that's when a lot of those stability and performance efforts in phase 1 and 2 will have now been kind of addressed. And phase 3, you will see a lot more systems and features get fleshed out, where the core gameplay loops are going to be a bit broader.
Yeah, so basically phase 1 is we start and test the performance, like whether server is capable of, dealing with all those thousands of people simultaneously. Phase 2, okay, we're gonna add a bit more content, and phase 3, we're gonna add like literally everything else. So yeah.
Just keeping in mind
TLDR.
that, as part of our community who tune in to these monthly updates, you are also the advocates who we can rely upon to spread the message and the purpose of Alpha.
Like, yeah, that's the type of the comment that I was talking about. Why do the characters look like they're stomping on the ground when they walk and run? It looks so weird and uncomfortable. Buddy, who cares? Like, seriously, it doesn't matter. It's still not even in alpha. Like, not even in alpha 2. Just give them time. Let them focus on the things that are like more important, like 10 times more important, and then they will polish the rest. It's not rocket science. It should be obvious.
To the broader audiences that are less engaged, when people say, wait a minute, this isn't a finished game, our response is it's not intending to be. This is
exactly that's exactly what I'm talking about. There's going to be a shit ton of people who will be mad because they will be like, oh, I thought Alpha 2 is good, I can play it, and it's gonna be all the content because I saw that in the other games. No, you won't.
Alpha 2, where we are testing the core pillars of the game, the core systems of the game, and the functionality of it.
Yeah, this is the time where we're looking for y'all to help us figure out what are the things we should lean into, what are the things we should back away from, or are not, and even the things that when I say back away from, that doesn't mean forget. Yeah. Right. But yeah, it's really an opportunity for you to help us make decisions to define what that play experience is going to be, both initially and long term, because all ideas are valid and we want to hear your ideas. It's just a matter of when and how.
Exactly. So they are asking for feedback. That's also one of the things that I noticed. They're asking for feedback. People provide feedback, and they're like, okay, we're gonna take this into account, and this is like, thank you for your feedback. We're not gonna, like, it's either irrelevant or like it's a suggestion that doesn't really make sense, or like it's just one of the options that they considered, but they decided to choose another option. And people just literally get mad, like, oh, they don't listen to feedback. No, they actually do, but like it doesn't necessarily mean that they will, like, take your opinion and use it the way, like, make changes according to what you want. But it still doesn't want it. Yeah, sorry. I'm talking in my third language, and I'm kind of losing it from time to time when I'm like thinking faster than I'm actually talking. So yeah, I think you get the idea. Like, so the fact that your, I don't know, suggestion was not accepted, it doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't reviewed or it was just ignored, right? What people are used to seeing these days when it comes to alphas and betas are pretty much marketing events. Yeah, exactly. I was watching one of the videos of Pirate Software, and he said exactly that. I mean, I would believe his words a bit more than the words of the average person because he has like a background of a developer. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything he says is like 100% true always, but still. And he said that the like AAA studios and companies kind of fucked up the people's perception of what alpha, beta, early access actually is and is supposed to be. So, and that's the reason why people have, basically they have the expectations that they are not supposed to have simply because of, lack of knowledge. Oracle the White, yeah, and thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate you being here. It's the first stream. Welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so talking about some of the features that you will experience in Alpha 2, and I don't know if Bill and Steven, you want to go into more detail about these, but I don't know if you want me to kind of list it and then you talk a little bit about it, or
Oh, I actually like this mount. I'm not a big fan of mounts, but this one, hang on.
And I don't know if Bill and Steven, you want to go into more detail about these, but I don't know if you want me to.
Yeah, this one. This one looks sick. I would love to have this one. Like, I don't know why, but out of all mounts that I've seen, this looks cool. Perception is reality, so an open beta needs to be really polished. I mean, first of all, they won't have open beta. They'll be just beta 1 and beta 2. And yeah, of course, beta needs to be polished because like beta 2 is basically one step prior to launch. Right? I think so. Right. And like, correct me if I'm wrong. But alpha 2, it's not even like beta 1, it's not beta 2, and alpha 2 is expected to be long.
Kind of list it and then you talk a little.
So the way the game looks at the beginning of alpha 2, I mean, it's going to be a completely different story if you compare the game at the end of alpha 2. That Fox is a lot of people's favorite, including myself. Oh, okay, so that's not if everyone will be using that Fox, I'm not gonna like, ew. No, I'm not gonna be using something that everyone else is using.
A little bit about it, or
Thank you for killing my dream. You just came and you killed my dream. Okay.
The first one is obviously nodes. Nodes is a key part of the world and building the world.
Hipster mentality.
Ashes of Creation, and there will be 2 that you guys have been aware of, but there will be some additional ones as well. And I'll kind of show the map, which might assist with that. While you want to take that away, Stephen?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, as those of you who've been following the project, nodes are kind of the apex of content confluence, right? Where we turn the dials of a dynamic world around how nodes progress. These are also where players begin to expand the services.
Sorry, Steven, I'll interrupt you for a sec. I'm not sure how many people have it though. Yeah, true. So there's gonna be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nodes. I mean, it's fine. What else here? Oh yeah, Lola zones, tropics and desert. Okay, they're gonna be talking about it anyway, so I was just looking at the map. But it's still like, it's still gonna be what, like 55 square kilometers, which is the equivalent of 21 square miles. It's more like, this is like 5% of the whole map, right? 1 is bottom left. Yeah, 5, right? That's correct. This is 5% of the whole map, right? The whole map is 1,200 square kilometers, and you also add 100 square kilometers of Underrealm. That's 1,300, and that's 55. And this part alone is like either the same or even more than the whole New World. Like, that kind of blows my mind.
That they have access to, whether that's through.
I came in a way it was released, and you can only get a pack during a month. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. It was in the packs, Alpha 2 packs. No, I was not paying attention. Like, I have Alpha 2 pack, But I didn't even take a look at what kind of cosmetics it has, because I don't really, like, honestly, I don't really care about the cosmetics. So, yeah. RIP. Then it means I won't have the fox. Thank you for killing my dream again.
Through artisanship, whether that's through the narrative structures that lead out into the points of interest around those nodes, the spawn tables that change throughout the world. These nodes within the Riverlands, these 5 nodes, will be the kind of starting phase 1 nodes that players are going to be helping to build up. So this map that you're seeing here, obviously.
Yeah, Oracle, thank you very much for following. Sorry, I fucked up the notifications on, like, during the first stream. Basically, they are not working, so I can't see them. I'll do something about them. Actually, I'll need to remove it probably. Hang on. Sorry for this. Why? Okay, whatever. Let me hide the overlay. This one. Yeah, okay. It's gone. And let's keep watching. Yeah, thank you very much for following. Appreciate you.
This represents portions of the lawless zones as well in the Sandsquall Desert, as well as the Turquoise Sea Tropics. Those are spaces where we have included a kind of temporary mechanic.
Did they show tree chopping animations asking for a friend? Oh, yes, they did. And it looks even better than it was in New World. Like, at least for now. And I expect it to be even better. So, I know what gives you a boner. So yes, chopping trees will be a thing. And there is a lumberjacking artisan skill. So,
that don't have nodes within them. However, they do have node caravanseries. So part of what nodes provide also is the ability to trade, to gain wealth, to turn in, the.
Actually, I noticed that some people missed that part, and they were like wondering about the lawless zones. So if you don't know, like, maybe you know, maybe you don't, lawless zones will only exist in Alpha 2. They will not exist in the game. The reason why they exist is, as far as I understand it, is to test the free PvP area before naval content appears in the game during the phase 3. So it's kind of testing a naval content on the land, let's put it that way. So that's the purpose of it.
The achievements that you've acquired.
And I mean, it's also good to have that, because if it's alpha, people will be doing, all kinds of crazy stuff. And if you can survive lawless zones in alpha, then you will absolutely have no problems, on launch.
Through hunting, through progression, through glint, essentially, into these tradable resources, these commodities that can move throughout the world. And where they move to is node destinations, except for these lawless zones where there are caravanseries that can also be turned into without nodes. So just a key distinction point.
Anything else you want to add to that, Bill, or do you feel you covered everything?
Well, no, so I think Steven's covered it.
Okay.
Nodes. We often say, internally, nodes are the game, right?
True. That's true.
They are the.
So many features attached to it too, and systems. So
they are the core internal structure that everything else hangs off of, right?
And speaking of those things that hang off of it, obviously we will have open world PvP. Steven talked about a couple of the lawless zone areas. I don't know if you want to go into any more detail about open world PvP. I feel like it's pretty straightforward, but
it is straightforward. But given that we're kind of concising as much as we can into kind of this guide concept with this particular.
Yeah, all new people who came to streams on both Twitch and YouTube, thank you very much for coming. I appreciate you coming here, because it's the first stream about Ashes, and first stream on this channel. It's been like, what, 6 years or 7 years the last time I was streaming. Yeah, and it feels good to be back to Twitch, honestly. Like, somewhere, like, somehow I missed it, even though I was not streaming for a long time. But there is something about streaming that kind of satisfies me. I don't know how to explain that properly, but whatever. I mean, let's just keep watching.
Particular live stream, I'll kind of cover those points a little bit more. When the game launches, we have these concepts of open seas, and right now the lawless territories are kind of serving that purpose, where you have certain drop rates for a particular.
Oh, Kale, brother, Thank you for following.
Types of materials that are going to be kind of focused more around later game progression that players will vie for in those locations. Now, obviously, given that players can drop resources on death specifically and especially during PvP.
Oh, this is actually not a bad point. At least there's like some logic behind it. Open PvP is a bad idea for Alpha 2. Kind of yes and no, because if it was possible, I would probably consider refraining from having from having PvP in phase 1 at least. Because once again, why that is one of my concerns is because this is alpha. People don't care about corruption. People don't care about, XP stats and like literally anything. There are gonna be like wipes, and people will just do all kinds of crazy shit. Obviously, you need to test the PvP and PK system as well. You need to test caravans, you need to test lawless zones and stuff like that. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of people who come to the game, like, without actually realizing that this is alpha, not a finished game. They see all this, fuckery happening, and they're like, oh, probably it's going to be the same on launch. So it's not a game for me because I am like PvE player, casual player, or I'm just like, can't take any risk, or I don't like getting randomly killed. And they'll just, get disappointed and stuff like that, which is like, it's important to explain those people that this is alpha and it's going to happen. It's not a big deal. You're not losing anything. Like,
PvP, while you're within these lawless territories, you're going to be emulating that kind of game launch feature, which is the open seas, that these are open spaces for PvP. So you're
hope you have welcome to AOC community. Hope you have fun. Like, I mean, personally, I don't care about it because I came from Lineage 2 community and the conditions there were much harsher, let's put it that way. But yeah, but other people will probably struggle a little bit or a lot. Let's put it that way. 8-man groups of rangers flagging and one-shotting randoms, testing gathering. Wait, are you talking about my to-do list or something? No, I'm joking. We won't do that. We'll have more important things to do on Alpha 2. But shh.
Entering this territory knowing that PvP is possible at any given time without repercussion. This is an opt-in by the player. And so when you enter those zones, you're going to be flagged for PvP immediately, but there's going to be high-end monsters there to fight. There's going to be high-end resources there to gather. And there's going to be high-end turn-in destination that's available for those caravans that I was talking about as well.
So it's good that he said that because now I'm thinking, so hang on. Yeah, so I had a debate in the forum. Once again, I had a few just recently. So one of the things that we were talking about is that can you, like, if you're like rushing the max level, right? You wanted to get to 50 as fast as possible. But the mobs are like, level 20 at most when you begin or so, like, right, when the nodes are not really developed. And when they evolve to stage like 3, I believe stage 3 takes a couple of days, then maybe the mobs will be a bit higher. And then it gets to stage 4, where we probably should expect mobs like, what, level like 30, 35 or so, like something around that. But basically the question was, how developed the nodes should be so that a player has a chance to reach level 50. And we were talking about that, but somehow we completely forgot about the ocean, right? Because they just mentioned it. In terms of lawless zones, they said that there's going to be higher level mobs, better potential rewards like rare resources, etc. So maybe even if the nodes are not really like developed, like maybe like stage 3 or something, maybe there will be higher level mobs in the open sea. And you won't really depend on the like node progression when it comes to leveling. I mean, if you choose to once again rush level. That's interesting. I'd be curious to find out how it's eventually gonna be.
Now, as we progress beyond phase 1 into phase 2 and into phase 3, those lawless territories will be settled. And by settled, what I mean is that content will expand to include them, and the lawless territories will change to be then the...
Most of my experience comes from WoW, so this is completely new to me, but that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, it's always good to try something new, but yeah, WoW doesn't really have obviously it's MMO as well, but it doesn't really have that many similarities with Ashes than like maybe Arcade or Lineage for sure, and maybe some other games too.
The next territories that we are planning to update and bring in content within. Right?
Is there any info about the game weight? Even if there is, I don't remember it, and you should probably check the article on the website about the minimum requirements and recommended requirements, because I would expect it to be there if they have that information.
Right, so it's gonna kind of fan out as
Like
Alpha
spreading.
2 progresses. Correct. Yes.
Pushing the border of the frontier, right? It's
Yeah, I love that. The pushing the border of the frontier is a perfect analogy.
Until it goes to the
because
ocean.
essentially that's what it is, right? You can view Alpha as almost a live development settling
Storage
of the
100
world
gigabytes.
of Verra, right?
Fair enough.
As the content pushes the boundaries, as that progression occurs, these territories are getting unlocked.
And reminder again how those updates will be happening every 3 weeks. We'll have like our smaller updates, and then every 6 weeks we'll like alternating them. We'll have our bigger updates, which will have bigger features. So keeping that in mind as we move forward. Obviously, PvP is there for folks who love PvP, but not everybody is a PvP fan. Obviously, we are a PvX game, so if you don't like PvP, that is a part of our product, so you're going to need friends if that's not your thing. But we do have a lot of PvE content, including questing, dungeons, and raids. Obviously, we'll have less raids to start with, but as we expand, we'll have more of those, and those are kind of like world.
Yeah, that's honestly, that's one of the most frequently asked questions is, will this game be available for consoles? And I'm like, well, according to devs, even if that's going to happen at some point in future, it's still going to be years away and not on release. And there was something else I wanted to say, probably something very smart, but I forgot. Or maybe not. Not on the phone. Wait, what was that all about? Never mind. If I remember it, I'll tell it.
Bosses at the current moment, but they may change to have some raid bosses in those dungeons and things like that as we expand. But to start with,
Professions
there will
is
be
part
those.
of the...
And I don't know if you guys want to talk a little bit about the PvE
yeah, I remember.
that is going to be available.
Yeah, so if you're a new player, like that comes from WoW or any other game that doesn't really have open world PvP, keep in mind that first of all, a huge percentage of PvP happens by participating in those opt-in systems, such as caravans, defending a caravan, attacking a caravan, like node wars, castle sieges, guild wars. So you have an option to participate or not to participate. And secondly, if you, when it comes to purely open world PvP, in vast majority of cases, you will have if you don't want to participate in it, you will have an option to disengage, to de-escalate, or to, I don't know, ask friends to help you or something like that. So the cases, like the worst cases when you're I don't know, you're farming, collecting those herbs and 5 people come to you and they just kill you for no reason. It's it is possible to happen, but that's going to be so rare that I expect it to be so rare. It's going to be maybe 1% of your playtime, then you just whatever, not a big deal, right? So taking into account the consequences for PKing someone, especially PKing a lower level, I don't expect that to be often. So if you don't fight back, I mean, the chances that you will get PK'd are not high. WoW has knows about this because he's usually the one killing one poor guy trying to gather herbs. No, that's not true. When did I ever do I don't even recall myself doing that. I mean, hang on. I did that in Lineage 2 Revolution, but it was a mobile game. Who cares about mobile games? Because there was an open, like a free PvP zone, basically, but it's whatever.
Available. Obviously, some of that is listed here on the map as well for folks.
No, it's I watched him doing it hours in Lineage. Exactly, yeah. So, but who cares about mobile game? You bully. I'm not. Yeah, you showed me yesterday. Remember the poor bot? Which bot? I don't remember.
Yeah, I can't really see that map. It's very small. But I mean, we can go through, obviously
With
from a
oh,
hunting grounds perspective, right? In the Riverland,
yeah, but that was a bot in New World, so of course I will be harassing him because I don't like bots in any game. So if I have a chance to kind of fuck them up, then why not? What class you think will rule CPvP? Oh, it's hard to say. I don't think it's gonna be a class. It's gonna be groups, most likely. Welcome to the stream, actually. Yeah. I think it's not gonna be specifically about one particular class. I mean, if you take a look at it from the perspective of a solo player, then probably class with, once again, it's not actually about the class, it's about the mounts that you will have if you want to, if you're just casually fishing in the open sea and then you see some people and you need to get away ASAP because there's a group and you're alone and there's a chance that they might want to kill you. So it might be a class, anything with good knockbacks. I mean, I would probably say mobility will be important more than, like, obviously fighting capabilities are, they're always important, but mobility will be the key to actually, catch someone if you want to catch, and disengage or run away if you need to run away. You know what I'm trying to say?
lands proper in the non-lawless territories. Those PvE players are then governed by our flagging system, which does contain obviously incentives. Excuse me. It does contain deterrence for players to openly flag and or kill non-flagged players. So that should be an experience that is relatively mitigated through the flagging system.
It's gonna be mitigated, and it's what he says makes perfect sense on launch, but during Alpha 2, it's gonna be... People will not really care about that. I hope it's possible to aggro mobs and make them attack your enemy. Yeah, bringing a massive train on mobs on enemy group or on enemy player, that's 100% it's going to happen.
If it's not, we'll do some tuning work there in order to adjust it as is necessary, right? This is something that during Alpha 1 we had to kind of interject and I think play with it because of the test setting scenario.
Yeah, range DPS in those circumstances will have an advantage for sure. So, yeah.
Where people felt like there was nothing to lose if they lost their character or bricked their character
exactly.
through the flagging system. So we'll have some tuning that we might do that's temporary for Alpha 2 in order to achieve that goal. But generally, when you talk about the PvE encounters, obviously there's pocket dungeons that we've talked about. There's a grand dungeon in Carfin where groups are going to be experiencing kind of killing monsters in order to either acquire loot or to progress their character. There's also a lot of artisanship systems that are going to be in place, including many professions that have resources to interact with, recipes to attain, so that you can supply the player-driven economy that's very important, and build the components for those caravans as well. World bosses, as Margaret talked about, those are kind of raid-based content where you're going to have to bring a lot of friends with you in order to either overcome, the Cyclops that is Tumak or Firebrand, or the Scorpion in the lawless Sand Squall Desert, right? And as more raid bosses and raid encounters come online, those are going to be...
I'm actually wondering, will there be other bosses apart from the bosses that we have already seen, like Tumak, Firebrand, and others? Kind of curious, because I'm not sure, like, from one hand, if they had them, there's a chance that they would have already shown them, but at the same time, I realize that probably they won't show everything that they have. First of all, not to spoil everything, at least I hope so. And because there's like not many, you can't show everything if you only have like 1.5 hours per month of live streams, right?
The scenarios where you're going to need some PvE expertise in order to accomplish the goals there.
And obviously, the big thing, or the next thing here, is lots of points of interest. We have smaller points of interest, bigger ones. We've laid them out on the map in quite a different variety of spaces. So definitely go check those places out. Some of those are things that Steven has already mentioned, because they have other things going on in them as well. We do have mounts. There will be a variety of mounts. There will be quest lines for you guys to complete to try to get those mounts. So definitely go get yourself a mount, because walking takes time. You'll be walking for a long time.
Like I mentioned that in the video, but I imagine that even just exploration alone of this 5% of the whole world map, which is like 55 square kilometers, can take hours. Like if you want to really explore everything, visit every single POI, try every dungeon, and if you really want to like not just chill for a couple of hours and then like leave it, then you will find like something to do in the actual game, like in alpha, even though there's only a very limited amount of content there. My belief is that we won't see all content, because they only ever promised us is for alpha 2 to be feature complete. Not absolutely
amount.
So even like they mentioned it, that even in this area they will still keep adding more quests, more NPCs, more stuff. So even this part is not fully finished, and probably is far from being fully finished.
The world is quite big already, and obviously this is only the beginning. We are only in alpha 2.
Hell yeah.
We still have so much more of the world to build for you guys, which like we've talked about before, kind of you'll be progressively seeing that stuff throughout the months.
And I think that's a good point about alpha 2 as well, as far as the information that we're trying to get out of this is like, we need to know, again, like what to lean into and what to not. So we need to know what parts of this are working before we build more, right?
Yeah,
fair
absolutely.
enough.
Yeah, because a lot of those things are validate duplicatable.
Yeah, we need to validate that direction, right? And I think that obviously is the most unique nature of how we're doing this differently than other projects.
So are there big cities with castles, etc., like in Lineage, or what you build is what you get? So there's gonna be like 100 nodes, and those nodes start from basically scratch, from the what's the stage 0 called? Oh, wilderness, basically, right? And they evolve to crossroads, to some encampment, then village, town, city, metropolis, right? But that's apart from them, there are also 5 castles in the world. So in general, the vast majority of cities and stuff, it's gonna be something that you've built, like you as like player base, right? But there will be 5 castles as well that you will be fighting for during the castle sieges.
Is essentially that we're relying on the players to have this early access and in an open and transparent manner.
Yeah, so actually that's I forgot to say that this guy, I forgot his name, but like this cool dude. So what he said is basically we need to gain feedback first to make sure that we are moving in the right direction, because imagine them making the whole world and then they figure out that they like spend a shit ton of hours and what they did is not what they were supposed to do, or it doesn't work, or it could be done better. So they want to test the whole thing, like at least from what I understand, they want to test it on this like small sample, then make sure that everything is like kind of okay, and then expand, because that's gonna just simply give you more confidence, and this way you'll make sure that you are not wasting time on something that will eventually be pointless.
Right, with bugs and everything and unfinished content and everything, so that we can make sure that what we are intending to continue doing is on the right path of what players want. And that's exactly why you guys are so integral to that process.
Yes, and people are asking if there's an RP walk. Yes, right now that is linked to the period button. Just hit that and you'll see us using it actually in the we've used it in many videos.
Hopefully some ruins to explore in Lawless. Yeah, they mentioned that there's going to be like resources and more like higher level mobs to fight. So yeah, I guess it's going to be interesting and risky and challenging as well. It is a bit of mix. There are some buildings that come standard and some plots that you could choose what goes where. Yeah, true.
For walking through areas. The next thing here is I'm going to kind of group these up together: gathering, processing, and crafting. There
that's
will
a
be
big part.
artisanship stuff that you can do. All of those things are available. You can hop in, you can play through them. They are in their first phase, right? So it's a little bit more simplified crafting. But I say it's simplified, but it's still a lot of steps and processes to get through things.
No, that's true.
But there will be more interactive, I guess is the better word for it, processes as we move forward. But in the initial phases, all of the artisanship is all there, right? I don't think there's any that we're missing.
All of the
except
base
for
professions are present.
animal husbandry.
At the start, yeah.
yeah.
All the yeah, that's correct. But all of the base professions are there. The tools to acquire all the gathering resources are present. I think there's some 700 item recipes that are in.
Like, will dueling get added? That's important for alpha testing. No, because you can just PvP, and if you die, you'll lose a little bit of like percentage of like a few percents of your XP, and like I couldn't care less about that because it's alpha. Doesn't matter. So that's not. I mean, yeah, obviously a lot of people. It might be a bit more convenient when it comes to dueling to test stuff, but I mean, it's not that big of a deal. If you actually want to test it or to, fight someone, you can always just flag and fight. That's it.
In the game currently. I will say that right now the current balance of like item creation and artisanship progression is a very difficult path to walk, which some people might really like, because then when you achieve that thing, it's going to be really difficult for others to achieve it. So you can kind of corner that market, play the maestro, game kind of thing.
Just a quick stop. Everyone who came to Twitch stream and to YouTube, thank you very much for coming. This is my first stream on Ashes. I've been streaming a very long time ago. Now I'm back with my new channel. I appreciate you coming. Sorry, I fucked up the notification. So if you subscribe, I will not see it, but I'm checking the list from time to time. So you'll get a shout out for that. And yeah, I hope you enjoy.
But obviously that's also an aspect that we're looking to get feedback on as well.
Yeah, I think our focus actually this weekend's test is econ related and artisan related. So hopefully we will have some iterations before you guys even get in on October 25th. But those will all be there. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add on to that, Bill, in regards to gathering, processing, and crafting.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's one of the core loops of the game. It's another thing that's foundational and leads into how nodes develop, how your character progresses. What the gear is that you have to do your adventuring. So it's a critical part of the game, and that loop is there. And like Steven says, or like you suggested, like I wouldn't call it simple. Like it's right.
Yeah,
now,
I was like,
right
I said
now,
simple, and then I regretted that immediately because I was like,
yeah.
it is simple in the concept of what you're doing.
It's simple in the sense of what it will become, but for what it's at now, it's still comparatively to the other games we probably experienced not simple.
Yeah,
it's there's a lot there to get lost in.
Yeah.
All right, and kind of the last feature that we want to make sure that we mentioned.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to, talk bad about some person, but are snails and or snakes in Alpha 2? Like, buddy, who fucking cares? Like, why does it even bothers you? Like, it's not important. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
You all is caravans. So that is going to be the next big feature that you're going to be seeing in Alpha 2, and I don't know how much detail we want to go into that, but obviously
I like also this kind of questions. Like, once again, it's not me trying to be toxic or anything, but I'm just like, I don't understand what's going on. So a guy writes, so the desert is a flagged PvP area, like a Lola zone, right? What about the tropics? And there's just it's literally on the screen, Lola's turquoise sea, tropics, and it's also gonna be lawless. So what?
Some footage from from our previous live streams where we.
I hope you can pet cats in Alpha 2. I believe pets come in phase 3, if I recall correctly. But my snakes, yeah. Maybe the guy likes catching snakes, you know?
Featured caravans,
And
but they will
choking
play
them,
a big
so-
role in how you, work with your node as well.
Yeah, I mean, caravans are one of the primary methods of ensuring that nodes have the supplies they need to build the buildings they need to build so that they can specialize. They're also the primary method by which players can multiply their wealth, because wealth in our game.
Will there be housing and mounts breeding? I mean, well, let's be fair. Maybe that's a new person who doesn't know that, but yeah, okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to talk bad about people who are not really following the game closely.
Acquired through Glint.
I actually noticed this too.
Trade.
So this question, is Halcyon a type? Oh no, it's not about that, but Halcyon, it's a node, it's the name of the node, but also there is a resource called Halcyonite. And even devs don't know how to pronounce it, because I watched that video and they're like, is it like, how do I pronounce it? Halcyon?ite? And he's like, yeah, Halcyon?ite. And I'm like, guys, you don't know how something is called in your game? Come on. Flanker, most people are conditioned to ask stupid shit because at work and school, you need to pretend that you are engaged in discussion and it reflects. Fair. That's fair. I think your pronunciation is right. Which one? Halcyonite or Halcyon?ite? I think it's Halcyonite. Yeah.
Traded in for commodities that can then be either sold directly to the vendor at the node you're at, or can be transported through the caravan system to other nodes for a multiple return. And you know, that I think is going to separate the mice from men in the game with regards to the economic gameplay. Those who can successfully trade those caravans across long distances are going to see obviously a significant amount of wealth, more so than their counterparts, and be able to control certain markets. That's something that I think is very interesting. But caravans have some unique componentized aspects to them that allow for players to be a little sneaky with them. So you don't always need a massive raid to transport a caravan correctly, right? You can do these things at any given time as well. And you
again, like, so mega guilds will be rich, the rest of us not so much. There is, like, in a game, in MMO, with so many possibilities and opportunities and things to do, if you're smart, if you're creative, you can always find a way to, like, make gold, to make money, to achieve something you want. But it's like, it reminds me of, like, I don't know, 13-year-old activists on Twitter who rebel against corporations and think they're gonna change the world. Like, this is this kind of mentality. This is not, and once again, I'm not talking bad about this person. Like, it's not the point. This is not a good enough mentality for MMO, because, like, you're competing with other players most of the time. Like, obviously you have some allies, but that's like, I don't know, like 0.1% of all players. But you're competing with everyone else. And there's a limited amount of valuable resources out there. Like gear, like, you know, items, resources, whatever. Like content as well, including like limited open world bosses. So there's pretty much almost a way to achieve what you want. You just don't have to be lazy. You need to be smart. You need to be creative, and you should use the thing that, like, that upper part of your body. So not only you can just, you know, like eat inside it, but you can always, you know, use the thinking ability that comes like as a passive ability for our biological species, right?
You can take unique and bespoke routes so that other players can't see them. These are things that I think create a very kind of anxiety-filled gameplay loop, which can be a lot of fun for people.
Mega guilds are not the end, all be all in Ashes. I mean, guilds and mega guilds will be important in Ashes because numbers matter in games like this. But once again, I mean, if you're like a small guild and there is a big guild, nothing stops you from, you know, making allies and have the same numbers. Nothing stops you from planting a few spies and trying to destabilize the situation from the inside, or just, you know, use the what's the right word for it? Hang on. asymmetrical warfare, let's put it that way, right? So yeah, there are always ways.
You don't want to always experience that all the time, but the moments you do are going to be really tense moments that create those feelings that Bill was talking about earlier with him and McP, or that Margaret and I have experienced in the raids that we've run, right? These are the interesting, fun, and dynamic gameplay experiences.
Yeah, this is the PVX, right? It's the highest risk versus reward, right? You're saying, yes, you can be wealthy, but you better be smart and you better have your friends, because you're vulnerable too. And this is this whole large scale mercantile game loop is I think something that's I'm personally super excited about, and it is interesting, and I want to see how it plays out, and how we can make it better.
And obviously, the next big thing is going to be our archetypes. There will be many archetypes for you all to experience. The rogue and summoner will be coming in future updates, but we will have the bard, cleric, fighter, mage, ranger, and tank archetypes for you, at least the primary archetypes. And as we've noted, that the secondary augments and secondary archetypes will start coming online more in phase 3. But we will have a little cheat sheet here with some abilities. The skill trees are pretty crazy for each of these, so you'll definitely want to kind of check them out, maybe play different.
Actually, it's gonna be interesting, like, to take a closer look at this, because in Wiki, like, the guy who fills out all the information on Wiki is actually doing like a great job, but it's still kind of complicated to understand like what is what, and these slides are gonna be much more helpful, I think. So we're gonna take a look at them when they will be dropped. Personally, I want the challenge of taking down a mega guild. It would be so much fun to do. Yeah, exactly. Because like when I was playing Lineage, and there's usually like 2 or maybe like 3 top guilds on the server, I always try to be in the guild that is like a bit weaker than the top one, because they are constantly competing with the like top 1 guild basically, because it's challenging. And like, I don't know, maybe that's me, but I prefer to, like, I like it when the game is challenging, when it's difficult, and when you actually have to put efforts and slash or a lot of efforts to achieve something. Because first of all, it's just interesting, and secondly, like, you feel a much more powerful dopamine hit when you achieve something that was hard to achieve, right?
Archetypes, see which one really plays to the style that you want. You can
Still
build your
definitely to
character
make
out
sure
in a
that-
variety of
True,
different ways,
true.
which is really exciting. So we hope that you guys have fun with it and give us lots of feedback.
Yeah, this is a very important aspect. Obviously, combat is the most moment-to-moment interacted system within the game, right? This is something that obviously there's a lot of room for us to iterate upon, particularly as it relates to the ways that we've constructed these archetypes. It's not just about the individual abilities and what those abilities do. It's also about, like, when do those abilities come online? How many skill points does it cost to access those abilities? What's the proposition cost between activating this?
Exactly. So this is much more important than like 90%, like, well, maybe not 90%, but the majority of things that people ask about. Because you can have everything in the game, like NPCs that are moving, like walking through the nodes, carrying those bags, etc. You can have NPCs with different outfits depending on the season, right? You can have everything, and it's all good. But if combat is bad, then it doesn't matter. Everything is fucked up.
Ability or taking this passive with the points that I have distributed, like, there's a lot that goes into and then obviously the rock paper scissors component of each of the classes and how they live with each other, the group composition component of that, the encounter design for that, all of this stuff.
The status
Systemically,
effects and how they affect each other.
Right. Systemically, combat is the most tactile, moment-to-moment system in the game. And, these types of boards that you've made here, Margaret. By the way, it's the first time seeing them. They look great. That's
Mike
super
did a great
cool.
job on them.
Yeah, they
Yeah, I
actually
love
look
these.
good.
These are a great, I
We just
think,
wanted to make little cheat
instrument.
sheets for people.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Alpha 2.
These are
These will be up on an article that will come out later next week for you guys.
absolutely.
So you can snag them.
I think these are a great instrument for players to have access to. Right now, obviously, something monolithic like these are going to change over time. So we're going to have to make sure that players.
I like this comment. I don't think group compositions will be that crazy with one tank and one cleric in 100% of the groups. Like, duh. It's like the same as saying there will be at least one DPS in the group. Like, sure thing, buddy. Yeah, but that's not the key thing. Because personally, like, I spoke about it, but currently, I'm pretty sure that the base setup, not in just, some particular scenario like PvE, PvP, like, Elite Zone or something like that. But in general, I think that it will be beneficial to have at least 2 healers. Definitely not 1, but 2. That's my prediction so far.
This is the Alpha 2 guide. It will change over time.
Exactly. But yeah, these archetypes have had a lot of love, and I think that they capture a very good foundational perspective of what class fantasy should look like for these particular archetypes. They fill their roles well, and the feedback we've gotten so far is that the direction is good. Let's expand on some of these points that you've included in these archetypes.
Yeah, and I wanted to bring a question from Lashing and Sonic Explosion from the forums, which they were wondering, what percentage of the skill tree will a max level character have allocated? And will there be powerful skills or passive?
Yeah, everyone. Like, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be, like, I don't know, half of the server of rogues when rogue archetype appears. And the same is going to be with summoner, because we don't really know much about any of those. Like, we get the idea, the general idea about rogue, because we've kind of seen that a lot in other games. And kind of the same applies to summoner, but there is much more variables when it comes to summoner, because it can be like, how do I put it? Like, there are many different paths that they can go when it comes to developing the summoner archetype. Sure, maybe there will be a possibility of having 2 healer archetypes to substitute 1 and stuff. Yeah, I mean, they won't necessarily be the same 2 healers, like same, secondary archetypes. They might have different, but yeah, like, I still think that it's going to be at least 2 in the group.
Passives in a tree that require multiple skill points.
That's a good question. I'm not sure what that value is right now. I know that in the past we've talked about allowing roughly 30%, 1/3 of the available kind of passives and active skills to be spec'd into at max skill point usage. So that provides, I think, 3 major swim lanes within any particular archetype at any given time that players can spec towards, right? I think that we'll probably stay around that target goal for the archetype skill point acquisition and distribution design.
Not sure if this is true, but I hear if you have a party of 8 summoners, you can summon a siege summon. It's not entirely true as far as I remember from the wiki. You can summon even if you don't have 8, but the number of summoners will directly contribute to the, like, either size or power of that siege golem. Like, it's going to be like a golem or something, like siege summon basically. So yeah, but that's going to be a viable strategy. So summoners will be useful for sure, especially like when it comes to sieges.
Yeah, so hopefully that answers your question.
Cool. And then specifically for Alpha 2, people I know are going to want to know, like, what is the max level that they can get to, and can they attain all of these abilities, or will they only be able to use some of them, versus depending on how they spec?
Right now that you can reach level 25,
yeah.
and I'm not sure, because I think it's actively changing what amount you can spec with those skill points are yet. But
I know they just did a bunch of focus groups, so they might update that.
I know they might have changed. I think they're literally in the process last week.
I think the level 25 bit is good enough for folks anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll definitely have these up for you guys to go over, so don't need to worry too much about them. And like Steven said, these things change, and they might even change between now and then, but we'll update it if the article changes before Alpha 2, because we do want this article to be like your guide for Alpha 2, at least for the launch of it. And as we progress, we'll have updates and patch notes and things like that. The next thing that we wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about is just kind of which weapons will have skill trees. And if you guys have seen these skill trees, they are pretty immense and pretty expansive. So expansive that we were thinking about.
Like, as long as I'm gonna be playing and like starting as a ranger, like 100%, and I will probably end up playing it, right? The only thing that bothers me about the bows is the short bow, and it's the like animation of basic attacks, because it doesn't look like a bow. It looks like a fucking machine gun. That's what I would really want them to reconsider this, because I understand that short bow is supposed to have like faster attack speed, but man, you can, like, I don't know, use a crossbow instead. I know they said that there won't be crossbows, but it just looks like, it breaks the immersion and it doesn't feel good. Like, I wouldn't want to play ranger with a short bow, because it's like, whatever. Am I playing like some mobile game or something? Because it just, I don't know who came up with that idea, but it's like, what game is this? It's Ashes of Creation.
How we would
Ashes of Creation, upcoming MMORPG, and it's gonna have alpha beginning in the end of October. Like, is that a genuine question, or are you trolling?
put them on a board, kind of like the abilities, and it was just too much content to put on a board for you guys. But we do want to let you know that Mace short.
He's trolling. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. At least I figured it out. Who's that? It's Fane. I don't know your name. Sorry. I think it uses very similar attack coding to ones, so they just saved the time on it. I mean, maybe, but it still kind of looks. Yeah.
Short bow, long bow, one-handed sword, two-handed sword, and wand and book will all have full skill trees for you guys to play around with, which are pretty
At the
awesome
start.
at the start.
Yeah, at the start of phase one.
And then we will add more as we go forward. But for those of you who are looking at what we had talked about would be in phase one, these are the ones that will be at the start of phase one.
Yeah.
And then there will be more that will come out.
There's a lot of weapons that are currently like half baked right now. Beyond this,
Yeah, welcome to the stream.
That will be pretty quickly joining in phase two.
Yeah.
I need my
No,
broken spear
wait.
back.
I got that after your second message, because like, what game is this? It's like there's a lot of people who don't know about Ashes, so I'm like, well, maybe you're a new player, but then I got you. So
I know your broken spear. Oh my gosh, that was
And I
crazy.
think with
We had
that, we
Well, that's actually a funny little story about that.
Yeah,
Go
we
for
just
it,
we
go
yeah
for
we yeah, just in recent round of testing we had.
And there are some of us that have 13k in packages. Cringe. Okay, I won't, like, I'll let you do your, I see there is some chemistry between you, so I wish you luck.
A spear prematurely in the game that was devastating.
It was
Yeah,
it was inaccurately balanced to a
You mean
previous kind of
powerful?
yes.
yeah.
Yes, you could basically, scoop up, dozens of monsters and melee them to death in seconds. It was fun. But while it lasted.
I'm not really familiar with the Twitch stuff yet, because it's been a long time since I did that. So I don't really know that mod things, those mod things and stuff like that. So, but I'll figure it out soon.
And the spear will be back.
See
Don't
you,
worry,
see you.
guys. We will have a variety of abilities. I know people are asking about staff and all these other ones. Like we said, the other weapon skill trees will come online later. The trees are some of the weapons you will find in the world, but they may just not have skill trees, or they may be sharing skill trees and things like that. So just keep that in mind as you're moving forward. And we will let you know when those skill trees are up, and they'll be part of patch notes. They'll be part of our preview that we do whenever we go over what the upcoming content is as well. And with that, we do have a little tour that Steven and Bill and I did.
Yeah, whoever is currently watching on TikTok, first of all, welcome and thank you. But I'm not paying it I'm not looking at this chat. I mostly watch on YouTube chat and Twitch chat mostly. So if you want to switch and hop into the stream on Twitch, you are welcome to do so.
I'm a little ashamed because I
Don't
got a
you
little
dare
jumping
let
puzzle.
don't preface the jumping puzzle.
No, it's
Let
Yeah.
him just
so
let him
bad.
let it shower over them
Okay,
as they watch
okay.
you fail the jumping
Yeah,
puzzle
no,
over and over.
yeah.
I'm so
Oh, yeah,
No,
I
sorry.
remember
I'm
that.
the one.
I
I'm the
remember
one who's
that.
embarrassed
That
about the
was
jumping
funny.
puzzle.
I'm very
So
embarrassed.
good.
Um,
It's so
But we
good.
do have one more video for you. We wanted to kind of give you a guide through the portal as well as Lionhold. We haven't actually
We're
showed you
coming
guys
to
kind
the
of like
most
that first
interesting
experience that
part.
you have as a player.
I'm setting up
So,
OBS on. It's fun. Yeah, kind
we'll
of.
show you that,
Kind
and
of.
then we'll be right
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, and just to preface this, obviously
I just wish I didn't have that weird headache. I usually never have headaches, but somehow I have it now, like for the first time in like 5 years. But other than that, yeah, it's good.
what we're showing here is giving you guys some insight into the starting area, into Lionhold, which is kind of the forward operating base of the Kalar Empire as they've moved into Verra. This is a large city. This is the Aelan capital in Verra. And obviously not all of it is completed yet. There's a lot of plans for us to expand the crypts and dungeons underneath the Aelan capital city so that players can return to those as nodes progress and those areas become unlocked and become opened up again. But we thought we've never shown you guys this, and a lot of players are experiencing this right now. A lot of testers are
the hype,
experiencing this right now in our Alpha 2 NDA testing. So
Yeah, Thane tagged me on Discord, so okay, I was like, it's a guy from Axiom. All right, that explains something. I just didn't remember the name. So there's just a lot of people in the community. Let's be honest. So maybe someone can remember all of them, but I just can't. So okay, I'm sorry for that, for not recognizing your authority.
So we're going to give you a little walkthrough and give you an idea of what it's going to feel like on day one to log into Verra.
Yeah, everyone who just joined, first of all, welcome. Secondly, this is my first stream, so not everything works as it's a work in progress, guys. Work in progress. Oh yeah, I don't get the notifications when you follow because apparently I fucked something up. Title what? Whatever. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Thank you very much for following. My respect. Thank you for support. Welcome. I hope you enjoy, but I'm not sure, but welcome. Yeah, we're getting to you joined at the right moment because we're getting to the most interesting part of the yesterday's showcase, and let's keep watching.
All right. See you on the flip side.
Thank you. Excited to be here. Welcome. Boys, I'm streaming for 3 hours. No, I'm not stopping the stream. But I'm asking for your permission to BRB for like a few minutes and grab myself a cup of coffee. Like it's maybe like 3 minutes or something, right? And I'll be right back, and we will start watching this phenomenal, wonderful showcase. Okay? No, no, please. So I'm gonna be right back in a second. For shame. No time for toilet. It's not for toilet. I'm not going to toilet in the middle of the stream, even if I'm streaming 12 hours. Yeah. So I'm gonna hang on. Why OBS appears on this screen every single time? I don't want it. Okay. But look what I have. I have a like BRB scene. Look how cool it is. I mean, probably not, but I'm just getting my feet wet when it comes to streaming. So I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Hang on, I'm gonna tell you a story. Just 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Boys, whoever is watching me on TikTok, just hop on a stream on Twitch, and I'll be glad to answer your questions, because currently I'm mostly looking at the Twitch chat. Alright, just 1 second, boys. I'm back. Okay, we used to have 13 people, and now there are 4 deserters, and only 9 best people in the world, the most loyal people in the world, stayed. Okay, sorry, it took a bit more time than I expected. Why? Because an unfortunate situation happened. So, I was waiting for the... how do I say that in English? For the water to get hot in the fucking, those boiling device, right? And I have a coffee, like a cup of coffee with milk, right? So I took that thing with the milk, like a milk cart or like something like this, you know, this fucking thing with milk, right? And I opened it so that when when I pour the hot water, I can just right away pour some milk and boom, it's done very fast, right? Time management and all that. But when I poured the water in a coffee, I forgot that milk is already open. So I started shaking it, and guess what happened? I got milked, but not in the way I like it, but I'm just like, So yeah, it took a bit more time to clean this up. And yeah, but finally I'm back. And we're gonna be back on, we're gonna be back on this scene, and we're gonna keep watching. Let me... Sorry, oh, wait, I'll move a bit further from the mic so that you don't hear what a good coffee that is. The milk almost got you. Yeah, exactly. So... let's keep watching. It was a very milk-oriented adventure. Yeah, exactly. Fucking OBS.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another day in Verra, and we have an exciting showcase for you today. I am joined by 2 glorious people here at Intrepid Studios. First and foremost, our Director of Communication, Margaret Crone. Margaret, how are you doing?
Hopefully not gonna have a baby on the stream, but otherwise I'm doing good.
Wait, what if you do have the baby on stream? What if you're having the baby right now on stream while we're playing?
The Milky Way, exactly. The milk betrayed me.
That would be crazy.
Oh my
That
god.
would be wild. Don't ban us, Twitch.
And then, of course, we have our glorious Director of Design, Bill Trost. Bill, for the first time, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. This is awesome. Get to check out
Another one. Like, look, when are you going to put a druid class in the game? We both know it's needed class. I won't be letting it go. That's some, like, meaning no offense to World of Warcraft players, but that's a WoW brain out there. Like, there's like 8 archetypes. Everybody knows that for like eternity already. And you're like, you know what? I need another one just for me. You know?
Ayla Ruins here.
Funny people.
Excited.
Yes, I know.
The first time Bill's been on the stream.
I know. It's very exciting. And right before the start of Phase 1 for Alpha 2, which, as many of you know, starts at the end of next month, the end of October. And as Bill said, we are, for the first time, taking a look at the Ayla Ruins. And this is, if you could not tell, by the level 1 super...
Oh god, zombies. Hello, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. It's the first stream, so you are like one of the first 300 Spartans who paid me a visit. Let's put it that way. So yeah, just I noticed that a few people joined. Welcome. This is the first stream, so I fucked something up. The notifications are not working, so I don't see if you follow me, but I'll check the list. And now Eris Catalin, thank you very much for following me. Huge respect to my brother from Romania. I'm already following you. Okay, cool. Thank you. And yep, let's keep watching. Furious not one. Okay.
Super basic appearance that we are in the starting.
Yeah, I remember this part. Like, the portal itself looks fucking amazing. I can't say the same about their gear, but obviously it's not supposed to look fancy, but the portal itself, I don't know, I just like it. It looks so tempting. I don't know. It makes you want to approach it and like touch it, like, you know, to understand what that thing is. Level 1 peasants, yeah, exactly. Welcome to the stream, your savior. Yeah, looks like a Tide pod you want to eat. Sorry, I don't know those fancy English words. Stargate, kind of, yeah. Okay, let's keep watching.
Portal area. This is actually where testers for the first time will be loading into the Riverlands into Verra. This is a.
So the point that I'm trying to make is when it's the first time ever,
we are in the starting.
When I'm launching the first time ever I'm logging into the world of Verra, this is what I want to see. I want to see this unknown thing that looks fucking amazing, and yeah, that's gonna be my memory number 1, probably. Yeah.
Portal area. This is actually where testers for the first time will be loading into the Riverlands into
amazing.
Verra. This is a massive space. And obviously, for those of you who are aware of the kind of origin stories of Verra and why players are returning here, this
the classic Steve cough. Yeah, I'm actually wondering, like, so it's like it lasts for years and he keeps coughing. Like, I was like, are you okay, bro? Like, cause that's concerning a little bit.
This is the home of our ancestors, and we are returning as settlers to repopulate Verra. And as part of this testing process, there's a lot of space here to cover. And
I like. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm kind of like, my sick brain generates jokes, and not all the jokes are supposed to be sad. And not all of those jokes are supposed to be said on Twitch in particular. But so let's just, sorry.
We're going to talk a little bit about the Aelin Ruins, the Lionhold starting area that's just off of the trodden path of Aelin Ruins, along with some additional features that we have implemented, such as some voice.
Dark humor, best humor, exactly. But it's not really trending right now, let's put it that way.
Voiceover work that we're going to take a look at here in a little bit, and talk about our Fatui systems and, you know, kind of what's expected out of our testers come this phase 1 of Alpha 2. But let's.
Oh, I'm wondering what the that's probably the respawn point. Okay.
Talk about.
I answered my own question.
Space.
I don't need you, you know. No, I need you. But I was wondering about this weird looking thing. And then I remembered it, that I saw it.
What are players doing when they return to this space, Bill? Talk to me about this kind of scene here. It's beautiful. It looks great.
Yes.
Sure. You know,
exactly.
Players are coming back home to Verra from Sanctus. After many years. We're the latest wave of folks coming through. We're not the first. And you can see there's some folks who have preceded us about this area, and talking to them.
Yeah, these guys are like chilling here. They know what's going on, but we will not know. So like, I don't know if I mentioned that in one of the videos, if it's just me or not, but like there's something about just simply exploration. So you don't necessarily have to do anything. You just walk in the world. That like the same thing happened to me in New World. So you don't know nothing about the world. You don't know what you will see, what you will face, what mobs are there, what creatures are there, what resources are there, what's the location, like the next location behind that hill is gonna look like. And it's fucking interesting. Like it's does it work the same way IRL? Probably, right? Probably it does. So it kind of makes sense.
And you can get
This character looks like Steve from Minecraft. Sorry, I never touched Minecraft,
A little bit
and I'm proud of it.
the insight into their story, and you know, sometimes maybe what brought them here, or you know, what their plans are now that they're here on Verra.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of families that have made it through. Some drama between them as well, which is exciting. But the area is so pretty, and you know, thinking about this being once a palace where the
This used to be
is crazy.
Yeah, this used to be like a seat of power, and Ayla was a capital of the.
A little bit of lore. Yeah, by the way, guys, whoever is watching now on Twitch and on YouTube, you're welcome to join my Discord server where we hang out like every time when I'm not streaming, basically. So yeah, consider this to be an invitation.
The Alien Empire, yeah. I see Bill.
Kalar Empire, right?
Yeah,
Alien Empire.
Yeah,
excuse me.
absolutely. Yeah, I see that there's the.
Steven is like, yeah. Okay, let me talk to this NPC.
You know, obviously this set is, you know, these large structures. I think Brianna worked on this set for the Aelan Ruins, and people will see this, as you said, you know, the Aelan Empire was a large, vast territory that incorporated a big portion of the Riverlands, and you're going to see part of these ruin-like structures throughout the Riverlands as a whole. But
wait, was that the Discord server that I personally requested? Wait, I remember someone writing that on YouTube. Was that you actually?
But I see there's a gate watcher here, Pritcher, and I see that we have kind of this icon that lives atop the nameplate
Like
here.
Quest giver icon.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, it was me. Cool. Well, you asked, I did. Awesome. It was a good idea actually, because there's gonna be like, I hope we will end up having like a small, you know, tight-knit community and who enjoy, you know, talking, communicating, discussing something, sharing some tips and tricks with each other. And yeah. Oh, that's fucking dogs outside. Okay.
Yeah, that's how we're indicating, you know, somebody who has a quest for you, or
Yeah, sorry, I'm just like, in the past, just a small note, when I behave in a weird way, it's not because I'm weird, it's because in the past 2.5 years, my hearing ability changed a lot, so I learned to, because of all the circumstances that are going on, like I kind of learned to react on any unknown sound that I can't immediately identify. So yeah, so it's okay, everything is fine, it's just my, you know, self-preserving instinct, let's put it that way.
is by that little icon and the shimmer on their nameplate.
Shimmer, yeah, I like that. Okay, let's chat with this person, see what we hear.
Thank the gods you've arrived safely.
Oh, okay, I'm digging it. That's not too bad. Let's see.
Disorientation upon arrival to the world of Verra is natural. You're feeling the flow of
I like this. So, okay, so those of you out there who, you know, in the past you've asked about, is Intrepid taking a look at different AI solutions for some systems in the game? And this is one of those systems, VoiceOver, where we have begun implementation. Now, obviously, this is not...
Hey, good instincts, yeah, and that's the thing, because if you end up in a situation that is stressful or risky or dangerous, you will notice how your body, how your brain naturally adapts to it, even without you actually doing anything for that purpose. So this is exactly the same thing that should happen with players in MMOs. So it's like, if there is an issue or if there are other risks, you always need to adapt. And MMOs give like endless opportunities for that purpose, because like we as species, like as Homo sapiens, right, as humans, we are the dominant species on the planet Earth, not because we have the, you know, sharpest claws or the best armor or we run faster than any other things. There are plenty of animals who are much better in all of that, right? But we are the dominant species simply because we learn how to adapt better than the others. Right? Right.
Fully polished.
So just learn to adapt in the games. If you're a casual player, if you're a player that is new to like the game with open world PvP, just you have that's your hardwire, right? So just take advantage of that. You have that in your brain by default. Just put it to use.
It doesn't have the right inflections in different spaces and some of the pauses that it needs, but it is a very capable system that will be delivering us some really good polished VO, and we are sourcing those voices in-house internally with our development team, which I think is a really cool thing to do, obviously.
Yeah, that's something that I personally don't really expect in MMOs, like the voiceover, but like, you know, NPCs actually talking. But if they have it, that's good. That adds to immersion. And that kind of feels good, right? But if they don't have it, not a big deal for me personally. Maybe other people will disagree. But at this point, I'm happy that they have it. Oh, I see folks have Alpha 2 access, but not until November 8. How does that work? So, officially, Alpha 2 starts on October 25th, and that's when Alpha 2 pack holders join, right? But key holders join on the November 8th. Why? What? That's a car. What's the reason behind that? Is they probably don't want like a super massive influx of players, like right on like when it starts, because there's going to be queues. They only have like 3 NA and 3 EU servers as far as we know, right? And that's a good decision, I think. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. I understand the logic behind it. So yeah, so this is the reason. You get the recent. Correct. Yes, exactly. If you buy a key for $120, then you join on the November 8th, not in October 25th.
Obviously, it gives us a personal space where people who've worked to build this game get to actually exist in the game too. I think it's super cool, and it sounds not too bad so far for the initial implementation.
Essence is the very energy of creation.
When I back away, I kind of like the attenuation. She's still talking as I run around.
Okay, are you guys gonna be doing something?
So this essence that players are experiencing, that's the kind of source of how they are able to manifest these, you know, these more fantastic.
Like, here's one of the also comments that I'd like to highlight. Big W for voiceover, kind of agree to that. But if you plan on not using real actors for the majority of the voiceovers. Oh, but big F if you plan on not, like, if you don't plan to use actors, basically. And we spoke about it yesterday, and I'm like, who fucking cares? That's the first thing. Secondly, I feel like people are somewhat biased and have that like stereotype that if something is made with the help of AI, then it's like low effort, like, and bad, which is not always the case. And finally, imagine how much faster and easier that would be. Yeah, it may not be like super 10 out of 10 quality, but even if it's like 8 out of 10, it's still good. It's better than like nothing. And because like you have, I don't know, hundreds of NPCs in the game. And like, are you going to hire an actor for every single one of them, or they will have the same voice, or you're going to have 5 voice actors? And what happens next if you stop working with that voice actor and you need to, like, that one NPC will have another quest and you can't add the voiceover anymore or something like that. So there's a shit ton of fuckery that can potentially happen, and it's unnecessary, like, in my opinion. I may be wrong on this, but like if they use AI, fine. They will save time. They will, you know, it's still going to be like okay-ish, right? Because people who complain about that, I mean, I'm not talking about this particular person. So it's very funny to see how people complain that like, oh, the brick on the wall is not like, it doesn't have 10 billion polygons, right? And at the same time, the same people say like, hey, why do we have to wait for like years, why Alpha 2 takes years, and why it takes so long for development? Well, because if you will keep focusing on these minor details that are not that important, then the game will not like be released until the, I don't know, like in the next 10 years, you know? Voice acting in MMO is just a waste of money. You want to voice major. Yeah, I mean, you could use actors maybe for a few important NPCs, fine. Like, I don't care. That's not a big deal. But still, it's not like a deal breaker, right? And they can always go back and add voice actors later. Amazon just, true, exactly. That's something that you can add like at any point. AI voice is a great solution for Ashes. Totally agree. AI voice for most NPCs, voice actors for major. Yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry. And there we go.
Fantastical abilities, including the magic. So, what is she doing here? She's talking to me about the essence.
Oh, hang on. Sorry.
And
fucking hell, you know? I fucked up the stream. My stream is a stream without a name. I need to add the... sorry. Where is that? Yeah, there we go, sir. Okay. Sorry. I need to fix that because it looks ugly as fuck. And you guys didn't even tell me that. Okay, hang on. Is it updated now? Come on, please tell me that it's updated. Sorry, 1 second. Guys, can you do me a little... Oh, okay, yeah, it's updated now. At least it looks like that. Should be fine. Yep. Okay, cool. All right, we may continue.
That they're having a goblin problem in the city. We haven't seen any goblins quite yet. So she gives me a medallion. Let me take a look. Okay. All right. Very cool. So we just adopted this quest. This is the introductory quest. She gave me a medallion. Bill, do you want to talk to us a little bit about this?
Okay. Yeah, people are asking what's going on because like nothing is happening on the screen.
System?
Sure. We're building what we like to call, a sand park here in Ashes, and that Fatui system is part of that. It's a lot of it is triggered off of first-time events. So rather than like a really guided tutorial, it's more based off what you're doing in the world and the first time you encounter something. So this is the first time that you've got an item into your inventory. So it's prompting you, hey, you should check out your inventory. Here's how you open your inventory. And we're gonna do.
Yeah, like my one of my friends who is currently in this chat, who wanted to be a writer. He said that it's important for a book, and I think that also applies to the game as well when it comes to introducing a player to the world and to all the things, to show but not tell. So it kind of has to happen naturally. So like just the way they described it, like you obtain an item. Hey, you want to see that item? Here's how you open inventory, right? Not just some fucking 20 pages manual like with hotkeys and instructions. Just show it naturally, and they're doing it the right way, like in my opinion. Show but not tell.
Do a lot of things like that to onboard new players, let them know how to play, but not put you on rails.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see here that
exactly
the inventory item it gave me was this gateway medallion, which has an interesting little piece of lore.
Bro, I know it's still alpha, but I'm so excited. Like honestly, I can't wait for it. Like I've been waiting for it for like years. and it's only, you know, several weeks away now, and I'm like, at some point it will happen.
There commemorates the reopening of the Divine Gateways and the members of the Light Pact who blazed the trail.
Contre August 2011. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for following. Sorry, it's my first stream and I fucked up the OBS settings and I don't get any notifications. But yeah, thank you very much for following.
Trail from Sanctus back to Verra, a proof of lawful entry into Verra. And without diving into what unlawful entry into Verra sounds like, this is
that's exactly what I thought about it. Because I remember this part when I was watching it yesterday. I was like, lawful, okay, like, is there any, like, illegal way to get there? I mean, probably there is if you, like, you know, hack someone's account on Ashes of Creation website and steal someone's key or pack and get in Verra illegally. I guess that should count, right?
A great first item because obviously it's kind of like your passport in Verra as a citizen of this world. And each of the cultures or races will have their own.
I gotta step away for some IRL stuff. Keep up the good work. Appreciate you being here. Thank you very much for coming. Have fun, stay safe, use protection, drink some water. Good luck.
Own unique identifying, you know, piece of inventory space item that you carry with you. It's cool. I like it. All right, well, let's take a look outside here. Move out. Ooh.
Grab a weapon here on our way out.
Oh, oh yeah, that's right. Let me go grab weapon. Hold on. Are there there's just weapons around here, right? That we can
there's some spare weapons laying around you can pick up.
Let me see here. Oh,
okay, that's how you got the first weapon.
I think I'll stick with
Rusty Scepter.
Greedy, like.
Yep, I got my.
Greedy Steven, he takes every single weapon that is available, even though you can just use one.
Self a rusty longsword.
All right, very nice. Ooh, what is that?
Yeah, this.
Oh my gosh, that thing.
Like this, I don't know. Like I don't know. Like this looks fucking amazing. Like in my opinion, like I don't have very high demands. Like about graphics when it comes to MMOs, right? Because like, come on, people are playing like RuneScape with old graphics, but there's still a lot of players playing it. Why? Because it's fun, and it's fun not because of the graphics, because there is something more behind that game, right? And when people complain about graphics, I'm like, what do you want? Like, what kind of graphics do you want? Like 8K nano HD quality? Like, what do you want? Like, what are you even comparing Ashes with? If you name any, like, you should play an Elden Ring if you think this is amazing. Exactly. That's the point. So what are you comparing Ashes with? With a single player game? Do you have 250 versus 250 fights in Elden Ring? Probably not. And the same applies to all other MMO games, right? You don't have like that, like mass PvP of that scale. And the game is supposed to actually function and not die when that happens. So, I mean, I'd rather have like 500 battles with 500 people involved than good graphics, because like graphics is like secondary thing, maybe not like even the like third thing when it comes to MMOs, in my opinion. And well, as long as it's my opinion, then I'm obviously right? Because I can't be wrong.
Thing is huge.
I'm joking.
The dead hardwood.
That is the dead heartwood. I don't think players have seen the heartwood before.
No, because you didn't show us.
Talk a little bit about it.
Sure. You know, the heartwood trees are tap into the very essence and form a network of essence within Verra. This one's obviously not doing so well. Probably, precipitated the fall here of.
Once again, I'm alright with AI voices for unimportant NPCs and lines, and basically people want to hear professional voice actors that they know and love.
of Ayla.
No comments.
But you'll see these throughout the world, and they're, you'll see them especially in nodes, and as nodes progress, as they begin to prosper, the tree itself will reflect that.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm like not sure about at this point, but maybe I'll like change my opinion after I actually end up playing the game, is the light, because it seems like at some point light is too bright and at some like places it's too dark. Hope you can disable AI voice. I'd rather read at that point. I mean, look at this person. He's capable of reading. That's rare nowadays.
That's awesome. That looks
And
great.
rumor has it they were a gift from the goddess of creation.
Ooh, the goddess of creation herself. Yeah, I can see her handiwork there in the center. Very cool. Very nice. You know, this space, the Aelan Ruins, the ancient capital of the Aelan Empire, it is rather large. I mean, obviously we can see some perspective of that from this venue, but I bet
Coffee literally reanimated me, because now I feel much better. I don't know why, but coffee. There's no disease on planet Earth that can't be cured by coffee. I swear.
if we go actually back inside here, we might be able to get on top of the ceiling. I saw there were some entrances over there and some staircases to the side. Let me see if there is
Some perspective.
Yeah, get better perspective of the city, because it is a massive space.
Look out. I think I did see some goblins prowling around up there earlier.
Ooh, I think you're right. I see a goblin digger.
Looks like that step bro got stuck.
Let's take a look at this guy. Okay, there we go. I like the adaptive battle music.
Hang on, how much XP will they get? There's a group of 3. Let's see. Okay, not that. Like, it's like maybe 5% or so. No, it's kind of okay.
Very cool. This is some of Enon Zur's work. Oh,
Inanzer is a guy like hang on, let me think what's the proper ways to phrase it. Inanzer was the guy, one of the guys behind the soundtracks of Lineage 2, and those soundtracks were fucking amazing. So if there is anyone in development and you hear that those guys had something to do with Lineage, then you can be like with 99.9%, you can be 99% sure that that's a decent guy.
look at this beautiful lighting.
And yeah, of course, some people will call me out and say like, oh, Flanker has Lineage 2 brain rot, same as Narc said, like he said as a joke, so it wasn't supposed to be like an offense or something. But yeah, exactly.
Too. This looks great.
You didn't loot the little pile.
Oh, there's a pile there. Oh, what is in here?
Loot
a
goblins, even
shard of
not looting.
A shard of glass. That's awesome. There's some more over here. A goblin.
They're just taking random stuff and
An ancient bone.
rubble.
Let's kill these guys. Gosh, just looking outside,
And
this place is huge.
I don't know, for whatever reason, I like those first levels in games, because you don't have like many different abilities and you're kind of struggling. And I don't know, it feels like a challenge. I don't know why I'm telling you that, but let's just keep watching.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay,
There's a breakage in the bridge.
Yeah, I'm not good at those things.
Oh, did we have a little jumping puzzle here we gotta get past? Oh, no. All right, Margaret, you're first. You're preggers. You should be fine. Oh, no!
The bane of every adventurer.
Oh, no. Good luck. There you go, gosh. Okay, all right. Here, I can't fail here. If I make this, I'm king of the stairs.
Yeah, exactly. Same here.
Oh, I made it! I'm a literal golden god.
Yeah, so all those people who criticize Steven that he is like not good at playing his own game, like, what you gonna say now, huh? He jumped and he reached his destination. And people are like, no way. Yeah. Okay.
Those stairs.
Oh, it's so good. Ooh, this looks beautiful up here. Look at that rose window treatment. Let me see. I'll watch you guys from this perspective.
You can take them on the tour.
We dwarves are never making that jump. I mean, if you watch Lord of the Rings, Gimli actually made a jump like that, so, I mean, there is still hope. You know what is weird? That they never climbed up, even though they hit the edge of the stairs. I wonder if that's intended or a bug. That's a good question to ask. Everyone who just joined, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate you being here because this is the first stream and it's nice to see people here actually joining. Thank you very much. Like, how do they do that? Like, yeah, this is for you.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Don't fall.
I almost fell.
Oh no!
There we go. Okay, I'm watching you.
I'll catch up. I'll catch up.
But you're gonna go behind a corner
I'm not.
and GM cheat your way up here?
I'm not really familiar with the Korean lore of those, I don't know, Twitch culture or anything like that, at least for now, but whatever. Oh, yeah, with the fingers. Is that it?
Who would ever do that?
Never.
Who would do
Never.
that?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, Margaret.
Gotcha.
I saw you fall. That was terrible. Your nameplate just went like down a little hole. It was so sad. Let's just all watch and take
No.
solace in the I'm just watching this nonstop. Good luck.
No.
Good luck this time. And up and we're what happened?
I don't know.
Gosh.
I've made it up there before, so I don't
Where's
know.
Bill?
I think Bill's cheating.
I don't know where Bill is.
Watch, he shows.
Like, my coffee is gone, but boys, use disposable cups. Disposable cups and this other disposable stuff is the future. You don't need to wash it after you use it. Just throw it away like this. Some time management, you know?
Shows up behind you. He found an alternate path.
Okay, alright, he might have.
No, don't.
No,
don't
we're
watch
watching.
me, Steven, just go.
Hold on. Wait. Don't jump yet. Hold on.
Oh,
Let me-
they still can't make it though.
There we
It's
go.
funny.
Okay, we're ready.
And I'm wondering if they are like, if they're doing it just for memes or they actually can't reach it, and that is actually difficult. What do you guys think? Sorry, 1 second. Yeah. There we go. Is your plastic bottle collection intact, brother? I have like, so my collection of plastic bottles out there. So they are on the sofa. They are in front of the sofa. They're behind the sofa. They're behind the sofa on the right. And there's like 200 plastic bottles I'm looking at right now. So it's like a lot. I might consider making a photo. Yeah, boys, so here's a perfect call to action. Boys, I'm gonna make a photo of those 200 plastic bottles that I'm too lazy to take away. And I'm gonna post it in my Discord. So here's the reason for you to join the Discord. So your piss bottles are ready for alpha. Exactly, I'm preparing that for alpha 2 so that I can, like, you know, stream nonstop and without, you know, toilet breaks. So you just use the bottle, you place it under the table, and you don't need to stand up, right? So I'm gonna, just remind me, please, remind me on whoever's on Discord, remind me to take a photo of this, because that shit is hilarious. It's just a token of my laziness.
I'm scared now.
All right, come on, you guys. You can do this. I believe in you. You just got to jump
got
at the
it.
right. Oh,
Oh my
no. Oh god. Come on,
That was
Margaret.
horrifying.
Margaret. Oh my gosh. Guys.
One more time.
I'm
One more
sorry.
time.
One
I
more.
know I can do it. I know I can do it.
Do I need to do the what is that theme song? Dun 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 dun. Dun, dun, just like slow motion.
Oh my god, that was so close.
Oh my gosh, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna write.
Now you're just making me look good. Now you guys are just making me look good.
Well, you know, we know who signs the checks.
That's true. That is right.
Oh my God.
If you guys want to, if you want to GM command it, you guys can GM command it. It's all good.
I mean, can it really be like that difficult? I just don't get it. Like, that's a little bit weird, but okay, we'll find out soon enough.
Never.
I've made it up there multiple times.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
That looked like you made it.
The server
That's
literally
so
threw
weird.
you on the ground. It actually didn't even let you
Yeah.
fall like normal physics wise. The server threw you on the ground.
No, they just keep falling.
Okay, you guys do that. I'm gonna go look up here a little bit while you guys are trying to make your way.
Yeah, go explore.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, by the way, speaking of graphics, we're watching this in like what 1080p, right? If you watch it in 4K, it's gonna be much better. Let's put it that way. The difference between Full HD and 4K is huge, and like it's also stream, so you know. So when you end up actually being inside, like in the game, I think it's gonna be even kind of better. Like maybe like it is in 4K, right? But it should be decent.
Gosh, look at this. Ooh, okay. Actually, got to be a little careful up here. There's some areas you can fall down.
You see, like 200 IQ explanation, and well, let's just keep watching.
But look at this space.
Gives me PTSD for PUBG vaulting system. Yeah.
This is a massive city, and I know we have a lot.
Oh yeah, we got a message on YouTube. Yay, my favorite jumping puzzles in MMOs. I mean, do many MMOs actually have jumping puzzles? Yeah, sorry, I replied to YouTube comments with the delay because I mostly focus on Twitch comments.
Planned.
Sorry
when
for
it
the
comes
delay.
to.
Oh, I made it.
Oh, you did? Good job.
Yay.
I know we have a lot planned when it comes to continuing to build this city out as a place that players actually can return to and explore and delve deeper into some of the crypts and dungeons that lay beneath the Aelan capital.
Oh, that's actually... So from what I understand, there's going to be some underground, like, whatever, in this area. So it's going to be a reason for higher level players to come back to the starting area, which is, like, not a bad thing. And that will, like, give an opportunity for low level players to interact with higher level players. And if they also implement some, like, I believe they mentioned it or not, maybe it's just my terrible memory, like that there's going to be some sort of like mentorship system. So maybe that's going to be one of the ways to, you know, connect one to another. This kind of city is what I was asking about earlier. This one looks cool. Yeah. Yeah, and that's just the starting area. It's not Metropolis like or something like that. It's just the starting area, which is cool.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes. There are some pretty cool areas around here, and some events that spawn as well.
Oh yeah, it's looking great. I think I'm looking at one of the events actually over here.
Yeah. These guys are like chucking
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
down at the ground.
The goblins are throwing down rocks and whatnot at the guards, I think, down here. That's cool. That's super cool. I love the waterfalls too, off of the floating vistas. Let me see if I can get up at the very top.
Oh my god.
Look.
So yeah, overall, like my conclusion in terms of graphics, it's better than what I expected. And definitely good enough for both like Alpha 2, and even if it's gonna stay the way it is now, I wouldn't mind absolutely, because it looks good enough.
Look at this view.
Beautiful.
This is unbelievable.
And
I love it.
not only it looks good from the, you know, from the from the perspective of graphics itself, but also it looks fucking hell. I mean, talking for a couple of hours is actually a bit challenging. Fucking hell. So yeah. Can I please talk? Thank you. So yeah, what I was trying to say, it looks aesthetically pleasing, let's put it that way. So not only from the graphics itself, from the quality, but also from the perspective of aesthetics.
Super cool. Very cool. So, okay, Bill, did you ever make it up?
I still have not made it up the stairs.
He's still trying. Lord has it, he's still trying.
Oh my God, you're
22
killing me.
years later.
You are killing me.
Yep.
Oh, that's so good. Here, we'll come back down to you. Hold on. We're gonna come back
That's sad.
down.
We
We're
do have
coming-
a
And it's also interesting, it will be interesting to see how this whole area changes throughout different seasons, because now it's like some summer or maybe spring, right? But what it's gonna look like in winter, it's gonna be a different thing. Looks like, I don't know what that means. Is that a reference to some Elden Ring or Dark Souls? Because that's what I would expect from you. Like, bro, literally, hang on. Freak everyone who does not like this area. I mean, it's insane looking, and the bridges. Yeah, we'll see the bridge further. Elden Ring, yeah, okay, yeah, I got it. Yeah, so bro, just promise me that you will fly back to Ukraine after this all this mess is over, and we need to go fishing again. Like, we must go fishing again.
quest to kind of get rid of some of these sickly goblins
Oh,
who
yeah.
apparently have a disease. Hasn't been affecting anybody else, but a few of the folks down here are a little concerned.
Yeah, I see that. I
Guild
see
Wars
we have
2.
an optional objective. It says the Gateway Sentry has asked me to slay some sickly goblins, and I think we saw some actually out here to the right. Let's see if we can actually slay them.
Yeah, there's some guards out here fighting the good fight.
Yeah, I remember this part as well. And it's cool to see that there's not just guards standing still, and there's just mobs out there chilling, right? I wouldn't really mind it, but the fact that these guards are fighting those mobs and kind of protecting this holy area, the portal, etc., it's cool. Like, it contributes to the immersion, right? So, I don't really have a lot of demands, like, when it comes to this kind of stuff, but the fact that they have it is a nice bonus, let's put it that way.
Defending it against all these sick goblins.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Very nice. Now, obviously, players, when they first enter into Verra, right, they're going to be looking to make their way out of the portal ruins. And
I'm actually curious to keep an eye on their XP bar, like how fast is leveling on the first levels. It should be fast, obviously,
and
but I'm
down
just curious how fast.
into the Lionhold base camp. And this isn't the only route out through this starting area. There's actually another path that is still pending some development, but it's
Okay, so he got 5%, and the experience will be split for 3 people, basically. So it's kind of okay, if you do it solo, it's going to be maybe 13-14% if we take into account the party bonus.
It's called Samia's Hope, and that is the Lionhold equivalent, but on the Valoon side.
Yeah, so players will have a choice as to kind of which way they want to go right off the bat.
Let me see. Here we go. Alright.
And
Is this
Yeah.
goblin?
maybe a bit
This
more
goblin
than
is having some
5%.
trouble.
Did you kill enough goblins?
You know, I'm trying to kill these goblins. Oh, here we go.
I mean, these goblins will be... There's gonna be a fucking massacre when 3,000 people log in simultaneously. There's gonna be more players than mobs. And I remember them saying that, hey, we'll increase the respawn rate for these mobs, but there is never enough. Based on my experience in Lineage, when a new server starts, even though there were 6, 7 starting areas, there's never enough mobs on launch within the first maybe 12 hours or so.
There we go.
So I would probably expect the same thing
Okay,
here.
we've done it. Killed some of those
Yeah,
goblins there.
I've killed plenty.
Atomic Nesu, thank you very much for following. Sorry, once again, it's my first stream. I fucked up the OBS settings. so I don't get the notifications. But I see you. I check the list of followers from time to time. Thank you for following.
Plenty of goblin.
There's a lot of goblins here, actually.
I'm just waiting for the of someone flagging for PvP and everyone getting flagged just by attacking mobs with some random ass cleave as. Yeah. But I'm actually wondering, because they mentioned it, that your attacks will not. So remember, we watched a Lineage 2 video yesterday, and it was possible in Lineage, but I'm not sure it's going to be possible in Ashes, because I remember them mentioning this, that it's not going to be possible unless you actually you won't flag unless you want to flag, to prevent that kind of exploit that that there was in Lineage. So,
all right, what do we have down here? Oh, this is looking great. This is beautiful.
Lions holding up a bridge.
Should we go down the trodden
Yeah,
path,
the
or
bridge.
kind of here's
Lionhold.
Lionhold.
Bridge looks fucking
Should we go
amazing.
kinda this
That's
direction?
10 out of 10.
Lion Guard
Like,
Monmouth
on my
says we should
scale.
hurry on to Lionhold.
Where is I'm kind of looking around over here. Oh, here we go. There's a dude here.
Zoran.
There's a little path here. Oh yeah, you guys are further ahead than I am.
Let's talk to him.
Okay, so this guy doesn't have a voiceover, right?
Okay. I am no lowly farmer. So if I give him a gold, he'll give me a treasure map? Do I even have a gold to give him?
Probably not.
I don't know, he gave me a treasure map, so I must have had a gold.
Okay. Oh, the Court of Cloaks. Very nice. So they introduce you to one of the social organizations by giving you a treasure map. That's cool.
True, it even has holes, so there's gonna be a lot of skeletons under it. Hell yeah, and there's gonna be a lot of people looting those skeletons. They're gonna be like piranhas in the sea waiting for a prey to fall down for some, I don't know, insect or a bird or anything. There's gonna be people under that bridge just waiting for someone to fall, because people will be just, doing that for memes. Everyone who joins now, thank you for joining. Welcome to the stream. This is my first stream about Ashes. Yeah, I hope you will enjoy. Well, take it into account, this is my first stream and I'm kind of getting used to it, so maybe it's not going to be the best stream, but it's the first step.
Very nice. Okay. Let's go down here. I think Lionhold is just down here, right?
Yeah, it looked pretty good for me for an alpha state. Exactly. That's a guy wrote that on YouTube. So once again, sorry, I'm not often looking at YouTube comments, and I'm too dumb to kind of make sure that all comments appear in one place, right? So yeah, that's the most important thing. It looks good enough for Alpha 2. That's all I need to know, basically. And that's all, I think anyone should know.
Ooh, another person. A Scout Merrick. Mork.
Goblin Slayer.
I am the Goblin Slayer.
Okay, this NPC doesn't have a voiceover as well.
Kill one of the goblins. I showed no fear. And I do have the makings of a hero. Should I give him the medallion?
You trust him? What if he steals it?
He looks reputable.
Well met, stranger. Here, take my medallion.
The one thing that is giving me.
Oh, he gave it back, and he gave it as a rare medallion now.
What are some criticisms you have for the game ATM? First of all, it's the communication obviously can be better, because it's decent, but it can be better for sure. What else? Let me actually think about it for a moment. I mean, it's not like criticism, but obviously we would love to know more about the game and see more prior to Alpha 2, and maybe I would like it if there were not only the monthly live streams, or maybe if those live streams were not just once in a month, but maybe 2 streams per month. right? Or maybe there's going to be one stream and one AMA with Steven or with Margaret. That would be cool too. When it comes to game itself, I mean, I don't know. We'll see during Alpha 2. I mean, I can't really say much in general about it.
Take a look. Oh, very cool. Okay.
Shiny.
He shined my medallion. That's nice. Thank you, Scout Moore.
Did they say what punishments there are for not doing the optional parts of the quest? I don't think there is going to be any punishments. Like, this is a sandbox game. And as they said, you're not going to be on the, like, you know, on the rails. You're going to be doing... Oh, that's a car. They're going to be... like, you will be able to do whatever you want, basically. If you want to do something, by all means, do it. If you don't want to do something, then whatever. Fuck you, you know?
Warwick for polishing the medallion.
Appreciate it.
Very appreciated.
Beautiful. This is a pretty vista right here.
Is it? Oh, I see. We're coming across... It looks like the entrance. Ah.
Oh, yeah.
We've
This...
done it.
Like, this looks fucking great.
We've made it
like,
to the gateway.
aesthetically
We made it to
and from the
Lionhold.
graphics perspective. Like,
This is
I'm just
beautiful.
impressed, that's it. That's all I can say.
This.
But there are 2 lions holding.
Yeah, why isn't it Lion's Hold? So now, obviously, Lionhold is kind of a base of operations for players within Alpha 2.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is going to introduce a lot of people to different systems.
You see,
Bill, do you want to talk to us?
Someone is writing, like, lighting is great. I mean, it kind of is, but it still feels a little bit too bright, in my opinion. But maybe that's okay when you actually play the game. I don't know.
Just a little bit about, you know, those introductory systems and kind of how long players are expected to remain in Lionhold.
Sure, you know, you'll get your first, you know, several levels by doing the various things that you can discover here in Lionhold. Again, like said, it's, you know, it's a sand park, so it's kind of, you know, there's no specific.
The flash. Wait for the spells in the dark areas. The flashbangs are gonna be real. Yes, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Order you need to do things, but there's quests to teach you how to craft, how to harvest.
And actually, look at the water. Like,
it's kind of, you know, there's no specific order you need to do things, but there's.
Oh yeah, actually, here's him talking about that specifically. There's no specific order, like when it comes to doing things. So you can just do it however you can. Lightning can always be improved later on. Sure, yeah, absolutely, 100% agree. I'm not complaining, but like, I'm not a big fan of complaining in general because first of all, it's pointless, and secondly, it's just kind of. You know, but yeah, I don't mind it, absolutely. Just look at the water now.
Quests to teach you how to craft, how to harvest.
Like, looks fucking cool. Like, I don't know, it's just awesome.
You know, it'll expose you to what we're calling
yeah, exactly. So this is the comment that I saw. All NPCs holding still is kind of sad. No one is walking or working, something like that. Well, it's true, but once again, it can be added later. That's it.
The commission system.
Yeah. OMG, the water physics are amazing. Exactly. They look like good. Let's put it that way.
There's a guy who can teach you about storage and how to make use of that. There's a lot of things to discover here in Lionhold.
I'm really amazed by the vibe of the zone. Yes, brother, so am I. Is that water 300 people moving through water yeah. Kale, you know the joke that I am about to make, but I won't say it because you will understand it even without me saying it. Can't wait to play some of the naval combat. I can't wait to play like anything, like any part of Ash's gameplay. Hang on. Okay.
It's awesome. I'm just kind of walking around, taking a look, taking it all in. I assume that as part of kind of, you know, players' expectations, not just with
Yeah, it looked pretty good from. Oh yeah, I've read that comment already. Sorry.
The systems introduction in Lionhold, but also kind of the ability to interact with artisanship. There's some, looks like, novice stonemasonry bench here.
Artisan processing, armor mold, weapon mold. What? Ashlar? No idea what that word means. Cut gem, sand, stone fragments. It's probably some like basic resources. The first one, okay. Wait, what? Duration? Okay, whatever.
I see we got a fatui as well. Some of the crafting systems. The other thing I noticed is that, you know, obviously we want to introduce players to the POIs within the Riverlands. This is going to be kind of the jumping off point for a lot of those quests and commissions that take you out into the Riverland space.
Totally. Captain Eudoxia here is kind of the head honcho of Lionhold and will facilitate a lot of those quests and
dude,
adventures.
that dude is like
Eudoxia
tough.
Here is
he's not really
the head
friendly.
honcho of Lionhold and will
Like, it isn't as we haven't got enough problems already. Like, quite a welcoming man, right? But like, he's a captain. He probably deals with all kinds of shit, like with monsters and criminals, you know. So like, let's give him some credit for that.
Will facilitate a lot of those.
Don't bother him,
quests and
Steven.
adventures.
Let Captain just chill.
He's the lieutenant of the 7th Lance, which is an element.
Why do we have why we're watching this for 10 minutes and it's the second time I see the person with purple hair? Is there I remember that was a discussion on Narcstream once upon a time, and I was like, I wouldn't want to see some, you know, colorful hair because it's like, I don't know, it like, this is a little bit like immersion breaking, but they were discussing it in terms of character creator, and I'm like, I don't think it's like, it's a similar thing that you remember the Rainbow Lions in New World and how people got mad at it because it was like, what the fuck is this, right? So I kind of feel the same about it, but I don't know, like, we live in 2024, so it's kind of okay. Names on players and NPCs look the same. Good point, actually. Yeah, it should be like there. You should be able to tell the difference like right away without actually thinking about it. Like, I mean, it's obvious that this is NPC, but yeah, I get the point that you're trying to make, and that's a fair one.
Of the Kalar Empire's army.
It says I should find a Kalar official. Where is a Kalar official?
Ooh, there's Elric.
There's Elric over here.
Right here.
Kalar. Or I think there's
And
another
then
one, and there's Talahad up here. Yeah, I think I'll go talk to Talahad.
This one?
You're a new face around here. Welcome.
Ah.
Excellent. That is
Welcome. No, that sounds a little bit unnatural, but I
Up
don't know.
here.
Let's listen to that again.
Yeah, I think I'll go talk to Talahad.
This one?
You're a new face around here. Welcome.
Ah.
Excellent.
Welcome. Yeah, like, if this is an AI voiceover, then I'd rather probably not do that or just make it better, because it's like it doesn't sound natural. But once again, like, I don't really care. I care about the game being good, not about the fucking lines of
Let it
NPCs.
be known that even as we struggle to
Nice,
maintain
okay.
our foothold
I
here,
got a
our
novice health salve.
glorious empire
And some dull glint.
still cares for its intrepid adventurers.
Oh, it's Intrepid Adventurers. That was awesome.
Yeah, and
I-
if you can talk to him more, he'll tell you a little bit more about learning to trade, about the goblins that we were fighting, and about the commission board as well.
Now, obviously, because we're in Alpha 2, or we're entering Alpha 2, there's going to be a lot of bugs, a lot of still things that need to be polished, content that's going to be implemented. But obviously, that's why Alpha 2 has been broken up into phases, Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3. We've gone over kind of what is expected within those.
You're a newcomer, eh?
I'm
well,
digging
there's
this
no
dude.
better way to find your feet than a commission.
The Herald.
The Herald.
Yeah, that's a funny name for an NPC.
All jobs the townsfolk around the outpost need doing. They bring 'em to me, and I post 'em on the board. Used to do 'em myself when I was a spry young soldier.
Yes, please add tone of AI voices rather than text. It works so well for cheap. I don't know if that's sarcasm or not, to be honest, but it can work if done properly.
Did you grab some stuff off the commission board?
I didn't. I just wanted to walk away from him and have him keep talking.
Steven is a troll.
Okay, let's take a look at the commissions.
How rude.
Yeah,
I
I've been really close to that commission board.
This already has way better graphics than WoW. Honestly, didn't expect them to be this good in this stage. I mean, you can't really compare it to WoW because WoW is like, what, 20 years old, right? But yeah, the graphic itself is good.
I know. I gotta.
Even
This is quite decent voice. Oh, yeah, they were talking about this one. I mean, yeah, it's okay.
I
So it can be fine, right?
up in there.
So these are commissions. The commissions, obviously, that we've talked about in the past, right? These are the kind of short, digestible.
Yep.
Content that you could.
These are.
Go ahead. Yep.
Oh no, yeah, these are simple things to do. You know, make your short play session more interesting and more rewarding by you know, picking up the various types of commissions that you can get, and then going out in the wilderness and finishing them. You can actually complete them in the field and get the rewards. So it's a very low friction play style.
I wonder how many people we're going to see fall from that bridge.
Exactly. A
I
lot.
see the holes in it.
A lot.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
It's pretty awesome.
You can go up on that bridge too.
Ooh.
Like, I mean, it's quite an adventure to get up there, but
I see there's also a vendor here that has some basic items and rations.
Yeah, I'm also wondering, like, it's hang on, where is that? I'm gonna jump off that bridge. Of course, there will be a lot of people doing that. I will be one of them. Same. Hang on, where is that? How many? Wait, I assume that's an insta kill. Yeah, I'm also wondering how the fall damage will work. Well, I expect it to be right. I don't remember whether Wiki says anything about it, but I assume that it's gonna it will exist. But to what degree? Can you actually die from fall damage? Or you will just, like, your HP will go to 1 and that's it? I mean, I don't know.
And whatnot.
But technically, it's kind of should be, like, lethal, right? It kind of makes sense.
So there's also kind of a checkpoint for players to come back and sell things that they acquire out in the world. This is obviously important because, you know, you never know when a node is going to be available or how close that node is. So having some basic, you know, vendor interaction here, I think is good.
Oh, there is full damage. Okay.
Yeah. So we got some glint for it by completing that quest, and this vendor will actually convert your glint into gold if you sell it to him.
Oh yeah. Let me do that. Actually.
Well, copper. Excuse me. I overspoke.
Oh my gosh! It's only 2 coppers worth.
Yeah.
It should be lethal, but also dying for full damage is really bad feeling, especially with loot drops. Yes, but then be careful. And also, if there will be other people dying, then it's going to be your chance to loot them, right? So everyone is playing on equal conditions, on equal terms.
All right.
I don't have enough money. Need to farm stuff.
And this is obviously, it gives you some basic access to cargo and material storage here as well at the warehouse clerk.
Yep. Yeah, you'll notice as you go out harvesting, you know, your packs fill up pretty quickly. So you'll come back into town to store some things.
That's actually one of the things that I don't really like in games, when your, like, inventory is limited and you are, like, you know, farming for 20 minutes and have to come back because your inventory is full. That's not something I'm a big fan of, but I mean, all right, well, I can take it, whatever. Personally, do not like full damage, but I'm fine with it. Yeah, kind of, same here.
Before you, you know, gather enough that you want to start your processing section, or, you know, get fully dive into the crafting loops.
You can also get bigger bags too, so that helps.
That is true.
And there's the mail system.
All right, we got the mail system working. So when we have to send out some system messages or mail between players, that's a working. Let's see if we have a trades
I
manager.
like the alchemy
Strong
bench.
enough to work a
It's
trade,
pretty.
But have you the brains for it? That
Was he saying take this axe and cut some row? Oh, okay, so that's a guy who will give you some tasks for lumberjacking, apparently.
that's what we like here. Hold a moment. Won't be enough. Just
Yeah, these the trade managers are who you'll learn the initial
Trade skills.
artisanship.
I see so those are going to be the initial artisanship profession NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll send you out to a few different people.
That's an arid warning. Just give me a second. What's going on? Okay, arid warning. Everyone take cover. Hang on. What is happening? Just 1 second, boys. Sorry. Okay, so they expect hits at 2 locations, and one of those locations is like right there. Not really fun. Okay, here is some info, right? 5 kamikaze drones approaching the city from the sea. And like sea is 50 meters away from me, so it's like, you know, having tickets to the first row when the show begins. Yeah, okay. All right. Should be fine for now. Let's get back to the stream. Gliders are going to be available. Full damage shouldn't be the problem. Yeah, gliding mounts will... yeah, exactly. So obviously there will be people who fall down from that bridge, and there will be people with gliding mounts who just jump from that bridge and just like glide down. That's gonna be cool. I would do that.
POI camps that are kind of nearby. This thing's
So
floating.
they'll teach you how to craft some tools, how to harvest, how to process, you know, the materials that you gather, and eventually craft them into, you know, gear and things.
Yeah, there's like... hang on, there was a comment, whatever. There was the question about character creator, and that was one of the things that surprised me a lot, like how much people actually care about it. But, well, okay, that's one thing, but your character will be in armor, right? So, like, does it really matter that much how he will look like if you won't see that anyway? I mean,
Things that other players will want.
Somebody's bewitched the commission board for artisanship. It's floating.
oh yeah. Is that a bug?
Should I slash bug this?
Oh yeah, apparently that's a bug. You know.
Oh, it's so good.
I'm pretty sure they're aware.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think it's fixed on another build.
This is cool. I'm digging the interiors places.
I mean, yeah, I understand that, but like, still you won't see. Are there races or just human? Yeah, there is like 9 races. On like during the phase 1, there will be 2 available on launch, and 1 will be added in phase 1 of Alpha 2. And then other races will appear in the next phases. So they kind of exist already. They just, as far as I know, they just need some polishing in terms of the way how every piece of armor looks on that particular race. Kind of like that. Were the racial shown at some point? Racial, what exactly?
Alright, very cool. Do we want to talk a little bit about, what we expect of our testers entering into phase 1? I know we talked a little bit about, obviously, these bugs that you're going to see, the polish and whatnot. Margaret, talk to us a little bit about, one, how tests have been going. I think we have upcoming of 9,000.
I believe they said that there. I don't remember about ability specifically, but someone asked that question in the Discord in Russian-speaking sections. They were discussing it, and I'm like, guys, take a look at the wiki, and the answer is right there. So initially, they were planning that your base character stats will depend on your race, but then they said like, okay, we're not gonna do it that way, which is a good thing, because otherwise, like, people will just play one specific race when it comes to a specific class just because it like has like extra 2% of, you know, attack speed, and attack speed is important for that class, for example, right? So yeah, I'm glad that they changed their mind,
And testers
but I'm not sure about the abilities
that have been invited into the next
but
A2.
I think it's gonna be the same, so there won't be anything like unique in terms of abilities when it comes to different races.
Spot test.
Yeah, we've been doing some extensive testing.
Okay, you're still streaming, bro. Yeah, thank you for joining. I am. That's the first stream. Sorry, like I'm replying to the YouTube comments with a delay because I fucked up the settings and I don't know how to like connect both chats. So I mostly pay attention to comments on Twitch. So I'm replying to comments on YouTube as well, but that comes with a delay usually.
Have been short, quick, kind of grabbing people.
All min-maxers will play dwarves to be less noticeable. Exactly. Yeah, that's one of the things as well. So I don't like when you can make characters absurdly like tall, but that's not a big deal. But when you can make them absurdly small, because like it's gonna be just simply more difficult for other players to choose you as a target, right? Because and people will use that because like whatever, like it's yeah, I don't like that part, to be honest, if it's gonna be the case.
To help us hop into the game and either doing queuing testing or stress testing things, which are not the most fun ones, but the fun ones, we've definitely had some like 3-day weekend ones where we've had people kind of really trying to level up nodes, or like we have an upcoming one that's about econ, which is mostly like, hey, we really want you to go through, do as much crafting and processing and harvesting and all of that stuff as much as possible. So we're definitely trying to get a focus on different pieces, and we've even done some combat oriented ones where we've done a little bit of focus grouping.
There will most certainly be people that don't report any bugs, but that's just how it is. Yeah, I said the same thing in one of my videos. Yeah, there will be people who don't care about the bugs like anyway, so they'll just play the game. But those players still kind of contribute to the whole thing, because Intrepid will be able to, collect statistics, data, and then analyze certain stuff based on that. So I mean, even though it's unfortunate that it's going to happen and it's going to be that way, but still it's like, it still can be useful, let's put it that way.
But really what we do with these is we have feedback threads, surveys, things like that, where we're gathering feedback regarding specifics that the development team needs for those specific tests. We also have bug reporting. Obviously we have bug reporting in-game.
There will also be people who will just collect exploits to use them if they go unnoticed too, sadly. I mean, those people will end up getting banned. I don't think Intrepid will tolerate that kind of thing, and they will take action against that. So I wouldn't really mind that, but I just hope that there's going to be... There won't be... I hope so, yeah, exactly. So I just hope that it's not going to be the same way as it was in New World, when you report something and that's just... They just don't give a fuck, No.
Prior to that, we were doing some more forum-oriented stuff, which the QA team was amazing in going through and cleaning that up.
Kale, specifically for you.
Obviously, we have bug reporting in-game now. Prior to that, we were doing some more forum-oriented stuff, which the QA team was amazing in going through and cleaning that up and getting those all into our system so that we can ensure that they get fixed. And really just making sure that loop goes well. So as we move into Alpha 2, you will continue to kind of see that as a more public-facing thing, where you'll see Alpha 2 forums. We'll be sending out surveys to the players who are playing through that, and just trying to make sure that we're gathering as much feedback for the development team.
It's spreading,
and ensuring that our reports
spreading faster than Ebola.
Help them get all the goodies.
And we have been getting
the QA team doing a badass job going through.
will you be able to inspect other players? It's a good question. Very interesting.
All the bugs, because it's a lot.
Absolutely, and we've been getting a lot of great testing feedback and bug reporting from the testing groups, and we actually did some focus groups around some of the archetype classes and some of the mayorship systems.
And we did some with mayors. Yep.
Yeah, super cool. It's been great to see. Obviously, as we expand outward,
okay. So this is exactly what I was talking about. Actually, watch it again on YouTube when they upload it. It's in 4K. Then, and you get a better idea of how it actually looks. The 1080p stream does it no justice, but they do that for those that can, like, whatever, something else. But yeah, the point still stands. Like, game in 4K looks much better than in like 1080.
To pre-testing to all the Alpha 1 users.
Check out the chat. That's a good question. Wait, check chat. I replied to him. Lol. That's a good question on the live stream. Hang on. Where the fuck? That is classic. Hang on. Can I actually use Control F here? Sorry. Good question. Okay. Yeah, I see.
Users over the course of the next, probably I would say, next 2 to 3 weeks, right? We should be expanding that to all Alpha 1 testers, I think, over the next 2 weeks or so.
Yep.
That's going to be obviously exciting. To kind of see our CCU testing, to see the scalability and performance testing that we're working on hard here in the studio, and everybody.
That's one of the things that I'm a little bit concerned about, whether the servers will be actually capable of, having up to 3,000 CCU users, like CCU just because U stands for users. I was like, I really hope that goes smoothly, even though it's like not 100% and not even like probably 80%. But yeah, we just all hope for the best.
Milestone, our M10.
But we're ready for everything.
We have had a lot of outstanding polish and bug fixing, but M11, our milestone 11,
MLM.
is going to be very test and react. We had a great town hall today, actually, at the studio, where we talked about the upcoming testing that we have planned prior to our October 25th Alpha 2 start date. We're burning the midnight oil. We are definitely getting a lot of stuff done at the studio, and very, very appreciative of all the participation for the testers. And
our focus really is polish. We're really trying to just make sure that we're polishing some of the pieces that you guys are going to see for Alpha 2. Obviously, like Steven said, this isn't a game quite yet. Alpha 2 is definitely going to be where you're going to find bugs and the kinks, and our goal is really just iteration and feedback and continually updating. And you're going to see updates every 3 weeks. The 3 ones, we'll have small updates and then the larger ones, and you'll continue to see progress as we move forward. But it's going to be...
Guys, it's 2024. Quit trolling and grow up, please. If only that worked that way, that you ask people to not act like people and they stop acting like people. No, it never works like that.
It'd be really exciting for us to see everybody in game and actually get to play with everybody.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
As people are in chat are mad at someone who apparently, like, what did he write? I'm curious now. Hang on. Why is everyone mad? What did you write? Okay. 10 mentions. Like, what did he write? Tier. I want to know. I'm curious now. Please. Okay, whatever. I will never find out. I'm gonna yeah, probably. But this will haunt me to the end of my days. What this guy wrote that people are so mad at him.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're
good.
Steve.
No, you're good, Bill. Go for it.
I was just gonna say, I think you'll really see that in this area, especially. This is the introduction to the game and the introduction to A2. So this area is going to see a lot of iteration as new systems come online, as systems get refined and features change based off feedback. Obviously, all of that introductory stuff has to change with it, so that we're keeping up to date with how the game is actually playing. And in addition to those kind of updates to just keep things up to date, there'll be more and more quests and storylines going into these areas, and as well as the taking advantage of the dynamic nature of our game too, so that you'll.
Question: does the badge you get at going through the portal means that the portal is 2 ways? I mean, does it matter? You're gonna be playing Verra anyway.
You'll see things that that are transient, that are here.
Okay, wait. Dude is just mad because he can't afford the game. Kale, say the word. I can't say it. You can. I don't know. Hang on, what? So some guy writing in Cash of Creation and got banned by Mod Shortly. Yeah, no, I had another joke. So if a missile hits my house, it's gonna be Ashes of Flanker, right? Whatever. But I don't know if that's... but... The fuck just happened? One of my lamps died, but what was the sound? Yo, bro? Hello? Hello? It died. RIP. Hang on. Let me... Well, that's actually hot as fuck. Hang on. Maybe that... Come on, Flanker, you have a degree in engineering. You have to figure something out. But that should... Hang on, that... Ouch. Fucking hell. Yeah, probably this Chinese piece of shit died because... it smelled... It has a very bad smell, so probably this thing died. I hope not this thing with colorful light. I have another one there, but okay, but it's overheated. All right, RIP. Press press F to pay respect to my source of light. F's in chat. Come on, boys. F's in chat. Okay. Right. Exactly.
Maybe only at night or only during certain times of the year. So it's going to be really exciting to see how these areas and areas like Lionhold progress and develop, not only in the course of.
Will A2 have queue times for login? Oh, my sweet summer child.
The course of A2, but over the life of the game, because that's what really gets me excited about Ashes is our commitment to building a truly dynamic world.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we've walked you through a little bit of the Ayland Ruin.
This looks amazing already. By lunch, it's going to be more glorious win-win. Yeah, I hope so.
Let's give you a little bit of backstory.
The dude desperately spamming the same question. Can you kill an NPC without being at war? As an ill... Okay. Without being at war as an infiltration to weaken the opposing guild. Like, why do you need to know this? Like, now.
On the...
If it does not have queue times, that's bad scenario. Exactly.
Yeah, starting location, the portal. We've taken you through Lionhold and talked to you a little bit about what to expect as a player starting within the Riverlands for Alpha 2's Phase 1 next month. We're excited, obviously, to have players joining. We're excited to see every weekend right now testers in the game and the game continuing.
No, don't take me out of Verra yet. Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel you.
Squashing the bugs and getting more content in. And we cannot wait to see you guys in Verra, and we will see each of you back on stream. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
I mean,
Hello,
look at the
we're
comments.
back.
Like people are mostly satisfied from what I see. Like I am satisfied as well. So yeah, love the. Hang on, what? Love their. Okay, whatever.
Hopefully you all enjoyed that. I'm just like cringing over the jumping. I'm just
Oh,
like, no.
I
I was like, I'm
cannot
gonna
believe.
fire Kyle. No, I'm just kidding.
I
I'm just kidding.
cannot
I was like, why you
believe.
cut it?
I cannot believe that there were so many comments in chat about how I can't believe Steven made the jump and they didn't.
Yeah,
How did
exactly,
Steven make
exactly.
Let me tell you something,
Rigged.
okay?
Rigged.
Let me tell you something. When I want to focus on playing the game well, I can. Most of the time, I'm thinking about what I have to say next, what topic I have to talk about, the
True as
camera
well.
position, all those types of things. But look, that jumping puzzle, boom, just like that. Just like
For the
that.
first time, I think people saw Steven not use
Steven
GMGs
feels
for
so
video.
proud of himself now.
Oh, no.
I think it might be the only one you didn't use a GMG
Okay, so I'm going to tell you a really funny story, actually.
Okay.
We recorded, so we had started the recording previous for this video, and unfortunately, Bill's machine had a crash, and we decided, we're just going to start it over again. And,
And in the
when I-
previous ones, Bill
in
and
the
I
previ-
both made it.
Bill
Yeah.
and Margaret both made it, and I was failing and failing and failing and failing.
Ah,
And finally,
okay.
I GM cheated it, and so this
Exactly,
time when
exactly.
they kept failing, I was like, God, who would GM cheat this? That's so crazy.
Yeah.
It was so good. It was so good.
I was like,
Maybe he's a god gamer, he's just acting he's not. I mean, if I recall correctly, he was leading some large guild in, I don't remember, was that EV Online or Arcade? Something like that. And that kind of tells me that he might have some skills, but maybe it was a long time ago. Your Savior, I just updated the list of followers. Thank you so much for following. Appreciate your support.
Steven has a Dr. Evil like button under his desk that causes my machine to crash.
Look, this dude keeps spamming so desperately.
It was so great. I loved it. I loved it.
it's too fun. But a lot of people in the chat were like, this is the most realistic development update or dev post
It was
showcase.
fun. I
We
also
definitely
saw a
try
lot
to
of.
not make edits as much as possible. If you haven't
No,
noticed
this
in all
stuff,
of
this
our
isn't scripted
stuff,
really
yeah.
at all. I mean, we the way that we kind of do our dev updates, and you guys know this if you've been watching us for a while, is we have our general systems. We have some points that we want to hit on, topic wise. But this is just us playing the game. This is us as fellow human beings, fellow gamers who are loving what we're making and want to share it with the world, right? I noticed there was a lot of commentary about AI, the AI voiceover. And so this is a super, super early implementation of the voiceover. Just to give you guys context, the solution that we are using is our in-house sourced internally. So it's our dev team who wants to participate in the AI voiceovers doing.
He really wants to grieve some other guild so much already. Oh, maybe.
Recordings. We're using their voices then to construct.
I wonder if they send every single developer to make this jump and collect the percentage failure number. That would be interesting. But I think we'll see that on launch. There's going to be a lot of players actually like trying to do that themselves to figure out whether it's really complicated, like difficult or not.
Different voices for NPCs within the world. Obviously, there's a lot of.
Are you going to address the ethical side of AI voices? Is there something that I do not understand, or it's some Twitter type questions of a 13-year-old rebel who's going to change the world? Like, what is, like, jokes aside, is there anything, like, what's the meaning behind this? You guys have any idea? Because I'm lost.
More granular fidelity that needs to come out of this system that we're still working on right now, such as like pausing, voice.
1 sec. I just heard something. Oh. A fighter jet crossed the border with Ukraine from Belarus. What the fuck is going on? Just 1 second. Something is happening. Yeah, multiple sources, like second source confirms that. Hang on. Are they, like, what's the outcome? Did they shoot it down or, like, hang on. Well, just 1 second, boys. Just 1 second. Something is happening. Vlad? Что-то происходит. 1 second. Okay, now there are 7 kamikaze drones in our region. Interesting. Okay, but something is happening. All right, let's get back to the game.
Voice inflections, all those types of things. But, we feel it really adds to the immersive nature of the world. And it was nice to see a positive reception from the community. I always, we
probably some... If you're using AI voices, you're replacing actual human work. Well, as if we were not doing it for, like, the last 100 of years, like with different machinery on factories and like robots and other stuff. Like, how is it different to what has already happened?
We thought that this was going to be something that you guys would enjoy. And as that gets better refined and the fidelity of it gets better, I think it's going to be a very welcome addition.
Yeah, and there were a couple questions in regards to the AI, which is, what is our approach to voiceover? And previously...
No, hang on. Wait. Where is that? I just saw a funny comment. 1 second. Yeah, I will volunteer for some recordings. Like, when it comes to my voice, I can only do the voiceover for some NPC who is like laying in some ditch drunk, and all he says is like, something like that. I can volunteer for that kind of voice recording, like voiceover, voice acting, like whatever it's called. The simple reply is business and life is not fair. True and true.
We had said that AI voice acting wasn't something that we wanted to do. Like, why the change?
Because, like, the funny thing is that people would say, like, why wouldn't you hire, like, if you take a look at it from that perspective, why wouldn't you hire people so that you can pay them something for their job and then, they make money? Like, okay, but you're not going to be paying $15 a month for a subscription. You're going to be paying $25. Do you want to do that? Probably not. My concern is not with ethics. It's just AI voiceover is shit. Unless I can tell a difference, I don't want. That's a fair point. I would agree with that. But I think it's kind of good because I played a little bit with voice cloning. And if you have like the original sample of someone talking, and it ends up being pretty good, and that tool is in a public access. So I can imagine, and it's just like average, right? So I imagine there are some like, better versions of such tools that are, maybe of better quality or that are more expensive, right? So I think it should be kind of achievable.
Now, and then was AI used to build some of the game in other ways?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, but at the same time, I want to play this game before I'm actually like 47, right? So, like, if they will use AI for that, by all means.
Yeah. I mean, as AI continues to develop, right? This is a very, very emergent field of technology. And its application across a game engine like Unreal obviously is going to move much faster than other either proprietary engines or different engines on the market. So we do have
so many people skip quest tags, so even an AI voice is better than nothing. I kind of agree with that as well. AI. Oh, here is a very important point when it comes to hiring real actors. That's a really good point. AI voice in many languages. Okay, there's gonna be many languages, like local. What's the right word? Like, okay, so the game basically will be translated to several languages. You hire an actor, like let's say you have like 500 NPCs, and you hire 500 people or like 100 people, right, to do the voiceover for them all. But now you need to multiply that because those NPCs have to, like, talk in different languages. AI can solve this problem because it's not a problem for AI. But if you talk about real voice actors, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Like, it's if there was only English in the game, that's already a really annoying task, let's put it that way, because it requires a lot of people interacting with them, writing those fucking lines, making them do the voiceover. It's a shit ton of time and probably money as well. And then add another layer on top of that, which is different languages. Like, it's like AI is our future. I don't mind. They're already used AI voiceover at all, and it's better than nothing in my opinion. Of course, it would be bad. I would rather mute it. Yeah, exactly. It would be nice if there was an option to mute NPCs if you don't want to, listen to them. And that kind of solves the whole problem. If you don't want to hear that, you have an option to like turn it off. If you want that, by all means, keep it on. What? Sorry, I clicked on
at our
random
disposal
person.
the ability to like constantly be evaluating, hey, what are the types of tools that we can leverage, not just perhaps within the narrative system such as voiceovers, but in other ways as well. That's something that we keep an eye on, right? And so as we decide to take the plunge into some of these systems, we'll let you guys know what they are and why we're doing it and give you this update. And AI voiceover is one of those things where it just made sense for us, and it was a really cool way to incorporate the dev team as part of the game as well.
And like Steven said, obviously you guys are pointing out all of the issues with it. We're going to work out those kinks for that.
Kinks.
The
Ooh.
other questions here that people wanted to ask are, in some of the recent streams, we've seen loot drops as items and gear. Will that trend continue? And if so, how do we feel it might
Hang on, I missed the first part. Sorry, what?
Like Steven said, obviously you guys are pointing out all of the issues with it. We're going to work out those kinks for that. The other questions here that people wanted to ask are, in some of the recent streams, we've seen loot drops as items and gear. Will that trend continue? And if so, how do we feel it might affect the crafting profession?
I don't remember what he replied, but I don't think it's gonna affect it in any way because you're gonna be dropping like some basic gear, and like the drops from world bosses will be very limited because you only drop a few items from them, basically like finished items. So it's like I wouldn't worry about it.
Absolutely. I mean, loot drops from monster kills, from boss kills, are one of the primary methods by which gear gets introduced into the economy. In addition, obviously, to completed gear items, you have material components and or recipes that can drop, which allow for a greater customization options when it comes to certain types of crafts that you want to make, making them more bespoke to build types as well. So how do we feel that will affect the economy? I think that it's a very important resource for players who might not be crafters to also have a method by which they get to touch the economy, the player-driven economy, and that's through these drop systems.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I said. Tagging a product with AI feels cheap because every capital whatever. So yeah, some people have an impression that if some like a bias or a stereotype that if something is made with the help of AI, then it's a low quality. While it's true sometimes, it's not true. Like, it's not always true. Also, another ethics part is that AI voiceover is based on employees. As they said, these employees should get paid for the rights of their voice. because ASC is going to use that voice in perpetuity. Can you please stop using those fancy English words? Perpetuity, right? Is that how I'm supposed to pronounce it? Whatever. But yeah, I understand the point. But once again, if you use someone's voice, it should be like there's a license for that, like how it's called, commercial license or something like that. So obviously, yeah, I think that kind of goes without saying, because if you use someone's voice in the game, that like without a permission, then it's not a good thing to do, and they might get sued for that. I think, like, taking into account that their primary like location is US, I'm pretty sure you can get sued for that, right?
I think this is pretty normal. I think, we've talked a lot about this in the past as one of the primary conduits of gear introduction in the game.
Yeah, we're definitely like an all of the above like answer to this, right? And it's it's always going to be a dial. You want crafters to feel valued, and you want them to have a market for what they craft. So, but that doesn't mean that the dial for complete drops need to be turned down to 0.
Scarlett Johansson is suing OpenAI for using her voice, I think. Well, yeah, if they used it without her permission, then yeah, obviously it's a legal, claim from her. It's true. Like, I'm pretty sure there are like normal, appropriate legal ways of doing that. So, yeah.
And then people want to know, can someone level up doing mostly exclusively artisan commissions and artisan system stuff?
Technically somebody could. However, that would be a path of most resistance. The path of least resistance and the fastest way to level is going to be kind of doing a little bit of everything, right? And that's how we're kind of gearing progression for the character.
And then, are we incentivizing people to do the main story quest, or is it intended that any path to level is equally viable?
I think that there are a lot of different paths to level that all have some equity within them. However, the main story path is something that players are encouraged to participate in. It definitely roots kind of, your perspective from a player in the world and what you're doing here. It gives you that context, but then also that narrative system is built to be dynamic and react to world state conditions and predicates and player activities. So it doesn't feel like it's just this canned progression throughout the world. Each server is going to interact with that storyline differently based on how players develop.
And then the last one here that people, well, I have two more. Can we kill any NPC whenever we want?
Oh, I thought they asked the question of this guy. Yeah, he keeps spamming it. Can you kill an NPC without being at war? I mean, why would you, like, I don't really get that part in general, because, like, okay.
Not any, let's see, hold on. Can you kill any NPC? Technically, you can kill the guards, I think. You can...
guards, yes.
You can't kill quest givers. You can't kill vendors within towns and whatnot. So there are some alignments that are relevant to who is a valid target to you.
Exactly, yeah. So basically, it was the same way in Lineage. You could kill the guards, even though it was difficult, but it was possible. But you couldn't kill anyone else. And like, it probably works the same way in other games, right? But in New World, you couldn't kill anyone, but I don't remember whether there were guards actually. Probably, like, not that I remember. Yeah, okay, but still, I don't know what this question is all about.
In regards to AI VO, what is our solution for other languages as we localize it?
I believe that the AI solution is meant to be adaptive with translation efforts as well.
Exactly. That's the main point. And while you can kill quest givers, but they respawn, of course. Okay, but like, all right. Like, I have never seen that personally in other games. So, like, in the games I played, so it's kind of like I would never ask that question, because I would like never think about it even. Yeah.
So it's something that will provide us, I think, an easy path, or not easy, I don't want to say easy, but an easier path in order than what has been traditional for voiceover with the system that we're using.
All right. And then
Yeah, like, look, VA is way too expensive for what the approach is. I 100% support AI voice acting, and the majority of gamers will as well. Well, probably. Cuts cost to make games by a ton. True as well. Like, if they have some funds to spend on the game, I'd rather have them spend it on some, I don't know, like hire another, graphic designer or whatever, like it's called for a person who does the graphics, right? Or maybe like someone who writes the scripts for the NPCs, or like some creative person to do something about the game. Like, you know what I'm trying to say, right? Instead of just spending money on something. Like, money is one thing, but the time is important. That's also another factor that must be taken into account.
that's our Alpha 2 guide. So we hope that you guys have like a good insight into what kind of content you'll be able to experience in Alpha 2 as we head towards it. We're soon, next month, our next live stream will be hanging out with you guys in Alpha 2, which will be very, very exciting. And of course, if there's other questions, feel free to ask us, but we will have an article that goes up later next week that has all of the details with the screenshots of all of the things. We may add some additional stuff as we see fit, but hopefully that will give you guys some great insight into things, and you have a good precedent of what to expect as we go into Alpha 2. And again, as a reminder, this is a testing phase. Our main goal here is to gather feedback, to hunt down these bugs, and to iterate on our project as we move forward and continue to implement more of our phases. And with that, let's talk about our studio. Steven, how's the studio doing? Let's do a little studio update. It's been a while. We just did a town hall with everybody.
I know. We just had a town hall. We hired, I think, over 20 people over the course of this last milestone, over the course of the last 12 weeks or 10 weeks or whatever.
20 people, that's, I don't know, but that sounds like a decent number. And I saw that they hired guy who will be also like a community manager, and who will be like, one of his responsibilities will be the like, he'll handle the content creator program, which is good, like for like me and other content creators, because we can get qualified and become like, official content creators for Ashes of Creation or something like that. And there was something else that I wanted to say. And yeah, probably he will take Margaret's, duties and responsibilities while she is away, because that might happen really soon from what we saw.
Whatever that is. And things are going well. I mean, we definitely, it is a bundle.
Dude is like, will we get the launcher a day or two before the start of Alpha 2? Because if not, I probably can't play the first weekend. Well, first of all, we probably will, but like,
of emotions for everybody here on the team, right? A lot of hard work is being put into the project to get ready towards.
And I'm wondering how many people do they actually have, like, at the moment, because like it should be somewhere around like 200. But the interesting thing is they always mention how many people have they hired, but they never say how many people left the company, because I assume that some people like leave over time. So that's interesting as well. I'm curious about the game reservations and if there will be a pre-character creation like in BDO. Oh, there's people and character creators. But on launch, I would expect that to be for sure. Not sure about Alpha 2. But yeah. Oh, name reservation. Okay. Yeah, that's going to happen if you're... It depends on your pack, because I believe the name reservation... I know it's included in my pack, and that was $375. It wasn't included in $250 pack, but yeah. I assume it will be possible before the actual launch, because otherwise, what's the point? Okay, I see a few people joined. I have the welcome to the stream. We're watching the recent showcase, and this is my first stream ever when it comes to Ashes. So I appreciate you coming here. Thank you so much for your attention and for your time. And we keep watching.
Alpha 2, there's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of excitedness, there's a lot of everything happening right now. But
That's true.
the team is definitely rising to the occasion. There's a lot of good work that's being done, a lot of bugs that are being squashed. We're refining a lot of our processes to kind of do that transition into the more live ops games as a service kind of
Most important question, will there be fishing? Well, according to their AMA, there will be fishing, and they just mentioned that all artisan skills will be in game on launch in phase 1, but I'm curious about fishing as well, because that's something that I enjoy doing in games, and we haven't really seen it, so I'm wondering how that will actually work.
Perspective with Alpha 2, and it's illuminating holes and areas where we need to improve upon. And I'd like to say that, week after week, the improvement that I see across our processes and issues as we deal with them is tremendous. So big kudos to the team. Hearts in chat for Intrepiders here. They're doing an awesome job when it comes to prepping for Alpha 2.
Yeah, it's definitely been
a lot of hearts in the chat.
I know my team has been preparing for all of the things on the Alpha 2 front. For those content creators who we reached out to about that video a long time ago, you'd be like, man, they've been prepping that video for a while. We've definitely known that, Alpha 2's coming. So we've been preparing as much as we can on the community and customer service side. We actually hired on a couple new folks. You've probably seen some new faces around. And I know that we're just excited. We're doing all the things. We got some fun things planned as we move towards Alpha 2 and post Alpha 2. So we hope that you guys will join us for a lot of fun community events and
that's for sure.
A lot of feedback loops that we're going to be working with the development team on.
And I'm wondering how, just from a human perspective, from a human being perspective, how Steven feels and the people who are actually spend countless hours on doing that, on working on the game, right? When they read all that stuff oh, the game is trash or something like that, it might feel kind of demotivating, because people are people. They're ungrateful assholes. So it's better to show them support, because in the end of the day, we all want the same thing, which is to play a decent MMO that we are also hungry about, or for. I don't know what's the right word for it, but we want a good MMO, and they are trying to do that. So let's just focus on helping them if it's possible.
Add anything additional?
Yeah, no, it's it's awesome. We continue to grow the team, and that's going to continue to happen throughout Alpha 2, and it's just more talented folks to help deliver for the players. That's the goal.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of layoffs that are happening. So
PvP in Alpha 2 at any point? That's a perfect question. Sweet summer child.
Do you know some of those people?
And is there any way to know?
People who have been affected, please send them our way. We still have a plethora of abilities, disciplines available, and roles and positions up. So definitely send them our way, especially if they fit one of the criteria. Even if they don't, there's also a role on there that's just apply for general, and we may pick up some of those people even though we're not even looking actively for those roles, if they're a talent that we
Vlad, if you're here is a job opportunity for you. Leave Canada, go to US, help me play the game, do something so that I play it sooner. Come on.
Really want. So please send them our way. We would love to have more talent on our team. We're always looking for some good people. With that, I think we'll switch to the art update, unless you have anything else you want to make sure folks are aware of on the studio front.
No, I just wanted to comment. I saw
how much you paying. They will pay you. There is a like the last time I saw there was a like a pretty decent number of like open positions that they have. So come on, do it. I mean, your company's dying anyway from what I saw recently. I don't know if it's true or not because I was not really paying attention, but you know what I'm talking about.
A few questions during the video.
Yeah, go for
One on player character, excuse me, not player character. NPC appearances. You guys probably noticed.
Oh, the
Obviously,
pink
there's a
hair and
bug.
stuff.
Missile. That's a friendly missile. Lit. Should be fine. Hang on, let me see what's happening. Okay. 4 UAVs, like kamikaze drones approaching. My position, apparently, hang on. -1. Okay, okay, awesome. Apparently that was the missile that just shot it down. Hang on. Yeah, exactly. Did you guys heard that? Hang on, I'll take a quick look outside because I'm wondering what's happening out there. 1 second. I don't hear them yet, but they're like 20 kilometers away. You can't hear them from that far, but they're loud, so maybe like 5-7 kilometers away you can hear them. But I just noticed like a flash, and I was like, what is that? And then I heard the sound because the light comes sooner, and you sometimes hear the sound like 10 seconds later, depending on how far it is, because like the light speed is like we know what the light speed is, and the speed of the sound is 330 meters per second, so basically 1 kilometer per 3 seconds. So if it's like if the delay is 10 seconds, then it's like 3.3 kilometers away. So that's how you can know the distance. And yeah, that was a missile, surface-to-air missile, that was apparently took down one of the kamikaze drones. Anyway.
Yeah, with the blue hair and the randomized NPC appearances, that is something that's actively being worked on right now by our tech art and graphical engineering's team to address some of the bugs with that system. You guys heard for the first time, I think, the music in game, the adaptive battle music, some of the soundtracks there. What you did hear was work by Enon.
Hang on, guys. I'm gonna show you something right now. Just wait for a second. Look who we have here. Say hello. Hang on. 1 second. Here's the guy. So this is Chester. He's 16 years old. He is British, short-haired. He's a British short-haired cat that must take cover right now because I hear the drone approach. Oh, do you hear the shots? I don't know if my mic catches it, but I hear it. It's close. Hang on. I need to take a look outside. Hang on. Yeah, I'll take a look. Just 1 second. Sorry, guys. Кот, давай вниз. Вниз, давай. Блять. Fucking hell. Do you guys want to hear some next level? Some next level content? I'm gonna bring the mic closer. I don't know if you'll be able to hear that, but it's fucking loud. I don't know if you can hear that. Oh. Did you guys hear anything? I don't know if my mic is catching the sound, but yeah, that's what it feels like living in Ukraine now. Hang on, I'm gonna close the door. Sorry for all this, but nope, your mic is too good, doesn't pick up ambient. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, that was I don't know if you noticed, but there is hang on. Yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed, but you can take a look at the banner on my channel. So there's some wallpapers of Ashes of Creation, and there's also a few explosions, and there's a missile and a drone above, and there's a burning city, like a burning building in the middle of the city. So it's like a reference. I thought it would be like a very interesting reference to the situation when we kind of talk about the game, but under these circumstances. Anyway, yeah, I was showing you the cat, but I'll probably show him some other time as well. So make sure to follow me on Twitch and also join my Discord, because that's where I'm gonna be sharing the more photos of my cat. You know, I have to be smarter when it comes to those call to actions. You know. Okay, let's get back to the stream.
Verra, who's one of our composers, along with Bear McCreary. They're doing great work. Enon's work is phenomenal. There's a lot of different soundtracks that are currently within the Riverlands in Alpha 2. And as obviously Alpha 2 progresses, you're going to hear some of those additional soundtracks come online. And then last I saw some questions about queues, whether it be queues in Alpha 2. There is a queue system in place. We do want to make sure that servers do get healthy populations for Alpha 2. And as such, we will be utilizing a queue system when Alpha 2 does begin on October 25th.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on the realms too. Like if we think that we need to expand and add more realms, we will. But we also just don't want to like have too many realms and then not have population in those realms. So like it's a balance.
Exactly.
balancing act.
Exactly. That's a good point, because that was a problem of a new world, because they started and there was not enough servers basically, right? And there were queues like of thousands of people, right? But then they added more servers that kind of solved the problem, but the player retention was terrible. So a lot of people were quitting because, like, obviously some people won't like the game, and that's okay. But there was simply not enough content. So, hi again, you're still alive. Whoa, impressive. Kind of get used to it, because when we're gonna be playing it, like, I hope that I'll be streaming for like, I hope that I'll have long streams like 8, 10, 12 hours, so that we kind of play together, and go through this adventure, and go through this adventure together. Server names yet?
Bear with us while we're doing that, but we'll try to make sure that the experience isn't too bad for you all. The wonderful NDA testers who have been working with us over the last few weeks, or months, I should say, have experienced the bugs with the queue system. So I think the last one that we just did, which is Thursday, we did
a couple days ago,
went really, really well. So the new queuing system that we just implemented and updated has been going really well. So we'll put that to the big test this weekend and see how that goes. But for sure, we'll try our best to work out the kinks, but there may still be some at the launch on October 25th. All right, moving on to some art updates. Not a ton here today. We got Cuffs of the Seeker from Danny, which look awesome. I could see this being
do look really cool. Love them.
Yeah. I think that I could see these being done in different styles too, instead of like this brass look. It could be
looks good.
Sure. There's also a lot of space on that metal for some type of decal or stencil work. Yeah, absolutely.
I see that for sure. Next up, we have the Shaman Goblin mask that Chris made.
Super cool.
Very, very cool. Didn't you get a goblin mask?
Saber tooth.
Yeah, this is another
Where's
one.
your mask?
Oh yeah.
It's a different one, but this one's a different one. But
that's all good. But are they going to say something else? Art update is a little bit like, not really.
Is a paramount thing to keep protected, and not allow for people to subvert those achievements in a method of acquiring through swiping their credit card or whatever, right?
Okay, wait, what?
And then put it on the cosmetic slot that is available for that thing. To have a cosmetic slot to put the thing on. So it's not like you just get the cosmetic and you immediately can put it on. You still have to attain things in game and then put it on the cosmetic slot that is available.
Yeah, they're talking about the cosmetics.
We've talked about this a lot in the past, right? For those of you who might be newcomers or watching the stream for the first time, like we have a very strong commitment as a team, as a company, as fellow gamers of MMOs, where we believe
I've worked on so many pay-to-win games.
Yeah, we believe that achievements within the game that relate to your character power and progression is a paramount thing to keep protected, and not allow for people to subvert those achievements in a method of acquiring through swiping their credit card or whatever, right? Yeah,
and I see some other comments about merch. We will have a merch shop as well.
Oh yeah, speaking of, I remember this part. I remember them mentioning this yesterday on the stream, and this is an example, like selling merch is an example of good, ethical monetization, because it has nothing to do with the game, but people still would like to buy some, game-related stuff like t-shirts, I don't know, hoodies or anything like that. Because probably even I would buy that, because I don't mind. And that would look good for like streams, like so yeah, that's I will be glad if they actually do it. So yeah, it's an awesome idea.
More details to come on that. We're really working towards right now. I think I've given this update before, but really we're just in manufacturing at this point. Some stuff, we have a couple items that are in warehouse now, but we are mostly in manufacturing. I think there's a couple boxes that are still in design development, but those will be easy once we get those done. The prints just happen and then we move forward. And I think we have a couple shirts that are being sent to us in samples, and then we're going to be moving forward with manufacturing for those. So we are getting very close to launching a merchandise shop. We know that people really want that. That is a different team than the development team, so don't worry. It doesn't affect development of Ashes of Creation. It's me working with Langford, working with our merchant.
Yeah, that's also a good note, because some people might have certain concerns that why are you spending time on merch when instead of focusing on actually developing the game. Kale requires a collaboration. I don't know how that works, to be honest. Another shot, hang on. I think I hear one like far away. At least it sounds like it. Just 1 second, boys. I need to. I just clicked because... okay, hang on. Let me look it up. Oh yeah, here comes the boom. Okay, more drones are approaching. Can you let me stream? Give me a break already. Oh, shots. AA gun started shooting. Welcome to the streaming club. Oh, thank you. Oh, Kriran, it's nice to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. Sorry, my stream is constantly being interrupted. Like, not constantly, but in the past, like, half an hour, it's being interrupted by kamikaze drones. Hang on, I need to take a look outside again. Like, I'm curious what's happening out there. Just 1 second, boys. I don't know, once again, I don't know if you guys hear that, but there were 2 missile launches. I don't know if they hit the drone. Oh, that sounds like a third one. I don't hear the drone itself, so it should be, like, it's not really close. Oh, wait. Yeah, one of them is still alive. It's coming. I hear the second one. 2 of them. Fucking hell. Oh, 1 second. My apologies. I'll try to bring the mic closer because maybe you'll hear it. Oh, he bite. Uh, one sec. Hang on. Yo, you hear that? Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Wait. I just saw it. I don't know about the others, but they just shut one down right above the sea, maybe like uh the sound is coming now, so maybe like 3-4 kilometers away from here. But they fucking shut it down and it looked beautiful. There is at least one more somewhere, like, but it's not close. It flew by. Because I heard another, like, there was an ordinary AA gun shooting, and there was something heavier shooting, probably German Flakpanzer or whatever. But yeah. Okay, hang on. Let's double check the. Double check what's going on. Yeah, the city is under attack. Okay, anyway. It's horrifying that people have to deal with this kind of situations. Is there in any shooting turn lights off? No, it doesn't help. Like, it doesn't, they don't use, I mean, we did that when it all just started because we didn't know if that actually, you know, helps them if they can see it, but no, it doesn't help. Like, I mean, they don't, it doesn't matter if you have lights on or off. Love some people. Thank you for joining. Welcome to the stream. Drone Wars, crazy world we lives in. Yep. And let's get back to our. Yeah, let's get back.
Nice team. So it's a different team, but we are working towards that. We know that that's what people want, and we will be adding more things to that and more cool items as we move forward. So
Yeah,
the initial will be smaller shop, and then it'll grow as we go over time.
And I just want to expand a little bit further on what we've talked about with regards to microtransactions and cosmetic purchases that are available.
Yeah, look, are you able to gank random low-level farmers and get their stuff, or will there be protection if level ranges are far? Like, people worry about things simply because of lack of information. In a lot of cases, if they just spend like an hour, for example, right? If they spend an hour reading wiki, 90% of their concerns would be gone. So that's a good example of it. Once again, I'm not like, you know, talking shit about this particular person. He just probably doesn't know. But yeah, information is the key. Knowledge is power.
these are the intent, and I think we've just demonstrated this actively over the course of the last several years, is that what you can buy for cosmetics are different. They're not better, right? It's not that you need to purchase a cosmetic in order to look good in the game. Visual progression within the game is on par with the cosmetics that we would sell.
This is also a very good point, because that's I'm someone who doesn't buy skins in games, and the first game where I bought skins was New World, and the reason for that was because my character looked fucking ugly in his armor, whatever, and I bought the skin for that one purpose, because for that one reason, because the skin looked better than the actual armor. And I'm glad that Steven addresses it, and in general that's the approach they took, because it's like, if I buy cosmetics in Ashes, then at least now it seems that it's gonna be the only reason why. Like, the only reason why I would do that is because, like, it's not gonna be 10 times better than my armor, but because it's just like, okay, and I want something else.
Sell, right? That we are not preserving the best looking cosmetics for our shop cosmetics.
Yeah.
They are.
So you're safe now, right? I mean, nobody's safe, and I mean, like 50-50.
Are just going to be different, right? And that is something that I think is also very important to make sure that people understand.
Yeah.
I mean, technically it would make more sense to take cover in like a bomb shelter, but there is no bomb shelter here, so
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
We've even had people go, why, like, oh, this doesn't look that cool compared to like this thing in game. It's like, yeah, because we've told you that. Like, the goal isn't necessarily, it's just to give you variety, right? Options.
Yeah. And in fact, if yeah.
But moving on to the next one, who knew, Otter, that your question would spark so much conversation? The next one is from Leonardo, which is about gear degradation. Is it possible for a player to get stuck with broken gear if there are no repair materials or artisans available nearby? Will repairs always be a quick and easy trip to town, or is it something we need to prepare for? Sorry, I'm laughing because Steven's using the mask.
I'm just looking at how good the mask is.
I know, they did a really good job.
Yeah, if you don't repair your gear, you're SOL. Like, that's a problem. There are going to be repair options that you can acquire that might be consumables for you to have out in the field.
Like the repair kits. I remember that. I remember seeing that on one of the slides with a description of like alpha, like wave 1, wave 2, and wave 3. And I was like, I mean, repair kits, it's kind of self-explanatory, but we don't know much about it. So that's probably exactly what he's talking about now.
And then there are going to be vendors that you can utilize to repair, and or crafters that you can utilize to repair as well.
All right. And then loot rules from Torin Ramhart. And they want to know, how will Glint, a bound currency, be distributed?
Are you just used to it now? Dude, I'd be scared as fuck in a bomb shelter with a rifle pointed at the door like you were doing. Nah, like, it was a little bit... like, not scary, but you were currently, like, constantly on the alert because you hear a sound and you don't know if that sound is a threat or not. But after, like, a couple of weeks, you're just, you know, sleeping, for example, you hear the sounds and you don't even wake up. You're like, oh, okay, that's a friendly missile. Oh, that's a friendly AA gun. And sometimes you're like, oh, okay, now I need to wake up, right? But other than that, like, it's whatever. Like, I just don't really care about it because, like... if it hits my house, then probably I wouldn't even realize it. So, like, good game well played, I guess. And I don't really worry about that because, like, let's put it that way. I hope my parents will never hear that. So, if my life ends tomorrow, I don't care because, like, I lived a great life, and if it's, like, over at some point, so be it. I don't care. I'm going to sleep. Hope everyone will have a good night. Flanker, keep yourself safe, bro. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to my first stream. I appreciate that. I will remember your name, that you were among the first viewers of my channel. So, yeah, have fun. Stay safe. Use protection. Drink some water. I was second. Yeah, you were second. And have a good night.
If the loot type for the group is set to Master Looter. Will the Master Looter be the only one that receives glint? Sorry, I got a little. Someone kicked me, so he's paused.
He's like, let me out.
No,
I'm ready.
Stay in there.
No, wait. Hold. No. Right now, yes. If it is, I believe if it is set to Master Looter, that the glint is acquired by the Master Looter. I believe. I think is that still the case, or did we change that? That's a good question. Let me follow up because we might have actually made some changes about that over the last 2 weeks.
Someone DM me, one of the devs if they're watching.
Good.
we'll if we
Mike,
get the answer
Corey,
before.
Rhett, somebody shoot us a DM, or Alex.
Cast Eye wants to know. I'll uncheck that one and have Cody.
I'm checking to see if the DMs come.
Cast Eye wants to know dungeon navigation. Will dungeons have their own maps? If so, will they have the same fog of war mechanic like the overworld, or will dungeon maps require some sort of item, skill, etc.?
I don't believe that we have a plan right now to have bespoke dungeon maps. I know that we have fog of war that's planned. I'm not sure, Bill, is that planned more granularly for dungeons, or is, how do we intend for that to work?
I mean, yeah, I ideally it will work in dungeons as well. One of the things that we talk about when we talk about fog of war in general is, it's meant to represent, your current knowledge of the world. So it's, it's revealed as you explore. But again, we're a dynamic world. So there's a chance that areas that you've explored will become refogged as the situation changes, and you are, you have to go in and discover what those changes are on your own.
Yeah.
So the intent is for that to happen in dungeons as well as the overworld.
Yeah. And again, that fog mechanic is really to complement this idea of dynamicism, right?
Like,
is that the place you've gone to before?
I understand that like people ask all kinds of questions, including this one, like, will there be maps in dungeons? Like, who cares? But what I'm wondering about is why they chose that question, because like, weren't there any better options, like more relevant to the actual state of the game? That's like, once again, I'm not trying to like be toxic in any way, shape, or form, but it's just strange. Like, there's so many questions you can possibly ask about the studio or about the Alpha 2, but maps and dungeons. Like, dungeons are like 20, like, he probably means instance dungeons, from what I understand. And that's like 20% of all content, and in those 20%, you're asking whether there will be a map inside a dungeon. Like, what else do you need? Like a road sign or something, or like a compass, or I don't know, a guide. Like, it's a dungeon. It shouldn't be that complicated. You won't get lost.
Or may not be the same. There might be a new path that's opened up as a result of that, or a new choke point that's become a result of that, right? And so having to kind of rediscover how that space has changed as a result of other world predicates is complemented by the Fog of War system.
Yeah, and it really, a system like that is for the type of game we're building, a sand park. Like, it will drive.
No, we're good.
Your play session in lots of ways. You'll want to uncover those things as they become obfuscated again, right? They're little mini quests that you set for yourself, right? Which again, comes back to making sure that we're empowering the players and leaving room in our design for players to make their own decisions about how they want to spend their time.
Awesome. And I do have an answer on Torin Ramhart's thing. Basically, glint is a systematically round robin only item. So
okay,
so it will be an outlier to the system.
That's a good thing, because it works. Like, it worked in a similar way in Lineage 2, and I think, like, once again, it's not me having a Lineage 2 brain rot, but it kind of makes sense, because when you dropped basically the local currency, like basically the gold, it was split equally among all the party members, right? But when you drop an item, that depended on or resources or something like that, something that is not gold basically, that depended on the on the loot system that you've chosen. Surface to air missile, friendly, not a threat. Okay. And it's gonna be boom now. Where's the boom? Can you please stop interrupting me? Probably it was flying somewhere really far because I don't hear the boom. Yeah, anyway, so what I was talking about? Oh yeah, so when it comes to items, resources, and all that kind of stuff, it depended on the loot system that you have chosen upon creation of a group. And there was also an option to change the loot distribution if the party leader, group leader, basically sends that request, and if all party members accept that, then it changes. Yeah, but all literally every single member of a group has to accept it, because even if there is one person that doesn't do that, then it won't change. So that's a good system. I don't think they need to invent a bicycle here for the second time. They can just copy it. And I'm pretty sure that it worked in the same or a similar way in other games as well. So it's not rocket science. It's not something to be concerned about.
You could make that, and now we finally implement.
And technically, yeah. So the point that I'm trying to make is basically glint and ashes is like you dropping gold from mobs in other games. So it kind of makes sense if it's going to be split among all players.
The change where it's forced around.
Additionally, here's one more thing. Glint goes into your bags, like resource bags. And if it's going to be all the glint will be coming in the bag of one person, it's going to be full very fast probably.
Robin. So good.
There you go. The next one here is from Momoji. And it is
also one of the good things that one of potentially viable strategies could be the following. So taking into account that each grade of glint takes a separate slot, it might make more sense for you to... Oh, wait, you can't share it. No, sorry, my plan failed.
It is treasure maps. Can you talk more about treasure maps and how they are executed compared to other games?
Bill, you want to take this one?
I think I think that's still a feature that's largely under development. We again, talking about the map as being the overworld map as being a way that can guide your individual play session. I want to, when we get into the specific mechanics of how treasure maps work, we want to make sure that we're leveraging the systems that we're building there as well.
Right now it's in a simplified way,
yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I would call the way that we have it in now is more of a kind of, it's not even a proof of concept. It's just a temporary way for us to put this type of content into the game.
Mm-hmm.
But there are treasure maps in game.
Yeah, the treasure, and just to give you an idea, I think of the the loop that the treasure map currently in its current iteration provides is you acquire these treasure maps. They have points within the world that you need to find. There might be multiple points, and the treasure might exist at one of those multiple points. You might be timed for depending on the rarity of the treasure map in order to accurately find that location, and you'll be required to have consumable items within your inventory in order to dig the treasure up. And then when you do dig that treasure up, you're
please. And it's not me, it's not my alt account. Please draw inspiration from Lineage 2, as it's the best game. Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. The feelings this game left are irreplaceable. That is true. Whoever wrote that, I perfectly understand what you're trying to say. The soundtracks, true. The landscape, could be better. Whatever. The socializing part, that's a big yes, because Lineage 2 was very social game. So, I mean, you could play solo, that's true. There was no problems, like, there were no problems when it comes to that. But it was really encouraging, cooperation, collaboration, teamwork, and stuff like that. Buffs that greatly influence characters' performance, professions, catacombs, sieges. Yeah, catacombs, it's basically like, I guess it's going to be the same thing as Underrealm and Ashes. I don't know if they took it from Lineage or they just it was their own idea. But yeah, sieges, raids, etc. Yeah, speaking of raids, I really hope that, like, we saw Firebrand, and it required like 40 people, like, raid to kill it. What I want to see in Ashes is exactly what I saw in Lineage. Is world bosses that require not like 20, 40 or whatever people, but that require like 300 people that have to fight it for, like, I don't know, a few hours, for example, right? That's what I would love to see. Or at least some boss that requires a lot of people, and it should be difficult as fuck to kill him. That's what I would love to see.
And sometimes there might be.
I know it's a weird fetish, probably, but I mean, we all have our own preferences.
A eureka moment of a lottery hit, and that's super cool, depending on the quality of the treasure map that you receive. And treasure maps are tradable. So that's kind of the bare bone implementation of it. And we have a lot of
Kreren, I like my notifications, like, on stream got fucked up. I don't get the notifications when someone follows, but thank you so much for following. Appreciate your support. Thank you for coming on my first stream. Yeah. Wood chipping looks ass. It's I mean, it looks better in the game. The animation of a falling tree is actually pretty decent. Like, it's even better than in New World. So, yeah.
A lot of plans for it, going forward.
All right, and then
no, not this one. This one looks like okay. It's like an ordinary one, but the like, it has some physics, let's put it that way.
Scaponi, I always love his name, wants to know about gathering. How many gathering professions will most dungeons attract? 1 to 2, 4 to 5, or will it vary?
Wait, what?
How many gathering?
Wants to know about gathering. How many gathering professions will most dungeons attract? 1 to 2, 4 to 5, or will it vary?
How many gathering professions will dungeons attract?
Yeah.
Exactly. What does it mean?
I think that probably all professions will have some rooted relevancy in the POIs and or dungeons that players have access to. And I think that the dungeons and POIs that those relevant professions exist within will be distributed. And that distribution may change based on world predicates and world states as well, so that the player movement and traffic changes as well.
Like, what is this question? It's if you can get wood from some rare tree in dungeons and stuff, but yeah, okay. Assuming that it's the question, like the point of all this discussion, but why would you ask that? Like, why would you ask that now? Who cares? Like, is that the most important question? Is it the best question that you can possibly ask? And, like, it's one thing, okay, but why do they pick these questions? Like, they're whatever. You probably already know at this point what I'm about to say. Would be cool if some resources required level 1000 woodcutter and only available in the dungeon, so you have to carry me through the dungeon. I don't think that's a bad. It's not a bad question. I don't think there are bad questions, but I don't know how it is, like, relevant. Like, ask, what did you do in past month to make combat better, for example? Or there were people, like, when there was a tank showcase, for example, right? People were like okay with it, but then they saw that, like, the fighter, the bard, and other archetypes, and they said, like, hey, these archetypes look better than the tank archetype. Would you consider doing something about the tank archetype so it looks like, on the same level as other archetypes that you just shown? That would be, first of all, a question. I mean, we already established that there are no bad questions, and it would be like a decent one, and it will be relevant to actually like Alpha 2, because like it's the same logic as asking now about some, I don't know, naval content. Like, who cares right now? It's gonna be like 6 months after that, at best. So that's the point that I'm trying to make.
Right.
And yeah, oh, sorry, I touched the mic. And it also applies to the forum threads, because many people are like, okay, here are my ideas for a class that combines summoner and rogue. I would like to have these skills. Like, brother, it's still like almost a year away. What are you talking about? We haven't seen the class itself yet. Like, what's the point of those speculations? I mean, will there be cat girls? Exactly. Cat girls, anime girls, hot chicks, bikini armor. That's the question that you should ask about. Not some like dungeons, some PvP, PvE. Cat girls. Number one question.
And our last question, which is kind of long, so bear with me. This one's from Talents, and it's regarding content development. It's a little spicy too, I think.
Ooh, spicy.
How do you gotta end on something spicy?
I love spicy.
How do you plan to feasibly deliver?
I agree. Cat girls are good marketing. They should consider it facts.
The other biomes before launch. We first saw the Riverlands in May 2022, and when Alpha 2 starts in October, it will be the only biome properly in the game, as desert and tropics do not have any nodes planned for Phase 1. You have said in the past that it gets quicker to create biomes as you go on, but even the Phase 3 slide only had 5 of the 20 planned zones. So kind of walk us through maybe the process for that.
No, we're good. We need bikini armor for real, at least some cleavage with boob slide. Yeah, paid boobs, extra boob slide. paid extra boob slider sizes. Boom, game finance. Yes, true. We would, like, all of us would pay for that. Exactly. You see? Smart. And nobody will ever complain about it. Not a single one, because, like, probably 90% of the player base, if not more, are males, and men will not complain about it whatsoever. What are you gonna say? Oh, there are boobs in game. We don't like boobs. Well, no. Well, I mean, we're talking what? We're talking about what will be good for the game. We're not talking about your, personal fantasies.
Yeah, I think I think when we talk about development and we talk about what pre-production and production means, right, as you kind of prepare the tools and define the needs and what goes into creating a biome, the Riverlands is very much the alpha.
Yeah, so look, this is actually a relevant question and a good question about the biomes, right? It makes sense, it's relevant, it's applicable to Alpha 2, so like, this is an example of a decent question, in my opinion.
To kind of test bed of what it took to stand up our node tool, our pop tool, all the services associated with those things that developers become familiar with as they're generating content to put into the game. And as that thing starts to expand and become extensible.
Yeah, like, look at this. Will there be an underwater world, like entire cities, or even nodes? Like, brother, we don't even really have nodes on the ground apart from the 5. What are you talking about? Like, come on. I think guys would pay to have... Maybe. That could be a smart monetization strategy.
And we start proving that model out and moving forward with that, we've defined what each of these biome needs and takes and how much time it generally takes to stand up a particular point of interest or a particular NPC type, to curate the encounter design. All of those things are something that becomes now rooted as a production path for us to follow. We can also then start to refine our outsource potential as a studio as well, because obviously we have the ability to leverage our internal teams, but as we're talking about content creation, whether that be asset production, VFX requirements.
I remember there was a skin for Widow in Overwatch that made her ass bigger, sold like hotcakes. I can imagine. Hang on. Let's see if we have any new. No, we don't. Okay.
Animations, all the things that go into expanding the content of the game become now pipelines that we can extend out to outsource studios as well as we move forward in the game's production. Bill, I don't know if you want to add anything further to that question.
Like this view actually looks like a little bit empty, but still kind of good. I don't like it. I don't know. Like what's the right word for it in English? Like the view distance, is that mount a cat? I don't know. Maybe some in some shape
as well.
Hang on, what is
Yeah,
that?
no, it's a great question.
Hard to say.
I think,
Hard to
I
say.
think your answer largely covered it. Before we build these worlds are the play spaces that need to support the gameplay that we have, right, and the systems that we have. So we really want to make sure that the systems are solid, that we're designing the spaces appropriately to support them, and then once we have all of those questions answered, which is a big goal within A2, that's really the point where then it's just a matter of people and Steven's money.
That would be an important question as well. Like, I don't remember whether it's been asked previously. Like, for example, what I would ask, one of the questions, like you mentioned during the previous live stream that you have already spent, like, if I recall correctly, for like somewhere around 85 to 90 millions on the game, taking into account that it will take at least a couple of years till release. And it will obviously require a shit ton of money, because if you have a team of 200 devs in San Diego, that's a little bit expensive. And if you have an office, I don't know if they're renting or they bought it, but still, it's a lot of money. So, like, without going deep into the details, how, what's the word for it? How comfortable do you feel with all this happening? Like from the financial perspective, like just is everything is okay, or like it's all right, it's gonna be all right, or like, well, yeah, at the same time it's a very tricky question to ask, because there is only one answer they can give. Because if they will start hesitating, then it's going to be like a shit ton of people who will start screaming like, oh, okay, they don't have the money, game is dead, it will never be released. So, that's a tricky one. But anyway, I would ask them and see how they will react. And it's not going to be necessarily about the words that come out of Steven's mouth, but it's more about like how he replies in general, like his nonverbal behavior. It's like people share a lot of information without even actually, when they are not even actually talking, and you can notice that. So I would just ask this question for that purpose alone. Steven looks committed, even if it costs more than intended, I think. Yeah, I mean, that's true, but at the same time, it's a double-edged sword, because there's a thing called sunk cost fallacy. So even let's imagine a bad scenario, right? That somehow they realize at some point that they don't have enough money, and they either need to look for more ways to get funds, or like something goes like terribly wrong, right? I don't know, they get sued by someone for, I don't know, using someone's voice, right? And wait, what was the point that I was trying to make? I forgot. Fucking hell. My memory. Like, I'm not young, so please forgive me. Yeah, I may look young, but I'm 32. It means like I can literally die any day. So, what was the point that I was trying to make? It's gone. It's gone, boys. Like, I forgot. I'm sorry.
To get the rest of it, right?
Yeah, that's right. That is right.
And your guys' support through the bundles and stuff like that also goes a long way. So that Steven doesn't have to always pay for it all. But yes. And I think that wraps up our Q&A for today. We made it to the end, you guys. It was a little bit longer still of a stream, but not.
I mean, yeah, but you, like, it's like 95% of the topics that I discussed, so you didn't really specify. You didn't really help with that note.
One of our longest ones, I don't think. But of course, we want to remind you, head on over to our forums.ashesofcreation.com. Send us your feedback. We have a thread up there that's asking you kind of about what kind of features that you're excited about for Alpha 2, what you're planning to do during Alpha 2, because that's interesting for us too, to see kind of like what's the most interest in regards to what you guys are thinking about. And of course, thank you so much to all of you for joining us today. I didn't have the baby on the stream, so that's good. And yeah, you want to open that up, Steven? You want to see? Guess what it is first by shaking it.
I'm afraid that there's like a dead hamster inside or something.
No,
Now
I
that
was
you said that, I'm
joking.
like, oh my god.
They would not have
I'm
done that.
smelling it. See if it
Does
smells
it
like rancid
smell?
or something.
Does it smell like?
No,
It's
it smells
probably
fine.
a good aged cheese that will be just
Ooh.
fine.
You should guess what
Oh,
it
there
is
you go.
first.
Oh, I should guess what it is? Okay.
Yeah. Were you good at that as a kid? Like with presents?
No, not really. I didn't get presents as a child.
Oh.
I'm just
Oh, that's sad.
This one's actually tied pretty tightly here.
Wait, what's
Hold
out
on.
there?
Let's see.
But I would,
Okay,
like,
well,
if I
let's
was
get a look.
Steven, I would be really careful with open those boxes. I'd I'd ask some, I don't know, peasant to, like, their, like, new recruit to open the box. And he's like, what is this? He's like, oh, don't worry about it, just open it. Like, you know?
The packaging is actually really nicely done, honestly. This is pretty, this is very lore-y. I feel immersed in the packaging.
In turn position, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I love it. It's like
It's a box.
Oh, thank you very
And
much,
there's
as if we
another
didn't know that already.
There's another box.
he's being very meticulous about opening this, you guys.
I know, I'm sorry.
Tracks
Okay.
from... I'm not
Steven's
familiar with that
unboxing
reference.
career is starting right now live on the stream.
Yeah, right?
How do I
Dude, there's some people who all they do is unbox things and they make so much money off of it. It's wild to me. Like little figurines and stuff.
Dude, I
True.
will watch like old beta packs from Magic get open just to
Yeah.
see. I'll do those. I'll watch those. Those
Crazy.
are fun. Oh no, I broke it. Oh well. Oh, all right.
Now he's getting desperate. He's just ripping it open.
Oh, this isn't a perishable, but it is awesome. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh, we're doing a merch plug for Loreforged. This is pretty cool. I got a Loreforged
Oh, it's a cup.
mug.
There you go.
Loreforged.
Nice.
Yeah,
There we
that's the also content creators. I don't remember what kind of content are they doing. I believe it's something about Loreforged. Probably it implies lore. Yeah, if I recall correctly, that's what they do.
Oh, should I open the other one? Is there more perishables?
I don't know. I know that there was candy and there was a bunch of candies in there and stuff.
There's coffee. I see there's ground coffee.
Probably for your mug.
I'm guessing this one might be another one too.
Yeah, it might
Lore
be.
Lore
Forged.
heavy podcast. Yeah, exactly. That like their name is kind of self-explanatory. I should have guessed it
I think
earlier.
I think this is another mug. This
Speaking-
is super cool though.
Speaking of Loreforged, and maybe a little teaser for you guys, we do have some leading up to Alpha 2. Steven will be doing some fun things with some of the content creators. We'll be doing some more announcement posts regarding the timelines of these, but he'll be joining quite a few different content creators as in the upcoming weekends. So stay tuned for those content pieces.
I'm digging it. Super cool.
All right.
And what's that?
I'm gonna
Oh,
use
is
these.
it
You can
another cup?
Double fist your coffee.
I'm gonna
I love their cooking playlist. Are they... Wait, what? Are they actually doing cooking or something? What do you mean by that?
double fist my coffee and tea.
Oh, okay,
Alright, well,
cool.
thank
He
you
got
guys
2
so
cups.
much.
But that is kind of them. Like it's... I think Steven feels good about it because like it's... Like, I don't know. If I was in his place, I would be like, holy shit. it's cool. Like the people are excited about the project, like your project, and they are like showing you some love that way. So yeah.
For being here, we really appreciate it.
So shout out to Lord Forged. If you guys haven't watched them, I recommend you to take a look at them because that's, I promise to watch some of their videos too, because I saw them and maybe I watched something because now like there's a lot of content creators, but I promise to watch their video. Now, Lord Forged had a playlist called the Verra Chef. Verra Chef, probably. Okay. And so what do they do there? Like, are they, like, we don't know much about the food in Ashes. What do they do though? That's interesting. But that's creative. Like, that's interesting.
Journey through creating Ashes of Creation. And for those of you who are new and you're just starting to watch our journey, good luck. No, I'm just kidding. Hang tight with us. Of course, like we always say, this isn't for everybody. So if you're not interested in following a development journey, you want a full product and a full game completed, come back to us when we launch. We'll be here and we'll be just as excited, and we'll probably be even more excited because we spent all the time creating this baby. This is the longest baby being created compared to mine. So I think that from our end, we just really appreciate you guys being here, supporting us, following along our journey. We are really excited for all the feedback and the bug reporting that you guys are going to help us do. And we hope that you enjoy the iteration of the project as we move forward. It's going to start moving very fast here. You're going to see it all coming into monthly updates as we move forward. Of course, Bill, thank you for joining us. Your first time here.
Yep.
I know you're a little nervous, but hopefully,
it was fun.
Hopefully you had fun.
Enjoyed it.
Be kind, everybody.
Yeah, good times.
Whenever we have new faces, I always say that. And of course, Steven, your time is always precious.
Well, everything was fun except that jumping puzzle.
Jumping puzzle was great.
I felt so bad Bill didn't ever make it up.
I loved it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like, go
just
back
wait till the next Portal Ruins meeting. I'll
Kale, do you want to make a bet who completes that jumble puzzle first on lunch?
have some things to say.
Oh no.
It'd be like, this needs to be closer.
Too good.
We hope that you guys stay safe.
For whatever reason, somehow I think that it's gonna be you, to be honest. Yeah, because I'm not. Yeah, so something inside me tells me that it's gonna be you.
And
I don't know why.
As the month goes on, and of course, we already have one of the VODs will be up right after the stream, so definitely go check that out in 4K.
You're just more jump puzzle oriented person, you know.
That's our playthrough through the Lionhold preview. We'll also have this full development update tomorrow, so you can watch it over there. And make sure that if you publicly subscribe and leave a comment, you could be the one who's spotlighted for our next comment. Like I said, we pull those out randomly, so you could be the one who's randomly selected. And of course, follow us on all the social channels. We have been doing giveaways on our social channels. So if you're paying attention, you might be getting Alpha 2 access. So make sure that you follow us on all of those places. We also post almost daily.
Okay, I guess that's about it when it comes to stream. So what do you guys think? What's your opinion? Is it a W stream or L stream? Hey man, Rorier. Hello! Hello. Yep, thank you for coming to my first stream ever. Nice to have you here. Rorier is also a content creator. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name correctly. Rorier. It's a bit tricky for me, but I hope I pronounced it properly. Yep. You got it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we're like almost at the end of the stream. Like we finished watching the showcase that was yesterday. And yeah, so yeah, I agree. Like personally, I would say it's a W stream. It's a good one. Obviously, once again, it could be better because it took a lot of time and they were talking about like, you know, stuff that is, let's put it that way. They could discuss a bit more. They could spend a bit more time discussing topics that are a bit more important, but obviously they are, you know, their stream, so they can do whatever they want. So yeah, I would say it's a W stream. And how many days left till alpha? Like 26, 27 or something? if I recall correctly. Yeah, wait. It's approximately 26, 27. So we are close. It's not that far. It's less than 4 weeks now. So yeah, I think we're streaming. I'm streaming now for more than 6 hours. I think that's a decent start, right? So thank you everyone who came to my first stream. Really appreciate that. Secondly, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, I would recommend you to do that, because last couple of videos were, like, in my opinion, better than my previous videos. And also I invite everyone to join my Discord server, because that's where we kind of, hang out, talk about stuff, talk about Ashes, talk about everything that is not Ashes. And and also I remember I will need to take a photo of 200 plastic bottles on my sofa, so I'll send it on Discord if you want to see it. Good start, haha. Yeah. I'll make sure to make a photo right now, like after we end the stream, and I'll share it in Discord. So if you're curious, feel free to join. Just before we stop it, maybe, I don't know, do you have any questions that you would like to ask before we take a screenshot of yours? What do you mean? I don't really get that part. Yeah, so if there... Oh, yes. Yeah, okay. I'll have that somewhere, like, probably here. Hang on, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna save it here. Hang on. Gotcha. Okay, cool. But I kind of remember the names. That's true. Okay, no questions. Oh wait, I can show you, like, it's calm now, so I can show you my cat again. I hope we will not get interrupted this time. So, and he's right here. He's chilling. So stand by. Oh. No, that's a car. Okay. So I'll figure something out what to do with this lamp. Probably this... Yeah, this Chinese thing died. So I'll need to find a replacement. And I'm gonna show you my cat. 1 sec. So, here is this guy. Say hello to everyone. Yeah, so his name is Chester. He's 16 years old, British, short-haired, but not that short, let's be honest. And I named him after Chester Bennington. So, yeah, this is my guy. He doesn't like when he's a little bit shy when it comes to camera. Yep. Okay. You can go. Okay, and I'm in Cat's hair now. Very nice. Okay, I'm gonna take care of this. Thank you everyone once again for joining me today. Speaking of the next stream, I don't know when it's gonna happen, but as long as I'm locked in my house for 2.5 years already, and don't have much to do, then I'll probably the next one will be soon. So yeah, I hope to see you again. Good luck, everyone. And hang on, don't leave. I have a very professional ending screen. Bye, guys.